Good evening, everyone. Welcome for the round number one. We are here for this afternoon with both John Dalton and Kevin Galvin that will be my my co-commentator for tonight. For this afternoon. And now I think this should work. Obviously, sometimes things don't work. So I think you can present yourself, mates.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Of course, welcome to Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. And today it's race day for round one at Watkins Glen, located in the town of Dix, just southwest of the village of Watkins Glen in New York. I'm, of course, one of your commentators for today, John Dalton. Alongside me is Kevin Galvin and Christian Romano, running kind of all the pictures and camera work that you see. Welcome, Kevin. It's the first time we've casted together, despite both being from another community. But yeah, welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. And look, again, a fascinating race in such a historic race course, Watkins Glen. Relatively new to the ACC library or the ACC portfolio, if you will. So it will be interesting to see a track that you don't get to see just solely GT racing on a lot of the time. It tends to be sort of multi-class open wheel racing, but it will be really interesting to see who can come away with the first round of this series that will go on for the entirety of the summer and into the winter, indeed. Very, very close in qualifying, just over fifth tenths separating the top 10, as you would suspect at this level, Christian. It's always extremely competitive when you talk about the guys at the top level.
Qualifying yesterday was simply incredible when we saw a whole amount of 15 drivers in just 7 times in the first qualifying session, and then the Super Bowl with the 15 survivors from the initial qualifying session had to fight each other in a single lap hot lap, and we saw the pole leader, and it was an astonishing lap to be seen. Obviously, some surprises compared to the initial qualifying, but you can see here the effective qualifying sponsored by KiteKing.da. You can see here it's the qualifying result with the Italian job in first place in the 179, Honda with a 43.3. Kevin, gives us your opinion about the cars that we are seeing on screen. A lot of Ferrari and very few different cars, but Honda is on top of everyone.
Yeah, it seems like the Ferrari is, as they say, the OP, but the Honda taking pole. A lot of Porsches in there as well. Good to see a good spread of different manufacturers right across the grid. Oftentimes, in some of these races, you can see just the one car that's kind of seen as the best. But nice to see teams adopting different approaches, of course, because it's such a long season, such a variety of tracks. Different cars will perform better at different opportunities. But if you go back to that top five, even that first top 10, there are a good range of different manufacturers. So, John, it makes for what we're expecting to be a much more interesting race. BOP, there's no custom BOP in this event, of course. It's just what the gods have given us. So we're expecting what will be an extremely close encounter.
Yeah, of course, with different manufacturers on the grid, you of course get this kind of wide spread of different paces. Where we saw in the mixed conditions yesterday, the Porsche typically being quite strong rear engine over the axle, although we know the Porsche in straight lines doesn't always work too well. That's where the kind of Mercedes and the Aston Martin kind of come into play. They have the initial grunt to get themselves out of the corner and up to the top end of themselves quite well, but through the corners and the braking, they're just not as agile. And then, of course, you've got a good handful of BMWs in there as well, known as the very stable, easy to drive car. We then got a couple of Audis sprinkled in the grid, which can be a little bit lethal. They can be a little bit harsh on tyre wear for these endurance races, although no limited tyre sets here. Of course, we do give the teams free reign of all their Pirellis in the garage. So strategy today probably be quite interesting to see who pits and when. We do have a maximum driver stint timer of 65 minutes, and every driver in the lineup must drive at least one stint to be able to pass the regulations set by LFM for this event. Of course, race start is due in about 10 minutes time, I believe. So we're just getting through the pre-show. Let's remind ourselves of course, the calendar. As Kevin said earlier, we're fighting all the way from March to nearly the winter. We finish up in November with round 8. But from here on out, we go to Paul Ricard on April 15th for the 24-hour event. We then head May 6th over to Germany for the Nürburgring for 8 hours. June 3rd takes us stateside to Kota for 12 hours over there before flying back to Japan on July 29th for Suzuka of round 5 for another 8-hour event. We then fly back to Europe to Italy for Imola for 12 hours on August 26th before rounding into Britain for September 30th with Silverstone for another 8 hours, and then flying all the way back down under for round 8 in November 25th for the 24 hours of Mount Panorama. So these guys have a lot of miles ahead of them in this championship, and of course all to play for round 1 being the crucial event where you want to get a good start to the championship. You want to get a good amount of points in the bag, and it could be, won or lost by a handful of points come round 8.
Obviously, there are also price on the table. It's a lot of there is a good price pool because the following the first 3 drivers are going to have 5,000 euros just for first place. The second place is going to have 2,500 euros, and third place 1,000 euros. While there is going to be, for first place in non-cash prizes, there is going to be a 1,400 voucher Moza via caseking.de. Second place is going to have a 1,200 voucher Noble Chairs via caseking.de. Third place is going to have 1,000 euros voucher for next level racing products, also via caseking.de. Fourth place has a 800 euros voucher from Glorious, and fifth place 600 euros voucher from Ducky. While there is also bonuses for finishing the race with the most position being gained, and the fastest lap in qualifying, it's 100 euros for both, and we already had our first effectively winner of the bonuses because the Italian job has already 100 in their pockets.
That's a quick getaway and and a very easy steal for the Italian job. An apt one for them to come away first time around with it. I presume powered with something a little bit faster than the Vespas you see in the film back in the 70s. But I digress. Yeah, a superb qualifying lap from them. To kick off yesterday evening, and as we said, mixed conditions as well, so it made it a little bit more difficult. It's nice to see as well a surprise package come out early on here, and to just put it up to some of the regular challengers we see across ACC. So I'm looking forward to seeing some interesting moves in the first couple of laps. As we say, this is the first race the championship. These guys, obviously, a lot of them race side by side every week. They know each other extremely well already heading into this championship. But for some of these teams that mightn't be as used to racing in a series like this, it will be an extremely sharp learning curve and a great opportunity for them to test themselves against the best. But great to see an unlikely contender in the shape of the Italian job, putting it up to the big boys as we count down towards the opening round here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, everybody loves an underdog story, Kevin. And of course, like you say, some super big names in the competition for this season. We've got West Competition Racing, we've got Pulse Sim Sport, we've got Unicorns of Love, we've got Unicorns of Love and Pulse Sim Sport combined in one car. We've got Williams Esports fielding a car. We've got Wild Things Racing, Armamentario, Visceral Esports, Yi Esports, Low Fuel Motorsport fielding 2 cars, Yas Heat. So these guys are all going to know each other through various guises of other championships and other series, but now they're going to come here and go head to head to see who can be the best of the best and earn themselves that Virtual Endurance Masters title come the end of the season.
Also, a lot of drivers. I was looking a bit in the background, and I saw some drivers that have some karting experience. I really think that the karting experience that some drivers have. I know that there is a guy in, maybe it was Armamentari, if I'm not wrong, that he was a two-time champion in his country, and I think that really the karting experience helps. But you can see here, not all of them are kart experienced. Many of them never even maybe drove a kart for whichever reason, and yet they are here. So I think, tell me your opinion. I think karting experience may help, but I don't think that it defines what what the pace of a driver may be, um, but more like it's maybe raw talent, or just simply pure, uh, just training consistently on your skills and on your skill set.
Oh, it's all about practice. And it doesn't matter whether, well, I say it doesn't matter. Maybe there are advantages to the real life karting stuff, but really, for a lot of these guys, they have absolutely no formal experience. And I presume most of them have seen a kart at some point to say that they're in their motorsports. There's plenty of great karting clubs all over the world to dispose of. So I would hope that most of them would have had an opportunity to get in those. But it doesn't mean necessarily that you're going to be quick in the sim. We see a lot of, especially during the pandemic, it was really interesting to see what real world drivers really struggled in the sim and which ones took to it like a duck to water. So there are quite a lot of differences if you're, I mean, if you're in a real life car, you're relying a lot more on G forces, yada yada. I'm sure anybody who is into sim racing has looked up YouTube videos to see what the difference is between sim racing and real life racing. So really, it's a sense of feel, it's a sense of understanding balance. But one of the things I think, John, that does give you a big leg up when it comes to real world racing is an understanding of the setup. Because setup in ACC, of course, I mean, we talk about tire pressures being so important in the sim, particularly in ACC, but just generally how to set up a car, how to understand and feel what a car needs. Sometimes the real world experience can really help you in doing that.
Yeah, definitely. If you've been into real life motorsport, I know a lot of folk that are into sim racing do study motorsport sometimes at university. There's a guy, Callum Kerwin, I cast with on Mondays on my regular slot at another community. He currently studies motorsport. He runs a Praga car for the university, the Praga R1, alongside the championship series in the UK. So he's particularly good at picking brains on real life stuff like that. And of course, like you say, Kevin, car setup is so crucial even in a simulator where some cars are set up to be fast in a straight line. Some cars, of course, might be set up more towards the dry conditions. Some cars might choose to run a bit of a mixed balance. So if it does rain in the race, of course, they're prepared for it. They might be a little bit slower in the dry, but then come the rain, they could find themselves clawing back up positions. Of course, things like the Porsche, it's good to note that the balance on that car can change over a whole stint of a race. Of course, the fuel tank over the front axle, the engine over the rear axle. You set up your car for balance when it's got a fuel tank, but as soon as you lose those 100 liters of fuel, the balance can then shift and kind of really upset the drivers. So it's almost like a big game of chess, shall we say, for racing. It's trying to see what your opponent's doing, what you're going to do, what your next move is, and how you're going to kind of beat them when the 8 hour clock hits zero. But we are, of course, getting ever more closer to the green flag with the pre show nearly ending soon. Hopefully, drivers are running around. We're having a little peek in the server at the moment. Ferrari looking like, as Christian said earlier, the stronger manufacturer of the field at the moment.
Yeah, the Ferraris, although an Aston has just gone top of the timing tables, we'll look at that very shortly. But just back on that setup, just before we move on, I just think Watkins Glen, look, I mean, it's such a historic track, and like I say, a mecca really for a lot of North American racing enthusiasts. Has hosted everything, including, of course, most famously the Formula One United States Grand Prix, but just a sports car racing mecca. But what I like about Watkins Glen, you were saying there earlier, John, about the need, to be fast in the straights or to be fast in the corners. It kind of rewards both. Like, you look at, like, it has a very long back straight, but then you look at corners like the outer loop or the chute turns 5 and 6, where having that wing is really important, or even in turn 10, that kink heading towards the final corner. But then, you're downhill into the right hander of T8. That's quite a slow corner. The T7 uphill hairpin of toe. That's another one that will reward mechanical grip, and then of course you have the long straights as well. So I suppose the chicane in the middle makes the top speed, but maybe slightly less of a priority. But really, it's a kind of a track that rewards all kinds of setup. So it'll be fascinating to see how cars kind of utilize it as best they can.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And of course, we see now on our screen drivers taking to the grid. We have a 4 minute countdown before we do begin the formation lap. And currently, the track is wet, the sky is cloudy, 18 degrees in air temperature, and 24 degrees on track with little wind at the moment. 0 kilometers, you see in the top right hand side of your screen, the little weather breakdown. Keep your eye on that over the next few hours because I imagine that will be changing. So, every car will be probably more than likely starting on wets. I can't imagine anybody is going to risk it on dry. And look down the left-hand side of your screen at all of those big names. We've got Veloce, Pulse, Kramer, SOP, Unicorns of Love, Visceral, West Competition Racing, and Ren Velton all inside the top 10. And I, for one, cannot wait for this green flag to drop at the moment.
It's very interesting to see the weather because you can clearly see the fact that the wet is there, but the rain not. There is no rain at the moment, and we had qualifying yesterday with the rain. The whole free practice was with the rain, and now it's going to be dry for the next 30 minutes. So it's a completely different skill set that will need to be used, both because you have to understand where the line between the wet track and the dry track kind of conditions. So basically, the tires in all of their glory. When is the right moment to switch the tires? And I think it's going to be very much a kind of experience-based situation more than lucky shots. Obviously, honestly, as a driver, I tend to be safe. So maybe going in a bit earlier. I don't know about you too, but maybe some drivers may be a bit more. I would say they would gamble. Maybe trying to go a bit longer with the rain tires, hoping the dry tires, that the cold dry tires are maybe too cold to perform well. It's going to be very interesting to be seen. Maybe some drivers will also start with dry tires. I don't know how much it can pay off, but it may pay off as well.
It looks a little bit wet for full dries, but if a team can pull it off, then they will be in a superb position come halfway through almost the first stint here, because that drying line won't take long to appear. One of the other things I was going to remark on this as well is that being in P1, it's not just the advantage of being P1, but making sure you're still P1 through the pack, because that spray and all that traffic makes it a lot more difficult. People get on the brakes earlier, even earlier than they would if they were on traffic in the dry. So if you can get out and the Italian job can keep their nose ahead, they could actually start to pull a bit of a gap to the field behind them, not necessarily to P2 and P3, but certainly as the pack behind them starts to fade away, because they're all having to be a little bit more careful on the brakes. John, that staying in P1 and making sure you have that clear, visible line, certainly through the opening couple of laps, is so important. And also it gives you an opportunity to suss out the track without having to worry about traffic to your left and right.
Yeah, traffic is, that detrimental thing in endurance racing. And I've just noticed while you were talking there, Kevin, the track surface is now determined as damp. And anybody that plays ACC on the regular knows when the track gets to around the damp/greasy stage is when you start debating putting those dry Pirellis back on. So, with the condition changing this late on the countdown, you literally have 35 seconds to finalize your adjustments. Are you going to overpressure a set of dry tires? Are you going to run with a set of wet tires and pray you can find enough standing water to, draw the temperature down in those tires to last them the 65-minute stint that you're in for, essentially, if you're maximizing stint timers as your strategy today? But pack racing, it does prove very difficult. Like you say, Kevin, it's, how early are you going to brake compared to the guy ahead? Is the guy ahead going to brake even earlier than you expect them to, just to err on the side of caution? Of course, you want to be first coming through turn one. You want to get the best exit you can, because it's a very long drag down the back straight, essentially into the inner and the outer loop of turns kind of 5 and 6. You're going to have to be very, very careful indeed as the formation lap now gets underway. Cars start moving with Eric Del Fante on the pole position here. There's his driver lineup on the right-hand side. You see And now we come to Veloce Esports again. Big names in that car. Malinowski, Boothby, Caracas. And then we come back to the Pulse Simsport Ferrari. 2 Brits and a German on that one in P3. We then head back to Kramer Racing Esports with Maddox, a name that needs no introduction, managed to get the Porsche into P4, so Porsche looking quite strong towards the front. And then we've got SOP Esports, Luke Southall, Simon Bauer, Thomas Morant and Peter Brett in that one. Coming back to Unicorns of Love Sim Racing in the Mercedes, full German lineup with Nicholas Huben taking the start here. Then we go to Visceral Esports, a name that again needs no introduction, has come up quite big in the past year or so. West Competition Racing, sponsored by BMW Romania, nonetheless. Big name there, 2 Romanians and a Dutchman. And then we have Ren Velten Esports, again, a team that's been around for so long, iconic Tiger livery, great to see them here. And then we come back to your top 10, Lucas Road in the Sim RC Endurance car. Coming down the grid, Armamentario, 2 guys taking 8 hours. It's going to be very tough for Kolosov and Manisha on that one. And then Valentin Barrier, this man here, Yas Heat with Inestroza and Samir Foch in that car. Coming back to Robin Schaefer for the first of the low-fuel motorsports cars. Looking very strong in the wet conditions yesterday, early on in qualifying, so keep your eye on that car. Coming back, another Armamentario car, this time the Greek lineup. And if I'm right in saying, one of these guys did compete at the FIA World Esports Championship at Paul Ricard. We then got an Iron Lynx in-game livery car, 2 guys there in P15. P16 Prime E Racing in another Mercedes, all German lineup in that one. I believe they're fielding possibly 2 cars today as well. Team Racing Point in a BMW, full Italian lineup. Christian, I'm sure you're going to be cheering those on as a home team. And then we come back to Team Shazoo GT Omega, who need no introduction. Kladke, very quick driver in that car. And then Williams Esports, very far out of where we expect them to see. Fiala, Charlie Crossland and Rodriguez in that one. Petrol Brothers, again, a German lineup with a Dutchman in there in a Mercedes, the number 147 in P20. P21, Team 1 FF, 2-car lineup again in the Porsche. So not seeing many Porsches in the midfield, but we have one in the 21st position. And then another Mercedes German lineup there with Chris Hanna being the 3rd driver. And then we see the first of our Yeet Esports cars with Marcel Tamo, Max Frank and Michael Bernhardt in that one. Unicorns of Love X Pulse Simsport, absolutely love this livery. A mashup of 2 big teams trying to take it to the big boys as well. GSE Racing by ACI, Hoffman, Pashka and Wagner in that one down in P25. P26, again, 2 Brits and a German for the Wild Things Racing team. Need no introduction for them. Very common name in the esports world. Spaghetti Racing VEM, great team name there. Absolutely love that. 2 Germans there. Nothing to do with spaghetti at all. And then the second of the Prime E Racing cars, again, the German lineup in P28. P20, sorry, cut to the start now.
We are about to start.
2 by 2. Indeed, we are about to start. So drivers 2 by 2. Italian job on pole. Veloce Esports in 2nd. Pulse Simsport 3rd. And Kramer in 4th. We know the Porsches are superb off the line. Of course, naturally aspirated. Flat 6 mounted across the rear axle. It's going to be very, very good for them out of turn 1. Track is still damp. See a slight drying line forming
I think they
there.
are on dry tires. I think they are on dry tires and green light, and away we go with a great start by basically. Oh, the Porsche in first place already. Malinowski is already cutting the inside on the Italian job car, and there is a Porsche on the outside. It's Bischoff. It's Bischoff trying to get into P2. It's the Honda. Italian job still remains in 2nd place. It's Malinowski is out trying to get the match out of it. Meanwhile, we go in the wing. You can see the Italian job car trying to go away from the Porsche. Honestly, this place here is the worst possible place for the Porsche because of the low speed. Overall. In fact, you can see the Honda having definitely a quick blast towards the final part. Continue the commentary by your side because the Ferrari there is now trying to catch him.
Yeah, like you say, the Porsche not where you want to be at the head of the field. Of course, with the slipstream of the Honda, we know how strong the Honda can be in a straight line. It's an absolute rocket ship after the update.
Oh, the Porsche is off!
There from the Porsche. Porsche off, Mavics to the inside, going to come all the way up to the outside. Pulse Simsport very well held, dropping down the field into P6. SOP goes through into P5, but very well held there from Bischoff. Probably caught out by just a wet patch randomly on the circuit. Looking at the sidewall of those Pirellis, I think I'm seeing yellow markings. So, like you say, a lot of dry tyres in the field. Drivers going to be feeling their way out, going to try and feel where the track has the most grip, and the track has gone to greasy. So, Kevin, you're going to be looking at tyre changes anytime now, just 2 minutes into the race.
Yeah, and you were saying that about the count-in and how what a last-minute decision the teams have. How Mauro Bischoff kept that off the wall. I think if I was in that Crema Racing car, I'd definitely be putting an air conditioner in it after this race, because I'd say there was a little bit shot out there when he went wide in the corner and pirouetted on the grass, but fair play to him for keeping it together. We're back now at P18 with Nicholas Angelke, and it's just a great start. What a superb start by the Veloce Esports Porsche by getting straight away ahead of the lead and taking that, whipping it away from the Italian job team. So we were talking about the importance of staying in front as two teams go wide there. That's the 3 and it's Prime E Racing car, Maximilian Schwanke, that's the 77, going side by side with TF Racing down the main straight. It looks like he's taking it, John.
Yeah, so side by side out of turn one, the Porsche just didn't have the grip, and the Mercedes with the grunt just pulls itself up the hill way ahead. And look at this here, Unicorns Love clean past on the Pulse Simsport Ferrari. Don't think the Pulse Simsport Ferrari even put up a fight there. Of course, in these mixed conditions, kind of anything can happen, and you're going to want to try and keep the car kind of out of any trouble, any damage. You're not going to want to detriment your race this early on. Of course, races aren't won on lap 1. We have 7 hours and 57 minutes still to go, and you've got plenty of time to make progress. And making progress, the Italian job car looking towards the back of the Veloce Esports Porsche as we ride on board with the rear wing of Malinowski. This man here is no stranger to leading races. He's no stranger to pressure, but the Italian job car looking very strong through turn 7 all the way over the hill to turn 8. Malinowski's going on the defensive to the inside of heel he goes, and the Italian job car squeezes him around the outside. We've of course got some extra tarmac on the outside here. A little bit of contact forces the Honda wide, and Veloce holds off. But look at this, Unicorns of Love and Pulse Simsport gaining positions.
It's I think, it's not I think, there is a effective suggestion on chat, because P1 Malinowski is on wet tires because the Veloce Esports, Porsche is on wet tires, and I don't think it's really a surprise. In fact, you can see they are already going into the box because of they have to put the dry tires, and now Huben for the Unicorns of Love goes in P1, but you can see it's going to be too wide. Maybe no, it's not really, because the Ferrari, it was Pishman. Now he tried the inside, he goes in the inside. There is a little touch between the two drivers. We can go on the Helica, more contact between the two drivers. Pishman still on the inside, the SOP car on the outside, but he's on the wet surface. Now it's the Ferrari on the wet surface, and it's the Porsche on the dry for the whole time. You can see the Porsche maybe trying the outside, but the speed is not there. Meanwhile, in front, it's side by side between Delphante and Huben. Huben on the inside on the bus stop. There's going to be the outside, but apparently Huben maintains the line more than Delphante, while the Ferrari 52 Pulse Simsport is now catching behind. Speaking of behind, you can see here the Bischoff very close to Pishman. Ferrari and Porsche seems like a recurrent battle in this track. Unfortunately, one of the Porsche is not in track anymore because of the very early pit stop. I think the Veloce car is going to struggle a lot for the whole duration of the race. Maybe using the wet tires wasn't really the correct idea, and I think they are the only one that went into the pits. Yes, in fact, it was just them on the wet, at least for now, because the others clearly I can't really check on them. But I think we will see what the tire decision was when we can get across the start-finish line, because we will see some drivers maybe heading into the pits for changes to what's dry.
Yeah, really interesting to see the Veloce guys deciding to start on those wet tyres, which obviously gave them the jump, but it was the wrong decision, it seems, that everyone else is managing those dry tyres. But I'm surprised to see that's Bishop, but definitely a potential track cut there. Surprised to see how much battling there is early on. I really thought guys would be a lot more conservative, given the fact that there's a single dry line. You're trying to preserve your tyres, but we're seeing, look, even behind there in the background, Mateusz Schlatke going up against the Team 1 the FF car. They're sharing their track, and that's good pass there at the end of the St Andrews Cross on the decals there on the back, which is nice to see for the Team Shazoo GT Omega car. But I'm actually surprised to see how much offline driving there is, given the fact that we're already seeing now. Look how different it is, John. Now this lap compared to even last lap in terms of that dry line, it's like day and night on the left and right. You can see clearly where the dry line is.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the dry line forming, of course, with the track temperature being 24 degrees. It's quite warm, so a lot of the water is going to essentially evaporate. Of course, the cars are going to be kicking up most of the water into the atmosphere as well. So the dry line being very quickly formed here. And I don't think Veloce kind of anticipated this when they took the wet tyre off the start. Although interesting to note, now Veloce of course have come into the pits. What you've got to remember is, although they're very far out of sync, they've essentially done an extra pit stop. They're all the way down in P42, and car number 26 has also taken to the pit lane on that one, so possibly another car struggling on those wet tyres. But now they're going to have a bucket load of clean air, Kevin. We said, you know, on the grid when the cars started coming in to their formation lap, that of course track position is going to be key, and while you've got all these packs jammed together, you know, look at the train of cars going down towards turn 10. Everybody is going to be holding somebody up, whether it be in dirty air, battling side by side, moving offline, losing tyre temperature, whereas the Veloce car has free reign of the track ahead of them until they catch the back of the pack. So if a lot of drivers, you know, decide to pit early, Veloce could essentially jump themselves up through the line, as Nicholas Huben for the Unicorns of Love sim racing car takes the fastest lap of the race so far. 7 hours and 52 minutes to go, and it's looking very close at the front already. I was expecting a couple of cars to, you know, kind of streak away from each other, but definitely all is fair as the Ferrari now takes a sniff at the back of this SOP Esports racing car. Just can't find that straight line speed. Look to the left, looks to the right as we ride on board with the Moser Racing cockpit cam now coming down to the bus stop. We see the SOP car ahead much later on the brakes. We know the BMW is much more stable over the curbs. Just look at the gap it's pulled already through the bus stop on the Ferrari. You saw the amount of bounce the Ferrari had, and hits a wet patch possibly on the bank in the Ren Velton car. Big arm for the opposite lock and a load of time lost there.
I wonder, is that the same patch that we saw Bischoff hit earlier on the inside, which forced him to go wide in that corner and almost ended up in a massive accident earlier on. Just coming back to the Veloce Esports car, John, in fairness to you, you are ever the optimist. I get a sense that you perhaps may have been involved in an early incident yourself, because that's what I'd be telling my teammates anyway. I'd be saying to them, look, don't worry about it. Look, we're out of pit stops, we're out of the pit stop thing, but we have loads of free track. Just get the head down, and you never know what might happen. But really, at this level, it's going to be very, very difficult, isn't it, Christian, for them to try and make any sort of headway in this race. It was such a difficult decision, though, for all of these teams.
Honestly, you were speaking about the gaps. You can see here, in fact, the gap, how close it is. The whole field, for a brief moment, the whole, well, not the whole field, but there were 25 cars, and not one of them was more than a second further than the one in front, as Niklas Huben goes with a 1:46.3. Obviously the time is going to be lower and lower on the stopwatch, but now you can see behind, I think there is an overtake ongoing. It's Offerman and Schneckwaberger, the two Mercedes driver, one on the inside, the other on the side. It's a 55. Oh, there's a contact, and I think the 595 is now off. I think he lost a couple of seconds. I think so, yeah, definitely. Oh, you can see here from Replay Glorious what really happened between the two drivers. You can see the blue and white Mercedes on the inside, the little contact, because the curb is effectively, I think the curb is still wet, and the car just went away the very second the curb was there. Martin Bischoff is now on the outside of the Ferrari number 71. And the Kramer Racing Esports is now... No, it's not. He is not. He's still side by side with the Ferrari. He backs out? No, possibly it's just the Ferrari that was very powerful on exit. And now you can see the Porsche that gains the position number 5 on the Ferrari. And it's not over yet. It's definitely not over. You can see Pischman is not there to say that it's over. Position number 6 is not enough for the Ren Velton Esport. On the inside, they still are. The Ferrari behind has to stay behind and wait for the Ferrari in front. So the Ferrari duo has to wait behind a Porsche. It's going to be the Porsche. I think the Porsche made the overtake on the very perfect spot, because in this very section, until, well, it's going to be half of the length of the track before the Porsche gets into a straight line, and now you can see the Porsche how much the traction gave them. I think it's about 4/10. No, yes, it's actually 4/10 in just a matter of a single sector. Meanwhile, Hans Hacker, while we go in the Monza cockpit cam, you can see how close the team is to the Honda in front, and it's Delphant that was starting on pole.
And to be fair, sorry, just to jump in there, ahead of him again, Nick Hubin. He's now an 8-10 gap, so he's just edging away slowly and slowly, because the Italian job, that is Eric Delphante in the 179 car. He is having to keep an eye on his mirrors at all times. Nick Hubin doesn't have that problem, so he can just focus on his own line. But obviously, Tabanzaka Hacker all over the back of him. And guys, top 5, we have a Merc, a Honda, a Ferrari, a Beamer, and a Porsche.
Yeah, super balanced BOP here at Watkins Glen. Of course, any manufacturer at the moment has a sniff at the title contention, as it's very, very competitive. As Malinowski, there we go, talking about it earlier, Kevin, fastest lap of the race so far, smashing Nicholas Hubin's lap out of the water there by a good 3/10. So Hubin's going to be super fired up to try and beat that one and claim it back, as the track status has now gone to fast. So in theory, curbs should now be a lot drier. Drivers should be able to push that limit a little bit more on that one as well. And great avoidance from this car earlier on. The F1 memes racing Ferrari on the outside there of turn 8. Round the outside he goes. Of course, the great nature of Watkins Glen as well, with the pass we were talking about with Bischoff earlier, the switchback nature of the circuit. So you get the outside line in one corner, the next corner you could be on the inside, and there's loads of potential as well for taking that wider line, that later apex, as Nicholas Hubin smashes back a response time to Malinowski. So I think these guys are going to be trading fastest laps for a little longer.
The track is definitely getting better and better as the time passes, and the amount of overtakes that are happening is astonishing. You can see here is Matthew Hadley in the Team Shazoo GT Omega on the Ferrari, trying the inside on the Porsche number 144, being driven by Niklas Arke for the Team 1FF. You can see from the helicam here the Ferrari on the inside still is side by side between the two drivers. This is for 16th position, but as always, every position counts in this championship, and now the Ferrari is in front into the bus stop. Unfortunately, the Porsche can't really do much about the speed difference. Meanwhile, there is a Ferrari going wide. I think it's Sonstev. Yes, it's definitely Sonstev. He went wide after the bus stop, possibly a bit of an off-track without too many issues. But now in front, there is the battle for third. You can see now Malinowski, 44.2. Obviously, they are setting fastest and fastest laps. But the problem is that they are in just 41st position. They weren't the only one with the wet tires at the beginning. There were other two drivers. It was the 26 BMW and the 256 Ferrari that were on wet tires at the beginning, and that strategy didn't pay off, obviously, because the track is now bone dry. It's now fast conditions, and it's going to be, I think, 20 minutes maybe to have an optimum track, but I'm not entirely sure. It is 43 drivers, so I guess 15 to 20 minutes is going to be the optimum line is going to happen. Meanwhile, in 11th place, it's a battle again between Ferrari, as Sotal makes the fastest lap of the race, and it's side by side between the two drivers. You can see from the helicam here, it's not really side by side yet, and the Ferrari stays behind.
Yes, that's the only problem. Sorry, go on, Kevin.
Sorry, John.
Sorry.
That was, and I'm just looking down the timing tree, and another issue for the Warhammer Racing. That is the Alexei Sonstev. It looks like he might be having issues. I wonder, did he stick with the wets? Is he starting to lose grip now in that 97 Ferrari? Because all I'm seeing is those warning. You can see on the left-hand side of that timing tree that warning sign popping up again and again. That's track limit violations, which means that he's struggling to try and keep it between those white lines here. So that will be one to watch to see if they can keep on the back of that Team 1FF car. As we go back now to the battle for 5th, this is Tim Pichman all over the back of Marco Bischoff. And Bischoff, obviously, as we saw, completed that move earlier on in the last lap. But look at the queue behind him, an absolutely enormous queue. And he's 2 seconds up the road, or down the road from Luke Southall in 4th place. So he is holding up the traffic here. He is the roadblock. And it'll be interesting to see whether he can get closer to Southall, or whether we see that number 71 Ferrari get a little bit more aggressive and start to force its way through with all that traffic behind it. Just look at it, John.
Yeah, this is the only problem you get, Kevin, with, of course, pack racing. If you make a slight mistake, your opponent shoehorns open the door on you. You're not only going to lose one position to Ren Velton, you're probably going to see Visceral go through, West Competition in your mirrors, Low Fuel Motorsport trying to make a gain in positions as well. So it's super, super close, and we can already see there the Pulse Simsport car weaving offline to try and break the toe. The SOP car coming up the inside of the Italian job car into turn 1, although no move to be had. But if you focus on your corner exit, you can of course get a much better line all the way up through turns 2, 3 and 4 towards the bus stop, and then maybe make a move stick there. I'm wondering if the Pulse Simsport car may be working together a little bit with SOP, possibly weaving out of the toe to try and break the Honda slipstream and allow the BMW a little bit of an advantage onto the back. But you can just see how fast the Honda is in a straight line, even with the slipstream closing right up on the back of the Ferrari. All 3 cars through the bus stop very safely. We know the bus stop can be one of those corners where you kiss a curve slightly wrong and you end up firing yourself offline completely and then losing a heap of positions. But this train here, you see Bischoff there, is just so much better through the kind of first and middle sectors. But then we see Barrier around the outside now on the Prime Esport, the Prime E-Race. No, the Sim RC community car. Sorry, 2 very similar livery cars there catching me completely out. And Barrier is not going to want to be held up by Lucas Road. He's going to want to be trying to get a move going and catch the back of the train ahead so he can kind of slingshot his way up through the grid. But it's going to be a very tough stint ahead for Barrier with so much traffic ahead of him. It's not going to be an easy one to do, Kevin.
No, most certainly not. Will be a tricky one to perform, because now we're getting to the point where the track is relatively dry now. We can see it drying up right across the track, and you know, you're kind of in a slipstream train here now, where you're finding it difficult to try and find an opportunity for a clean pass, because as you say, with the pack racing, there's jeopardy on both sides. Obviously the defending car, if he does get overtaken, he goes back through the pack, but if you're an attacking car and you get it wrong, all of a sudden, you know, you've lost 6 places trying to go for 1. So as I just see Manisha now making that, there seems to be an issue there for Chaudakis, one of the in the Greek Porsche car. That's contact there with the 41 and the 44. Team 1 FF strong arming their way through. We'll have to have a look at that again, but it has certainly no short of the tactics. As we see now, that is 17th place on them. That battle was continuing. I was hoping to have a look at it, but there was contact there in T1 between the two. Yeah, that's on the margins. Let's see what the stewards have to say about it, John.
Yeah, stewards, of course, going to be casting their eye over this race, and it's given Sonchev a great run all the way up to the bus stop in the Ferrari.
Oh, Sonchev is off!
Sonchev off. Warhammer Racing off to driver's right. Not sure what happened there. Hopefully we can get a glorious replay, and we can indeed. So 3 into 1, Kevin. This just isn't going to work. The Porsche on the inside backs out. Another Porsche Team 1 FF, I believe, getting involved there, and Warhammer Racing being the biggest loser. And just look at the stream of cars that's going past. Traction Control doing that weird thing where it suddenly turns itself off and you end up facing completely the wrong way, all the way down into P29 for Warhammer Racing. Massive loss
position
there.
Lost in just a contact. Obviously, 3 wide into the bus stop is just not an idea to not even think about. It's absolutely the worst thing to do in this situation, even because the track is not optimum, it's just fast. And you can't really do the usual approach you do on turns, even because the bus stop, the curbs on the bus stop are slightly more taller than the track itself. So basically you tend to jump it. And the Ferrari was clearly on the front side of the track in that moment, because you tend to do the bus stop from the inside, so from the right side of the track, and they were on the outside, so the left part. Simply was a perfect recipe for disaster.
Christian, I think they're after pitting. I think the Warhammer 97, they're falling down through the rankings. I wonder, have they pitted? I wonder, do they have damage here? That could be their race done and dusted early on, the 97 Warhammer racing car, because they are way down the timing tables now.
While there is a nearly side-by-side situation there I was looking at. Sorry, tell me the number exactly, because I can't find them here. Which number are
it's the Warhammer number 97.
Oh, there's been an incident! Oh, major incident on the bus stop! It's a huge one with Fiala being in the middle of everything. You can see here with the glorious replay what exactly happened. You can see from here there is it was Fiala just going straight apparently, and then being in a sitting duck in the middle of the bus stop with everyone coming close to them. There is also a BMW being tipped by the Audi. I don't exactly know what happened there. I think the Audi simply destroyed itself over the barriers, and I'm not really sure what happened, because unfortunately we just saw the very final part, and now the Williams eSport car is basically last, except for the drivers that went into the pits.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of damage there. That is an expensive accident through the bus stop. The Williams eSports car was the first that we saw offline, although I suspect there might have been some shenanigans beforehand. But John, as we say, we were talking about 3 into 1 and how narrow that part of the track is. That also applies if you're, there was a one stage a BMW came across the Williams, parked right across the middle of the racing line, and really at that point there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as you have a yellow flag, it's very tricky to determine where to place your car and how hot to go in. But Williams, for some reason, smashing into the orange kind of anti-cut boards on the bus stop and finding itself just that sitting duck. And of course, I believe one of the eSports car, one of the BMWs getting involved in that one as well. So we're going to have to see who that was. And Team Racing Point being the other one involved. Big front end damage for the all-Italian squad there. That's going to be detrimental to their championship attempt. And Williams eSports also slowing down for the pit lane. Fiala coming in now down the lane as well. So probably some expensive repairs, like you say, Kevin, as Malinowski takes the fastest lap. But these guys are going to be way out of sync, and we're going to have to keep an eye on how long they do spend in the pit lane. But the problem with these esports races is everybody is racing to such a high caliber that if you have one big accident like this can completely offset you, and it's going to be so hard just to make up any kind of position with the field being this competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was actually Simonietti was the one that came across the marooned Williams eSports car of Wojciech Fiala in the bus stop. But just a reminder of those of you who are new to this series, there is 100%. So the max amount of points you can get for finishing first is 200 points. That's 100 points for finishing and 100 points for participating and finishing. So 1 second, Christian, let me finish. Just to remind you that obviously a lot of these cars, while they're quite a bit down in the standings, they still can pick up at least 101 points by finishing last. So it is important to keep going to finish the race, because for these guys, even though their chances of finishing P1 are over, they can still pick up some very useful points later on in the championship. Sorry, Christian.
No, sorry, I thought it was muted. It wasn't made on purpose. But yeah, while I said that it wasn't the Italian team fault, theoretically there is another thing there. No, it's not. But as I said, while I thought I was muted. Basically, it was the number 41. I think I have the replay just here for you to look at. You can see with the glorious instant replay. As you can see, side by side with the number 41. And then it's the same situation. It's been tapped by the rear and just went completely onto the barrier without further ado. So it wasn't their fault altogether. It was a car being involved. So I think we will see some penalty after a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. Sorry, John, just and you might pick up on this as well, but it was actually the barrier on the inside caused all that hassle, because if Fiala hadn't clipped the barrier on the inside, he probably would have been able to regain some control and try and get it back online. But once the rear hit that inside barrier, he was just a sitting duck.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that anti-cut board essentially moved in game, maybe gave the car a little bit of damage, he probably could have bounced over the grass and kind of continued on his way. And then the eSports car would have obviously not had an Audi suddenly in the middle of the bus stop. So the board causing more trouble, but it's just very unaware driving, should we say. We have things in game like the radar. We have, some teams even employ spotters. Their teammates act as spotters to say, You know, car alongside, be careful. Car ahead, you know, parked in the middle of the tracks. We see a move here for the low fuel motorsports car on Visceral Esports. Ferrari on Ferrari action into turn one. Shoehorn opening the door on the inside. Visceral Esports runs wide. Flash of the headlights there to say, I'm a little bit upset about that move. So we'll see if stewards will act upon that one. But Schaefer now going to have to go on the defensive into the bus stop. Hopefully we won't see a repeat of the Williams car. And now we see the Aston trying to get involved as well. So Schaefer having to go defensive on two cars. Visceral slots back in the middle, but compromises its run through the bus stop, and Ren Velton off ahead as well.
Something happened to the Ren Velton car, and I don't know if it was just going wide. We can see from the replay instantly what happened here. You can see from the camera. Oh, it's a bit of a bump on the curb. Second bump on the curb, just completely off, and the rear is on the barrier. And now they are in 14th place, all the way down the grid, just because of going slightly wide on exit, losing 5 positions on the 71 car, plus damages that have to be put into effective calculations in your pit, because here you can see how close all the drivers are. You can see the Ferrari on the inside. Again, it's Valentin Barrier for the Yassit Esport going with Manisha on the Armamentario Ferrari in the 121 car, but you can see the whole pack is very close, and just 5 seconds of damage may give you, well, honestly, 5 seconds here there are, I think, 8 drivers, so a lot of position being lost.
Yeah, and it's not just the damage repairs, it's the pit entry, it's the being out of sync, it's everything that comes along with it. Yeah, that initial incident with the Williams Esports was just clumsy, really clumsy driving, coming up the inside and clipping, and it's just, we talk about the high standard of driving here. You know, I mean, it's such a strange one. We see it in real world racing as well, but it's just, guys are so precise when it comes to driving around here that it almost beggars belief that they could then be so clumsy in traffic. As Mateusz Watkins comes out to try and make a move down the inside, and again it's just sticking their nose in where probably it shouldn't be, but obviously putting the Prime E Racing car a little bit off there in the number 77 AMG GT3. But yeah, just really clumsy and unnecessary incident that has ruined quite a lot of people's races. So I would expect the stewards to not look favourably on that one. But I'm quite surprised, John, just the level of attrition in this race early on, and the amount of kind of dooring. I mean, we've already seen 2 incidents where essentially a car has pretty much doored another one to get through T1 into the next place. I don't know what the stewards are going to make of that. Is that going to be seen as clean racing? Are they side by side, or, you know, I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see how aggressive these guys are, considering, as you can see on the time ticking away, we're not even a 16th into the race.
Yeah, we've still got a long way to go, Kevin. Of course, just over 7.5 hours still to go, and these guys racing like they've only got half an hour to go. Like you say, the level of attrition, it's crazy to see, obviously, how kind of aggressive these esports guys are. And we now see a race control decision popping up there for an incident involving the 179, the Italian job, and the 75 Veloce in lap 2, turn 8. Penalty for the 75 Veloce car for 5 seconds for forcing another car off track. So just as you were saying there, Kevin, of course, Stewart's not going to be looking favourably on this one. Another incident here between the 81 and the 595. We saw that earlier. The white and blue Mercedes opening the door essentially into turn 1. Stewards looking into that as well. So stewards are going to be casting their eye over everybody today, and there's probably going to be a few results that don't go in people's favour. And of course, if you shoehorn open the door on somebody and, you know, end up picking up a 5-second penalty for saving all of essentially a second by not sitting behind him, it's, you know, it's very crazy to think how aggressive, like you say, these guys are this early on. As we see a move there from the Armamentario car on Visceral Esports, nearly making it 3 wide with the Yassit car. I think Valentin Barrier thinking, I'm going to stay back here, I'm going to let you guys fight this one out, and I'm going to clean up any positions that we get. And Visceral Esports bumped in the back by the Armamentario car. Valentin Barrier now closing right up upon this, and this is the thing with, you know, one make championships, let's say 3 Ferraris in a row. What gives your car the advantage over the 2 ahead of you?
Well, not crashing would be a start anyway, John. I think, to be fair, but there's some fairly clumsy stuff going on there as well. Sorry, Christian, I'm going to throw to you in a second, but just coming back to that spaghetti racing incident, I would be very interested to see what the stewards make of that, because that will set a precedent for the rest of this race, because we see turn one being a very likely overtaking opportunity. But again, that curve on the inside could be quite tricky. You could see cars being spat out a little bit wider than the initial line that they initially take. So I suspect turn one we could see more incidents like that, and then that spaghetti racing incident will probably most likely set the precedent, as that Yassi car and Barrier going deep, just about keeping it in line. Sorry, Christian.
I think when you said that there are 3 Ferrari, what changes between them? Among them is the Ferrari, is the driver, not the Ferrari, because effectively it's the same car, same situation in the sim, and the setup obviously, but mostly I think the driver is the variable here. Meanwhile, Manisha, speaking of driver, is going to try. Meanwhile, behind there is also maybe some contact between the Mercedes and the McLaren. There's definitely some contact between the Mercedes and the McLaren, with the Williams eSport out in the middle. It was the team Shazoo and the Prime Racing making some contact in the bus stop. Seems like the bus stop chicane this afternoon, sorry, is quite... Oh, another contact between the Ferraris. This Ferrari sandwich is astonishing. The drivers here, as I was saying, the variable is driver. I think they are all very angry at each other, because all of 3 want to be in front of the other. It's just that all of 3 have the same pace, basically. Looking at the lap times, best time for all 3 of them was very close, with just a tenth of difference. 44.5 for Barrier, 44.5 for Manisha, low 44.6 for Miguel Reno Ricky. And this means that all 3 drivers are astonishingly the same in terms of pace, and just that all of them want to be in front of the other. And they are getting very aggressive as the time passes, but I'm not understanding why they are so aggressive, considering there are 7 hours and more to go. And even behind you can see the camera just went away at the very last, but I think it was, unless it was the Williams eSport, I think it was the Williams, but you can see now the Ferrari maybe trying the side by side into turn 1, and this Barrier goes into the inside. Manisha has to go behind it. It's off track. That's definitely an off track, maybe track limit violation, but the position is on their hands for now, as Barrier is just in front of Manisha.
I have to say, I don't really understand any of this from any of these 3 guys. With 7.5 hours left, you still have an opportunity to save quite a bit of fuel here, as we see more. Is that bump drafting? It looks like it down the back straight between the Yassi car and the number 77 behind them of Schwanke. But I don't get it. Why not do the smart thing? I mean, if I was Manisha in that circumstance, I'd almost be backing off and say, okay, well, if you're that keen on overtaking me, off you go then. Stop punting me in the back, or at least touching me in the back. I'm going to leave you go ahead. I'm going to stay behind you. I'm going to lift and coast into corners. I'm going to save my fuel. I'm going to save my tyres, and then we'll see who comes out in front of the pit stop. Instead of you see Manisha making a slight mistake there out of turn 9. The left-hand hairpin, and as we begin sector 3, going wide on that, and you just wonder, why put yourself under that pressure? Why not just say, right, we have 7.5 hours left, I'm going to stay in behind you, I'm not going to attack, as we see blue flags already out on course now for some of those cars that were involved in the earlier incident. But I just none of it makes sense to me, guys. I just don't understand why you would destroy your tyres. You know, probably doesn't help your fuel saving, and also gives a huge potential of you causing a big accident and ending your race when you still have this long left.
Yeah, that's it. I'd be the exact same, Kevin, at the moment. I'd be calling it a day and saying, you know what, you guys crack on, I'll wait. As we see Kladky now getting up the inside of the Prime E-Racing Mercedes into turn 1. No contact there, so kind of textbook move on how you want to do it. And meanwhile, the pack still continues. Visceral Esports now losing out to Valentin Barrier. Armamentario around the outside, maybe a little rub. Very close to the Armco on the outside there. Just about managed to squeeze through. And Armamentario now looking to try and make up another position on the Yassi. Meanwhile, Williams Esports, look at those guys up the inside. No fear from Rodriguez on that car, splitting the fight. He's no obligation, of course, to stay out their way. He can try and fight back if he wants to. All he can't do is obviously make defensive moves on the car behind, so keep your eye on that Williams Audi, but that's going to be a car that's going to be making up some positions. And now Barrier with a big armful of opposite lock coming down into turn 6. It's going to detriment his exit out of 6 towards 7, and Almamataro might be looking to make a move here, but not getting a clean enough run to make it stick. And we now see a result from the 81 and the 595. Penalty for 595, 20 seconds, Kevin. You said they'd be made an example of, and I think they have been.
Well, that was going to be the precedent for the rest of the race, and the stewards have been very clear. We will not accept any nonsense down the inside of turn 1. If you're going to do it in turn 1, you have to do it cleanly, otherwise you're getting a 20-second penalty. It's a strong one from the stewards, but I suppose they want to make sure that we don't see dooring, or we don't see kind of strong arming your way through T1 as a legitimate passing opportunity. So if you're going to do it in T1, not necessarily, there doesn't have to be any contact, but really you have to be doing your absolute best. You can't just bump somebody out of the way and take the racing line, as we see Manisha now going back around the outside here on the ass heat of Barrier. He holds the inside, and they're managed to get away with it. I think Manisha was just trying to make himself as big as he can, put himself as a present in Barrier's mirrors. But to be fair to the Frenchman, and a long time RCI League racer, we've commentated on quite some time, he's normally up the front of the field, and we see there again bump drafting taking place, Christian.
It's astonishing to see the bump draft into the Williams Esports again splits the field, and behind is Miguel Reno losing the position with a Ferrari. Little touch between the two drivers. They both go drifting in a bus stop chicane. Astonishingly, they keep the momentum in a perfect way. The Williams Esports is just in the middle. I think they want to be as fast as possible, and they are not really giving anything to the opponents. And meanwhile, the position now, it's an incident between 76 CMRC Endurance Team and the 121. Lap 9, turn 5 under investigation. But I think the incident we were... Oh, there is a Ferrari there defending against Rode in the 76 CMRC, speaking of which. And now in the inside they go, and it's position number 7 being obtained. But I think the incident you were talking about, wasn't it turn 10, not turn 1? Wasn't... I was looking at it. I think it was turn 10, maybe.
I thought the spaghetti one was in turn 1, unless I've seen it wrong, in which case I'm happy to accept any. You feel free to write it in post. That's what I'm saying. You could post it to I don't know, what am I saying? Low Fuel Motorsports, and I'm sure they'll send it on to me at some point. Again, just going back to that incident, this is the Team Suzuki to Omega McLaren that's been involved in a number of incidents in the bus stop, finding it very difficult. He's going for a move down the inside here now of Rally Sports car. And again, a little bit of contact between the two, and again, it's like a carbon copy we see down the inside, door-to-door action, and the car on the inside ends up making that work. And then now Visceral has dropped back to P13 because Unicorns and Friends have said thank you very much, and now Prime E Racing are saying, well, that's great, now we'll get involved too, as we go almost 4 in line going down towards the chicane again. And also, lads, the Williams Esports car, that is a very dangerous game that they're playing as a lapped car, to be getting stuck in like that. If that goes wrong for them, that could mean serious consequences. So they've managed to make it stick thus far. I'm sure they feel like they're faster than a lot of the cars that are out there, but John, dangerous game that Williams Esports are playing.
Very dangerous game, Kevin, I would say, at the moment. Of course, they're wanting to make up as much ground as they can, although you've got to do it safely and you've got to do it very wisely so you don't upset anybody on the lead lap and, of course, affect their race. But getting involved that much in the bus stop where they were stung less than, 5 laps ago with a big incident, it's not really good. I mean, if I was the Williams manager, I'd be having absolute kittens at this point watching that car circulate round and round. And just looking to the weather in the top right hand side of your screen, I just want to draw your attention to 30 minutes time. We're expecting some rain, so what you see now is about to get thrown all up in the air when the heavens open once again here.
It's a big problem.
Sorry, Kirsten, go ahead.
It's a big problem because 30 minutes from now, it's 10 minutes past the 7-hour clock, and they have a 65-minute timer. You understand where the problem is?
Though, who pitted early? Veloce.
Well,
maybe.
You guys read my mind. I was just about to make that exact point. and any of the cars that were involved in that earlier accident will have a chance to make up points again. So maybe, John, your optimism was well founded for that, as West Competition are allowed into P5 by Kramer Racing, who just say, okay guys, if you want to go ahead, you go ahead, and we will follow. But yeah, that is exactly the point I was going to make. Perhaps that Veloce Esports car, that might be a blessing in disguise for them, because we don't know how long that rain is going to last. That might prove to a huge advantage to them, because if that rain stops again in future out of sync with the pit timings, they might again benefit. So we'll have to wait and see as we continue for this battle for P9. Yas Heat with Barrier ahead of Armamentario car, both Ferraris, as we say, and very, very similar lap times. I'm just looking at the Visceral Esports now. They're a good bit down as we go on board now with the number excuse me, the
121.
number 10, sorry, P10 of 121. That's Manisha on board as we go through lap 1. But yeah, it is a battle that I think now things have settled. Maybe team managers have been in touch to say, let's just think about this, guys. We have quite a lot of time left in this race, because it's 40 minutes in, but it has felt very much like, and I know they say the old cliche of an endurance racing being an hour, an 8-hour long sprint races, which I think is a load of nonsense, to be honest. But the guys that are racing here are certainly taking that mantra to its very fullest. I hope to see maybe a little less aggression as we get towards the mid part of this race.
Now the Italian job car is really on the verge of losing the podium. They started on pole, remember, and now the SOP car is there with a glorious pink that is going to overtake maybe the gold, I think it is the color, of the number 179, being driven by the Italian job, Eric Del Fante, so full Italian team lineup, trying to be overtaken by the 100 just behind. Is now a 10th the difference between the two drivers. In terms of best, the BMW has a best lap, 44.3 for Sutal in the SOP car, in the BMW number 100, and the British is, in terms of best lap, a 10th faster than Del Fante with a 44.4. Remember that the fastest lap of the race is an astonishing 44.0, with Huben still pressuring the stopwatch basically into the 43, but can't really go on it because last time was a 44.1 and the last laps behind the last one are on that level. In fact, they have a 3.3 seconds in front of the 52 Ferrari and a 7.5 difference to Del Fante in third place. So I think the 14 is really finding the perfect spot to race on. While in P3 there is a bit of a fight. Looks like look at the the last 3 laps, sorry. Sutal made a 7.5 and 0.3 as Wojtek Fiala goes in the 44.0 flat. The 43 can't really happen for now. It's so close. But Del Fante, 0.7, 0.6, 0.6. You can see the 10th are not exactly the same. But Sutal has a tiny bit more in the laps earlier. Now he has to stay behind the Italian and basically go with his pace until you can find the weak point to overtake him. Meanwhile, again the bus stop chicane while we go in the Mosa Racing cockpit cam. You can see the 121 Manisha still behind Barrier. Now the roller inverted because Barrier was very close to the Ferrari in front, and now he has to defend against this Ferrari here, and the battle is going on, I think, since lap what, number 3? Number 4 maybe? I don't know. It's a
battle going on for quite a while now. The Ferraris, of course, locked, kind of split at the diffuser, shall we say. Barrier not giving an inch to the Armamentario car, and of course the steward's decision overhanging that one on an incident earlier on. So Manisha might find himself with a penalty sometime soon. But looking down the left-hand side of the timing board there, Ferrari, looking at them, P8 to P13, solidly blocked in Ferrari, the highest one being the Pulse Simsport car, currently in P2. So Ferrari maybe not the car to have at the moment in the dry conditions, although when the rain starts coming down, I'm going to be interested to see how that one goes, as Mabix is now looking to the back of the West Competition racing car. Let him through earlier on in the bus stop, as you said, Kevin, kind of said, I'm not getting involved in this. On you go. See you later. Let's tow each other around. And I'm wondering if Mavix is going to be, towing himself around essentially with the back of the West competition racing car as Fiala now tickles into the 43s, Christian. You said you weren't going to see it, but Fiala is a man on a mission at the moment in the Williams Esports car, trying to gain back everything they had. It's not Fiala, sorry, it's Rodriguez in the car. And looking towards their pit stop timer from the incident, 2 minutes 51 they spent stationary. Nearly lost 3 minutes of time, so they are on a mad comeback mission today.
I think at this point they are just aiming for effectively the fastest lap, I think, considering the position where they are.
Well, I suppose, look, they're 2 laps behind, but given the sort of attrition we've already seen, I mean, all you can do is keep going, keep slamming in as best laps you can, and hope that you can force an error. I mean, maybe that's why they were trying to get involved. Maybe they were hoping to put somebody off. Another person off the track means one car that could be down towards you. So, to be fair to Rodriguez, he's extremely aggressive in the pack, and he is very, very quick in open air. It is one where, look, you've just got to try and keep going from Williams Esports point of view, and just hope that over time, with nutrition, with people making mistakes, with incidents, particularly later on in the race, you'll have a time to get some of those places back on. Now we're on board with the number 47, Yeet Esports, with Siguilentes. He is pulling 45s, 145.5 the last lap here from him. That's a good 1.3 seconds off the leader's pace. And he has a whole pile of cars behind him looking to snip at his heels, as we see a move there potentially by the TSR Sports car, but not going to happen on the Verstappen Motorsports. Not Verstappen, although I imagine people make that mistake all the time. It's the Verstappen Motorsports as Christoph Glen. Now you can see that battle ongoing as we look across that rear wing, should I say, of the Audi RS3. As flashing in behind him, that is lightning up here in upstate New York. That is indeed the front headlights of what could potentially be a BMW M4 behind. But just to show you, John, like, I mean, we're looking at the front as we intend to do in these races, of course, but there's still ferocious battling down the back, and in an 8 race calendar, as that's Southall looking to make a move on the Italian job. Sorry, John, you go ahead.
Yeah, so Italian job to the outside, SOP on the inside, clean move there through shoot of turn 6, now turn 7. All Luke Southall's got to do is keep that Honda behind him for a few corners and then stretch the legs of that BMW. And it looks like the Italian job car definitely a lot quicker on the straights. You see how much it kind of gained there just off the corner, but then Southall gaining that little bit more down into turn 8 they go. Of course, downhill braking zone, no move to be had, no late lunge there, but Luke Southall, no stranger to pressure. We saw him just a couple of weeks ago racing for the Samantha Tan esports team in the RCI 6 Hours challenge series as well, and a superb performance from himself there. So he is no stranger to battling these big boys, but this time under the SOP Motorsports banner, and I think he's done just enough to fend off that Honda towards the start finish line. If he gets a clean run down the main straight through turn 1, he's going to essentially break the toe of the Honda, and the Honda's going to be just out of slipstream range, so isn't going to be able to do anything. But look in the background, Kevin, we got West Competition Racing and Kramer Esports now coming together, and they're kind of pushing themselves, should we say, across to the back as we see a race control incident pop up.
Yeah, that is, again, that's another incident in turn 1. That's the low fuel motorsport car on the Visceral Esports going down the inside, and a bit of contact between those two. As we say, we've seen quite a few of these incidents already in turn 1, so it'd be interesting to see how the penalties are applied for that one. Sebastian Apostel trying to keep him off, but there's Mateusz Chodki. He's had a very, very busy race, and he's had a number of incidents. Bus stop. Could this be another one? That's the Yas Heat Sports going on the inside. Or sorry, it's the could I get it out of my mouth? The Aramanariento car of Ita Manisha getting down the inside there. But again, it's difficult. It is a difficult situation, those situations, Christian, especially going into the bus stop, because when you have the two of you, one of you has the overdraft, but if one of you is ahead, if both of you lift, it's
the third is awful.
Speaking of, there's Visceral Esports. That's Jeffrey Ritchie going off. I'm not sure what happened there, but he contact with the Prime E Racing in front, and that is quite a bit of contact right into the barrier there, Christian.
I think that's a car, but yes, that's a car. We can see the suspension going up and down and sending the Ferrari over the barrier, and I think now the race is I won't say over, but now the number 44 Ferrari is in terrible conditions in the front and the side of the car, and I think they have to stop. You can see now in 16th, and that will become quickly 17th place. It was a very odd situation that you saw the suspension on the right rear tire basically clipping into the curb. Seems like a very odd incident, that's for sure. They don't go into the pit stop. It seems like they want to continue, possibly knowing the rain is coming, so possibly they are just hoping the damage is not too much, as now number 44 is being overtaken by Florence in... Oh no, it was a lapped car. Oh, okay, it was a lapped BMW, sorry. And it's going to be quite... It does mean definitely an odd incident. They were 7th, now they're in 17th, and it will be interesting to see the time they will do. Speaking of times, in front, the battle that was happening in, between Sotal and Elfante slowed down the Italian massively. Now Sotal made at 44.2 and Elfante is slowing down. You can see 45.4 the time made during the battle, and now you can see Apostle, his times 44.452. They are getting quicker and quicker and closer to the Italian job car. And I think quickly they have to look at the wing and at the mirrors, because you can see the two cars, the purple BMW and from West Competition Racing and the Kramer Racing Porsche are getting there. 44.2 has been the last for Apostle, 44.5 has been the last for Elfante. It's going to be interesting to see the last lap what it is going to be.
And John, we were talking about the Kramer Racing making that decision to say to the West Competition, okay, you go ahead, and now look, you stay in behind, he drags you up to the leaders, and all of a sudden now you're in a battle for third place or fourth place, as opposed to being in a battle for 56th.
Yeah, that's it. They could have, swapped positions numerous times over the last few laps in their own battle, but that would, of course, only slowed them down. So very heads-up driving from Bischoff there for the Kramer Esports car, of course, allowing Sebastian Apostle to go through and just say, you know what, on you go. You're going to use that big BMW to punch a giant hole in the air for this Porsche, and I'm just going to keep my top speed behind you, and we're going to work together to get to the back of the Italian job or the SOP Esports BMWs. We see a little bit of a slide there from Bischoff coming out of the bus stop chicane, breaking a little bit away now from the back of the West Competition Racing car. Of course, he had the very near miss with the Armco on the inside here on the opening lap when he hit a patch of standing water and dragged the Porsche off to driver's left. So very scary times for Bischoff. Could have been a lot further down the grid as we turn now to a glorious instant replay of a Ferrari doing its best rallycross impression. We see that really weird rear bump again, Kevin, over the curb that we saw with the Visceral Esports. The Ferrari gets air, it lands back down, and then the suspension just keeps rebounding itself back up and down until finally settling. So I don't think that's going to be the first time we see that type of Ferrari incident here today.
Yeah, not so glorious for Robin Schaefer there, that incident, and it is very interesting. I mean, particularly the earlier incident with the Argentinian Ricci, Miguel Ricci. Like, for him to come off the curb onto the grass and for the car to still be kind of, almost semi-porpoising and smacking that rear suspension against the tarmac, it's a very, very strange incident, I have to say. And again, we saw with Schaefer there, obviously those curbs are quite aggressive, but again, that kind of, it's a high impact rebounding off the back of that, as we see Axel Ramone being forced out of it there by the TMMS Performance car. That's Tiebken in that, Marvin Tiebken in the 50 BMW, holding him off there in the 27 Aston Martin. But yeah, it is something to keep an eye on. That kind of rear splitter seems to be getting an awful lot of punishment if cars go offline, and that bus stop, it looks like these guys make it look so easy. They make them look like the cars are on rails. As West Competition Racing now are going to try and think of a go down the Italian job. We're definitely off the pace a little bit here in the 179 Honda. Just a difference of manufacturers. Honda, obviously an unusual car to pick. Not too many Hondas in the grid. I think actually they are the only Honda in this grid, as that's Polyakov in the Anko Racing team into the barrier. That's off T1. No, it's not. It's through the bus stop. Again, that comes back to the point I was just making. Managed to avoid the barriers, though, in fairness to him. These guys make John, the barrier, or they make the bus stop look so simple, but especially with how cars react on the curbs in ACC, you only have to be a very, very small bit out, and you are just spat out into the barriers here at Upstate New York.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tricky section of corners. It looks very simple to the naked eye. You know, a quick right, a quick left, and another right. What could be more harder? Apparently, if you hit the curbs in the wrong way, it's definitely a very tricky corner to get right, as we saw there from Polyakov taking a trip over to driver's right. Did keep it out the wall, although going to have a horrible set of flat-spotted Pirellis on him at the moment, as Sebastian Apostel now finds himself still glued to the back of the Italian job car as they come up through turns 2, 3, and rounding into 4 towards what is essentially known as the back straight here at Watkins Glen. Just over 7 hours still to go, and these guys locked so close and looking to the outside. Sebastian Apostel, not sure if he saw a gap that he was going to go for, but maybe backed out a little bit. The BMW looking super planted over all of those curbs. The Honda, like you say, Kevin, a little bit of a different platform, of course, engine in the middle, BMW engine over the front axle. And I'm wondering if these guys have just treated their Pirelli tyres that little bit differently. It could be the fact that maybe Apostel overpressured his tyres, or sorry, underpressured his tyres at the beginning. They're now in that window, and the Italian job team maybe just overpressured theirs, and now they're way overpressured to cope with these dry conditions. As you see a race control decision there involving the number 15 Porsche Spinala car and the 27 BF Racing lap 4 turn 5 flashing up on your screen there. So not going to be good for either of those two guys. Williams Esports, you see bottom left hand side of your screen, still with the fastest lap of the race, so they are really on a mission. And Mabix, all the meanwhile, just looking to the back of West Competition. He might be thinking now, Kevin, why did I let West Competition Racing go again? Maybe I should try and make my way back through, and I'll have a stab at the Italian job car.
And I suppose they're all looking as well that weather coming into effect. If you're quick in the dry, you might begin to think, okay, I need to make up places now before the pit stop. I want to be into the pit box first. I want to make sure that I'm in first to get out first. The weather gods certainly haven't been kind to a lot of these cars as Alexei Sointsev starts to begin the comeback here for Warhammer Racing, who had quite a big off earlier on and have had faced a number of difficulties and penalties. The weather gods being not very kind to these drivers, because the drying, I mean, the chap, as we mentioned, as the lights were going green for the formation lap, the track state turned to damp, which meant not only did you have to find the right tyres, but you also, as you were mentioning there, John, get the right pressures, as Artem Manisha now trying to move on the low fuel motorsport. Looks slow there off T1. They're on the outside here, are the Armamentario car, but they're managing to get through anyway, just conceding the position to low fuel motorsport for the moment. But going back to the West competition racing, Sebastian Apostel, he's only 17, and I thought it was so interesting. Some of the teams here submitted some of the information to us, and this is the kind of thing that I love to see with sim racing. And Sebastian saying that he started with the F1 game, so presumably an F1 fan, as that looks like there could be a move now by the Kramer Esports Racing team. Are they going to concede it to the West competition? I don't think they'll have the run. I think West are going to take that into the middle section of the course here. But his favourite course is actually Kyalami, and he said that he'd only been kind of racing in ACC for the last number of years. So it's great to see these guys, I suppose, coming from an F1 background where they'd be so familiar with F1, but then really taking sports car racing to their heart. And you know, tracks like Kyalami or tracks like Watkins Glen that you don't get to see on the F1 calendar, or Sebring or Daytona, they're fantastic tracks in their own right, or Le Mans even, but you don't get to see it in the F1 calendar. So it's great to see some of these tracks kind of represented even on their calendar here at VEM across the season.
Obviously,
Yeah, definitely so. Sorry, go on, Christian.
Obviously, F1 games. Oh, that's Latke. That's Latke going wide. Oh, that's, I think, Dukrop. Dukrop is trying to get a position for the Pulsing Sport, for the Unicorn friend, sorry, in the number 4. But I think now it's a slipstream happening, and there is a double situation here where I can't really know where to go. I think I want to stay here for now. You can see on the outside there is the Ferrari in front going for the other Ferrari, while here using a Ferrari as a comparison tool is not useful because there are 4 Ferrari battling for 9 positions. So a Ferrari is going to be 9th either way. It's just the problem is understanding which team is going to be in 9th place for now. It's a low fuel motorsport. being driven in the 255 by Robin Schaffer, defending from Anisha in the 121 Armamentario, and behind there it is the team Shazoo GT Omega with Unicorns and Friends behind, driven by Florian Durkrop. And for now, this situation is astonishing because they are all lapping basically at the same time. 44.9, you can see here the laps being made, 44.4 and then a 0.9, and here it changed a lot, but the last lap was very much the same for all of them. They are all lapping in the IG 44, possibly being slowed down by Schaffer, so I think Schaffer is in this position, basically the wall that doesn't really let the other 3 drivers go away. Thing is that Barrier in front, Barrier that was very close to this pack of Ferrari, is now 2.2 seconds away, lapping 44.57 around there. You can see the times here, it's 0.2, 0.7, 0.7. And those 2.3 seconds are really hurting this group. Obviously, 2.3 seconds seems like nothing to everyone, normal. But for these drivers, 2 seconds are basically tons and tons of time being lost. Meanwhile, Apostle again, on this side on the bus stop chicane. And Italian Job has to stay behind, losing a lot of speed. And I think Bishop wants to pick the place number 5. It doesn't for a very little amount of meters, it doesn't, and even behind it's a huge mess of position here because it has all been shoved. You can see here with the glorious replay what exactly happened between them. You can see side by side into the bus stop chicane with Armamentario, and I think it was Manisha, yes it was. You can see side by side, and then the Shazoo GT Omega comes across, gains a position and leaves, I think it is Schaffer, effectively, no, yes it was Schaffer, leaves him in the back of Larky. So now the Low Fuel Motorsports is in 11th place, Manisha is in 1st in Armamentario, so now 2 of the 4 drivers are in front of the Low Fuel Motorsports. They have lost several attempts from Barrier, but possibly they will gain them all back by this overtake that happened, leaving Durkrop as the only Ferrari behind the Low Fuel Motorsport. But remember, it is 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and the rain is there, so now it's going to be interesting to see, as in fact Delfante goes picking off pit stop into the pit. Will they, well obviously, I think they will put wet tires. I think it's not like you go with dry.
I was seeing a wiper blade, I believe, on the Armamentario car going. Possibly the Pulse Simsport car, actually, the Unicorns of Love. There you go.
Yeah.
See the wiper there, left to right across the screen. So rain possibly in the air. Some drivers picking it up and some not. Whether or not they'll choose to take wet tyres this early on, of course, the track is still optimum. It's only a very light shower in 10 minutes, turning to a heavier shower in the next 30. So you want to keep your eye on the weather at the top right to see what happens in the next 30 minutes to really determine your tyre choice. Do you decide to struggle on with the dry tyres, or do you, of course, bung on some wet tyres, possibly ruin them in the opening few laps, but then kind of be on the right tyre at the right time in the grid? And just want to touch on the Armamentario car. It has picked up a 5-second penalty earlier on from one of the incidents from the steward, so 5 seconds to be had for them in the pit stop. So they're going to be costing themselves obviously valuable track time. They're going to go down the order essentially from everybody else, so all eyes on them to see where they come out after their pit stop as well. And just want to touch back on Sebastian Apostle. You said earlier he's only 17 years old. He may be very, very young, but the Romanian Endurance Karting Masters 21 and 22 seasons finished in P3. And I imagine that is a very competitive series, being a national Romanian series in his home country, and being only 17 years old and finishing P3. That's quite an achievement. So a lot of experience under the belt of this young man.
Absolutely, in that number 1 BMW that we just see pitting now. And I think really the further you can stretch your fuel, and this is why I was going back to all the nonsense earlier I couldn't understand, the further you can stretch your fuel, the more flexibility you give yourself, because as the rain begins to fall, you can kind of find that sweet spot where you can say, okay, it's starting to become wet now. Whereas I was quite surprised to see the Italian Job team pit so early. I thought that they would give themselves another lap or two to give them, if they had the fuel, of course, again coming down to fuel saving, to give themselves an opportunity to just say, okay, well, let's just see how quickly it falls, how heavily it falls, and how late can we put on those wet tires. Because of course, the later you strap on those wets, the longer you have to run them into this weather period, because we don't know what's going to happen in an hour and a half's time with the weather. So it could dry up. Could it get wet for the rest of the race? We just don't know. So we'll have to wait and see. It's already been quite changeable here in New York. You can see the clouds overhead. You can see a mix of light and dark. It makes it seem to me that we will see rolling showers and that the track will get wet and dry up, but how heavy and how early, I think really the later you can extend that fuel and the more laps you can get into have an opportunity to change your tyre, I think you'll be in a much better place. As we see pack racing again going into the final section here, as Hartgipter in the low fuel motorsports 256 getting ahead of SG Stern. That's Fabian Fabic. He looks like he might pit, is he? No, I thought he was holding off the pit, but 34 in front of him does pit, and he stays out. So I think the ability to stay out, and as we say, some of those teams have the attrition that they've had and they've been in the pits later, that might actually work to their advantage. As we're now seeing spits of rain, we're now seeing the rain start to get a little bit heavier. This will be the opportunity for teams now to make this decision. As we go too wide at the bus stop, oh, that was a little bit tight there between Nicholas Achne and the 14 Unicorn car. The number P14 Unicorn car, the 54 of Offerman. Fair play to neither of them. Neither of them managed to hit each other, but it was a bit tight.
It was very tight between the two drivers, with a Porsche gaining on the Ferrari, and it was really close. Meanwhile, here is a freeway battle between Pishman, Langford and Lars Kemper, and I don't know who will be in front after this. I think all of them have wet tires, otherwise it's going to be a huge problem. Maybe, I hope Pishman, it's not the case, but Pishman is going very much down the grid, as Hanke is now back in front of the Ferrari, so still overtakes on going for 12th place. Some drivers that haven't pit, I put the pit number here, because if you don't pit in the 65 minutes time, it's going to be a penalty for you, and if someone didn't pit in time, well, it's a whole lot of bad news for you. I think it is, if I remember correctly, it's a stop and go or a drive through. I can't recall what is the exact penalty for exceeding stint timer, but I can't do it, otherwise they face a penalty. And possibly some drivers try to squeeze as much minutes as possible from the stint timer, considering that they were basically on the dry. And someone that is definitely happy about the situation is this guy here, Michael Malinowski for the Veloce Esports. Now in 4th place, sure with dry tires, but they have the advantage of being able to pit whenever they want, and they will have the perfect condition for the tires. Because, for example, all the drivers that have pit until now are on wet tires that are possibly going to be destroyed after the first 20 seconds, considering they were on a dry surface, especially Delphante in the 179 that was having a huge difficulty keeping the front, so they tried the undercut, but at this point I'm not entirely sure why, considering they had the wet tires, if they have the wet tires, for a lap more, or if they went for a dry. I still don't understand why they went for dry tires, as Pishman goes on the inside for Langford for 18th place, and there is also a side-by-side situation here between the Porsche, Anke again and Valik being side-by-side, Team Shazoo GT Omega, and Niklas Hanke for the Team 1FF gaining the position on Valik. Seems like the Porsche is giving more on the wet, well, the greasy surface than the Ferrari. You can see the Ferrari is struggling a bit. The Porsche has been making moves since the very beginning of this wet section. You can see now Malinowski into the pits. He goes from 3rd, possibly to, I guess, 35th. I go to suppose it, but at least they have the perfect condition for the wet tires. And meanwhile, someone that didn't stop is the TF Racing. I think it's a glitchiness in the graphics, because I don't believe they didn't pit. Meanwhile, Varsner and the Ferrari, Valik again, side-by-side situation with the two Ferraris.
Yeah, so side by side for these boys here. Kladke on the inside going ahead of the other low fuel motorsports car that we see coming down the lane now. Sasha Varsna still out in that one. P12 gaining 1 position overall so far in their qualifying position. We ride on board now with Sasha Varsna going 2 into 1. We see the wet tyres of Gladkey there. You see the tread blocks on the Pirellis underneath the rear diffuser essentially. So all of these drivers pushing super hard on these wet tyres at the moment. They're going to be absolutely burning up. They're going to be wearing all the tread blocks off, and then when this track gets soaking wet in the next kind of 10-15 minutes or so, it's going to be very detrimental indeed. Like you said with Veloce, leaving it that little bit later, being able to kind of pit more towards the optimum side of the window, their tyres are going to be in such a much better state of condition. When this track is fully wet, they're going to be carving through the field like it's a hot knife through butter. They're going to have no problems getting the overtakes done, of course, with these guys on their destroyed wet tyres at this point. It's not Kladky in this car anymore, sorry, it's Valik for the Team Shazoo GT Omega, and Sasha Vazna in the background there, still looking towards the inside. And meanwhile, the Team 1 FF car ahead, coming under pressure from 2 Ferraris. It runs wide. It allows the Team GT Omega car up the inside. I think that Team 1 car, looking at the pace through the corners, might even be on dry tyres for Nicholas Arnka. He's going to want to be coming into the pits on this lap if he can. Let's see if we can watch him through turn 10 and 11. Meanwhile, the Unicorn and Friends car behind looking to capitalise on this one. He's definitely a lot slower through the corners, sets himself up for a normal last turn, but does scrub off a lot more speed. Hugs to the inside. He is coming in for his wet tyres, so he's going to be another car to watch, Kevin, when we get towards the latter half of this wet period.
Absolutely, and it's hard to know whether they had already pitted. I don't have the pit times in front of me, so it's hard to know whether they have already pitted or whether that's their second pit stop or not, as we see a move by the Unicorns of Love down the inside there by Pulse. No, what am I looking at him?
The Pulse Esports in
Unicorns
front.
of Love, that is Pulse Esports indeed, going down the inside of the Unicorns of Love, further the race lead. And this is a great opportunity now for guys to make their move. I'm quite surprised because the Unicorns of Love at one point had an advantage. Of course, this will all start to shake out in the pit stops as well. But the Lasse Short was leading there in the 14. Unicorns of Love, Pulse Simsport now back into the lead of this race. So it's all moving and changing here with around 6 hours 49 minutes left of the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Masters. Thanks to our sponsors, caseking.de or caseking.de, giving us Leanne Lee Moza chairs, Next Level Racing, Glorious and Ducky gear for our participants. And thanks to you for watching as well. Remember, keep up with the Twitch chat, and we'll keep an eye on that over the course of the race. 2:20 now on the clock here at Watkins Glen, and it's all changed, John.
Yeah, all changed indeed. Of course, Unicorns of Love, big gainers, 4 positions up on their original starting position. Pulse Simsport with a great run so far, provisionally towards the lead of the race. Sasha Vosna has made up 3 positions for the LFM number 255, and he's looking to make up 4 positions if he can get past the Team Shazoo GT Omega car. And all the meanwhile, Unicorns and Friends behind, looking to try and use this battle to their advantage to see if they can gain some time, squeezing all the way to the pit wall for the Team Shazoo GT Omega car onto the inside in turn 1. Of course, the low fuel motorsport car with a much better run, although just about avoids running up the back end of the Team Shazoo car ahead. And now they're going to use the slipstream of the blue and orange Ferrari essentially ahead of them to punch a massive hole in the air to see if they can get a run down into the bus stop. We saw it last time out here that low fuel motorsport did try something into the bus stop, but looking very close indeed. Vasna making all the advantage of that slipstream, goes towards the outside. Valek on the inside on the defense, but just positioning that Ferrari well enough to be able to fend off the low fuel motorsports car. But all the meanwhile, of course, the guys ahead, while they're battling, they're going to be losing some time on them. And the Yas Heat esports car up 4 positions as well in P8. Remember a few laps ago they were all kind of locked in a Ferrari train, should we say, with Samir Foch now finding his way around the track. And Kevin, as a new driver into the car, of course, in these mixed conditions, you don't want to be that guy that makes that fatal mistake and finds that puddle that was never there before.
Yeah, it's very, very tricky. It's a very tricky situation to come into a race, come into a car when the rain is falling. But you would hope that most of these teams have done quite a bit of running with both wet and dry tyres. They've been told a couple of days in advance of the expected weather conditions, so you would hope they have a chance to get into the car and train with those. My mantra when it comes to preparing for races is always fill up the tank and do a stint and see how the tyre reacts. So I would hope as West Competition down the inside there for third place, managing to make the move down. It looked a bit squirrely, but now the SOP back up on the inside. Sebastian Apostel is still in the car here or at least the graphic says he's still in the car. We'll have to see whether that's actually the case, but that's what's coming up on my timing screens. And a good ding-dong battle with Luke Southall there in the SOP car. With two BMWs going at it for a podium, but very, very difficult position to get into, especially when you're racing early. But I would hope that a lot of these guys, as the SOP's cars goes ahead, and that's a mistake by the West Competition, which is going to allow in, I think that might be a lapped car behind, because I don't think
Williams.
that's
Williams,
Kramer.
I think.
It's Williams, yeah. It's not the Kramer Racing, but Kramer, or it's Low Fuel Motorsports now, going with the team Shizou GT Omega. They've been involved in quite a few incidents already in the bus stop this race, but look at that look at that line. That dry line appearing so obviously, but yeah, my feeling would be stick the tank full of fuel, go out, give yourself 10-15 laps to see how you feel before you go into the race, and then at least when you go to do it, you'll have a better idea of what's going on. But a lot of these guys, we're given the stats, thousands and thousands of hours these guys have logged. I'd say there's probably collectively almost 100,000 hours of ACC across the field here, so you would expect that these guys would, Christian, be well able to jump into an opportunity like this and be at the pace.
Honestly, the main problem is the pressure, because you don't know effectively. You can do all the preparation, all the experience. Oh, there is a car off. Zakharov has missed the bump stop. Is the Vidinovich in the number 9, but behind there it's a whole pack of cars going across the bus stop. As I was saying, the main problem of these conditions is that the pressure of the tires can vary, and you can't do anything about it. You can't, with all the preparation, with all the practice, with all the experience you have, you can't be 100% sure what the pressure is going to be with 40 cars, with different wet, with different rain, with different wetness, with different setup, even drivers itself. I remember that with my teammate we had a different impression of the tire, making the same times. It's just the way you approach the car that gives this much of a difference in the very soul of the car. The pressure can change within the drivers, so it's very difficult. I won't say you have to be lucky, but a bit yes. You have to be a bit lucky. As you can see there, it's an astonishing pack with Silpert for the ET Sport, trying to get a position on Gagliardini in the 88 Mercedes. For the Absolute Motorsport Acerith Sim Racing, it's a whole train here. That's for position number 26 with Gagliardini, that his team made 15 positions since the start of the race. That's a very astonishing performance until now. But the pressure, this whole journey has a meaning. Stewart has lost 4 seconds since he put wet tires, as Luca Gagliardini went out wide in turn 1, and now behind it's astonishing to see the two BMW teammates, the ET Sports car, are one after the other, and you can see now that one of the two is not in front of the other anymore, because Szymanski for the Porsche Binala team in position number 28, number 15 Porsche Binala team in the Ferrari has split apart the two teammates, and now they are trying to get into 27th position and possibly into the bus stop. You can see all the cars. This is a whole pack, and in front it's getting closer and closer between Apostol and Sotal, with the two drivers that are very close between each other but not really in an overtaking spot. But Stewart is basically dropping. He's lapping a second slower than the 52 Ferrari in front, but they are not slow. They are still lapping 52.7, and the whole pack, except some exceptions, I can see there is a 52.0 being set by Wasner in position number 10, and now in the middle of the Ferrari biggest sandwich in the world, with 5 cars in the span of nothing. You can see now the ET Sport is nearly into the Mercedes. Don't contact between the Ferrari and the BMW in front. You can see from the splitter how close they are, and it's not enough because now in the wing. There are 2 cars with the Porsche on his side. It's Contogiannis in the 41. They went in the pit very late, making the position on the BMW. Contact between the ET Sport and the TF Racing with the Porsche that has to stay behind, while Szymanski is nearly there to make the position, and even tiny bit in front for 25th position is Team Letten and TMM's Performance that is battling with Berkingel. No, I said it terribly. Sorry for all the Dutch people. For the Petrol Brothers 147 car in the Mercedes. This pack of cars is exceptional, and it's giving it's like a six-way battle for a single position. You can see, oh, there is an incident in front. It's the Ferrari going wide in the bus stop, but for now we'll stay here with Lehtinen just behind the Mercedes in front. It is a 147. It's still Lehtinen, and this pack is closer than ever. We just only a Ferrari in the pack. I thought more. It's Szymanski in the 15. It's just in the middle, and now the Mercedes Gagliardini is getting closer and closer because these two are fighting very hard.
Yeah, it's. Did anybody else feel themselves just tense up there a couple of times, particularly when we looked at Hubert Szymanski? Oh, there's Fabek. And to be fair to the Warhammer racing car, they yielded to allow Fabek to go back in front. I do like to see that. Probably an issue under braking, tried to get on the inside, clipped the inside of the Mercedes, but then held off and let the Mercedes go back in front. So I like to see that from the Warhammer racing team, admitting their mistake and allowing the Fabek to go ahead. But yeah, does anybody else, John, do you feel yourself kind of tensing up when you look at Hubert Szymanski do things like this?
Yeah, I'm certainly pulling some faces here. I'm very much wincing at the sight of all of these guys battling very close, and the Yeet Esports car giving it back, and it's only going to detriment his teammate on the outside line as well. And he comes under fire from the Porsche on the inside once again towards turn 10 for the Porsche Spinala team. It's very confusing to see a team with Porsche in the title but physically driving a Ferrari on track, and the Yeet Esports car unfortunately loses out to the TF Racing guys in turn 10. But meanwhile, Yeet Esports sandwiches the Spinala team into the wall, and the Greek driver makes a capitalization on all of it and says, "Thank you very much, boys. I will have 3 more positions to my name."
I think TF Racing will be getting a visit from the stewards for that. You have to leave racing room on the outside. Squeezed him right into the wall. There was no need to squeeze that hard. I can definitely see Konstantinos getting a message over the radio saying, "You're a naughty boy. This is expect to be sitting in the pits a little bit longer than you were otherwise expecting," because for me that looked like an unnecessary squeeze into the wall at Szymanski. I know it's close racing. Szymanski's tried a couple of moves down the inside on different cars. There's a little bit of a bump there as well, a bit of a kill. But yeah, I think that's over the line for me from that one from Greek, and I think he might see the stewards getting in contact with him very soon.
It was very close between them.
Sorry, we were talking about earlier the bigger gainer, of course, the Italian driver here in the number 88, of course, up 15 positions. And why do we keep talking about the biggest gainer? Well, we get €100 per race for the team that makes up the most positions. So it's going to be interesting to see who can do that. Looking down the board on the left-hand side, currently seeing 15 being the highest number in the mid-pack that I'm seeing at the moment. And of course, €100 for the fastest qualifying lap, which was taken, of course, by the Italian Job racing team earlier on yesterday. And now the Ren Velten car making up a position on the Prime E Racing Mercedes. Down 4 overall. Of course, we saw the Ren Velten car spinning coming out of the bus stop just about an hour or so ago now, finding its way into the outside wall and picking up a little bit of damage before the pit stop. And the Ferrari fight, shall we say, has kind of calmed down a bit. Shazoo Racing has pulled a gap on Low Fuel Motorsport, which has kind of maintained its gap, shall we say, to the Unicorn and Friends car. But this man here, Samir Foch, needs no introduction to those of you that are big in the ACC community. I think everybody knows Samir Foch, of course, racing under the Yasheet Esports car, looking to the back of our provisional pole, or our pole sitter, should we say, down 6 positions overall. So the Italian Job car very much struggling in the wet conditions. Looked like it was much better, Kevin, in the dry at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, and it is just the way you set up your car again. And like I said, these guys will have known that the conditions might be a little bit changeable, so I would expect them to set up their cars for a sort of a balanced setup that works in both conditions. But again, you just don't know how wet is wet and how dry is dry. It looks like over the next half hour it's going to keep pouring down here in upstate New York, and we're going to end up what's going to be a very, very wet track indeed. So see if Samir, if anybody can, it's this man in the 296 Ferrari. He can get it done. But look, the Latvian is well used to rain where he's from. I think he'd be well used to driving in the rain. So hopefully he can use some of that experience as we see Sebastian Apostol now. This battle between West Competition and SOP has been going on for almost the last hour. Those two BMWs matching each other pound for pound. Really interesting one, and I think it's going to be a mistake more so than a particularly brilliant move that could decide this one. As I think that's the Williams Esports behind them as well in the Audi. He's been very, very aggressive, and of course the Williams having pitted late, so they will most likely it looks like they could be on wet tires given the running that they have, but they could be on newer, wetter tires than everybody else, given the fact that they have a later pit stop. They're out of the pit cycle, and they will be able to change their tires when they want, which could again lead to their to play to their advantage. And just to finish off, the Veloce Esports team up in P18 at the moment, only just behind Pulse and Warhammer, who are battling away. So they're kind of still in the shake, as Warhammer, that's the Georgian of Ilya Ratiani, they're kind of hold off a couple of cars behind them. I don't know if that's for lapping or not. No, it's not. It is for a place. So Veloce not too far off the top 15 here. They'll hopefully make their way back in, but it looks like Warhammer Racing are struggling big time here.
Ratiani struggling.
Really struggling with something on that car. Not sure whether his Pirellis are just kind of far gone, that they're just no use anymore in a lap car going around the outside. The Italian team that we saw caught up in the Williams incident earlier on at the bus stop, of course, way out of sync, so their wet tyres are going to be a lot newer than the Warhammer Racing car. And like you say, Veloce all the meanwhile just behind this kind of pack, essentially wanting to make as many seconds up as they can to try and gain back that 16 position lost. But Sebastian Apostol still in for the West Competition Racing car. Of course, Luke Southall still in for the SOP car ahead. Equal machinery, two very experienced drivers in the ACC platform. And like you say, Kevin, I think the only way they're going to lose a position is by a mistake. And Sebastian Apostol being very greedy on the exit curb, essentially from the bus stop. And what he doesn't want to do is let through this Williams car. And of course, look, just behind the Williams car, we've got Kramer Racing being brought into the fight as well. So one mistake from Apostle could be very detrimental to his assault towards the back of SOP.
The whole pack is really on a challenge to have the best overtake of the evening, because there is a battle in basically every situation. There is a battle for this Samir Foch in 8th position, very close to the, not even close, he's in front directly of Eric Delfante. Eric Delfante really struggling in this condition compared to yesterday. In qualifying yesterday, I said that even a day after the other could vary the performance of a driver, and I think we have the perfect example here. Compared to qualifying, Eric Delfante is not really giving the same performance he had yesterday. Yesterday it was just a perfect day for them. Until now, it's just being not on the same level, just in 8th place, 7th position being lost from the lead to 8th place, and the timing screen is not lying. They are not really on the same level of the drivers that are around them. There is a 52.6 with overtake. There is a 52.4 being set by the number 4 behind. It's not really a good time. 53.3 has been the last lap for Eric Delfante. It's not really a good situation for them. Meanwhile, here is the same situation, the same script, basically the same camera even. At this point, it's just a matter of when, more than if, as the Williams Esports has the VIP pass to see this overtake happening, maybe as the SOP car defends the outside. Little contact between the two drivers, as you can see from the little yellow icon on the leaderboard, and now the Williams Esports may do the same that has happened earlier on with the Ferrari sandwich and split them apart, just to gain as much time as possible, considering they are last on the standing. But remember, even finishing the race gives you 100 points, and the last place driver of them all. So I think it is in this case. I think a team is missing, but if I remember correctly, it was 44 maybe, and even the last one receives 100 points. So basically, just by finishing the race, you are in front of the last one if it doesn't finish, and that's why they are still running even if they are 2 laps behind. Remember that this is a long championship. Long championships mean that it's not a round that goes bad that effectively set your pace. And meanwhile, in a bit behind is the 31 position, now the 30 position with Bennett. Basically let him pass. Not entirely sure why at this point. Alpha second has even been lost, so possibly maybe a contact that has happened earlier on. And Szymanski still fighting with the Mercedes Berwinkel in front of him in the bus stop chicane. The question is, can they make the overtake here or later on? And I think the answer is later on, as the bus stop is here. You can see how stiff the Ferrari is compared to the Mercedes. The Mercedes has just better dampers and suspension, historically speaking. A Mercedes can easily go over the curb more easily than the Ferrari, and you saw it earlier on with a Ferrari going into the wall just in this part of the track here on the curb. The Ferrari suspension are, I won't say terrible, but definitely are a level under the one from the Mercedes package that really gives you an advantage in a bus stop chicane. And the BMW instead is very stable, and you can see how stable it is, basically going sideways in the bus stop, and it doesn't seem to be a problem in any kind. While behind there is a Porsche that has his best advantage in the turn-in with the rear placement of the engine. Speaking of rear placement of the engine, is the mid-engine Audi that is now trying the overtake on Apostol, and he does. And he does in the number 5.
This
Williams.
is what Sebastian Apostel didn't want. We were just talking about it earlier. Now he has the Kramer Racing Porsche all over his backside, and he's going to be gapped between with the Williams in the middle. Even if he does try and make a move, he has that lapped Williams Esports car between himself and the SOP car. So SOP, we're absolutely delighted to see this. They will be quite comfortably pulling a gap, and we can already see that gap emerging between West Competition and SOP. That's gaps up to 1.7 seconds now, with the Kramer right behind. These two teams worked together earlier on, and I think the Kramer is quite happy with the pace that the West Competition Racing BMW is pulling at the moment. So I don't see a major move from the Porsche unless I'm proven wrong here. Now watch for him to dive bomb down the inside of T1 after saying that. But certainly, John, you were saying it earlier, the Williams Esports kind of making its way in between the two cars, which it is within its rights to do, but it does mean for the number 1 car now, it makes the whole thing a lot trickier, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. Of course, Williams not kind of wanting to yield, essentially, shall we say, to any other cars. They do want to try and make back as much as they can. Of course, being 2 laps down already, still just under 6.5 hours left to go. So they're going to want to aim to bring something back from this, as we see Samir Foch now looking to try and improve his position on the Sim RC community car. Of course, both drivers way up on where they qualified initially, both 5 places and 4 retrospectively. No move to be had into the bus stop, although it does bring the Italian job car back onto the rear train of this one. And look behind, Kevin, we've got this kind of train forming again. We said it earlier on, it's just, you know, pack racing. This is just what it brings. It seems to be we have a few guys not wanting to make moves. We have a few guys that want to make a lot of moves, as we see Fred Olsen Forsberg there going very high in the turn 6 for the Unicorn and Friends Ferrari, and that leaves him now under pressure from, I believe, an Aston Martin, possibly slightly out of sequence, because Armamentario is the next car for position on the board to the left, as we head to the Moser Racing cockpit camera now, riding on board with this will be Vosner, sorry, for the LFM car, still darting left and right behind the Team Shazoo GT Omega car. And just look at all those cars ahead of them. You know, one of them makes a mistake, they're soon going to be losing 2, 3, maybe even 4 positions. And this is what you're saying at the beginning, Kevin, with the spray being kicked up. It's not too bad at the moment, although track is deemed wet. There's still a slightly dry line on the racing line, but we see Unicorns of Love very slow out of turn 1. What happened here? Glorious instant replay. Take it away, Kevin.
Yeah, 144 going down the inside, and again, this could be another case of ding dong, around they go. The 144 carries on, and what we're looking at there, so 144 gets turned, and the Porsche goes in ahead. Sorry, the 14 gets turned, the 144 goes ahead. So that is for position. That means there'll be a 16-second gap, but do expect the stewards to get involved there because, again, T1. Another incident. I hope to see a few more race control messages flash up because we've seen some interesting racing. We'll just be interested to see what the stewards have made of it. But yeah, sorry, that's the Team 1 FF car actually.
Yeah,
involved.
so just to jump in, it was a lapped car there. A lapped car getting involved with the race, provisional race leader, should we say, in P2. Of course, stewards not going to be taken too kindly to lap traffic, forcing their way back past. I mean, if you're clearly quicker, such as the case of Williams on a lot of these guys, you know, they are far down the order. They are looking to definitely make moves, and they're making moves, but cleanly. But if you're shoehorn opening the door in that manner, especially into turn one, we saw earlier Spaghetti Racing getting a 20-second penalty, I think it was, to be served at their pit stop. I'd hate to think what the Porsche's going to get for that one.
Well, I mean, whatever they get, if you're a lap car, you go down the inside and you take out the leader, then you know you're. I don't think you can argue. You know, it's kind of like going 80 in a 40 zone and then trying to claim that your radar is broken. You know, like there's times in life where you just have to take the medicine because you are at fault in that one. Instantly between cars 13 and 15. That's lap 46, turn 9 under investigation. That's the Spinella and Yeet Sports incident that we saw with Szymanski and at the head of that with the Spinella. The Porsche, Spinella, Ferrari, which as John said is a little bit confusing, but we shall do our best to endeavour to keep it right. But yeah, I look down the inside, clumsy move on the leader as a lap car. I really think for the the Team 1 FF car, any penalty they get, if it's a drive-through 10-second penalty, I wouldn't really be arguing.
It's going to be.
It's just a no-no.
It's going to be a bad penalty, even because as a lap car, that's an overtake happening. I think it's not Jamie Nuttall in the Visceral Esport trying the Mercedes, but it doesn't happen. As a back marker, you can't interfere with the race effectively. So Schubert, that was in P2, fairly away. I think it was 10 seconds earlier before the contact happened, and now it's 17. So I wouldn't be surprised that the Ferrari goes Jamie Nuttall enter inside, and he makes the position perfectly entering. Well, no, not really exiting perfectly. It's more like a perfect exit, a bit of a dirty exit, but he maintains the position nevertheless. Meanwhile, Sirfosh in front, side by side, into turn number 7, I think it is. Yes, it's turn number 7. You can see side by side with the car number 76, Tobias Kraus for the CMRC community, and now the pack is, you can see from here. I don't even have to commentate on this. There are 3 cars in 3 temps. It's astonishing how close all they are, and they are 9 seconds behind Eder in P number 5. So at this point, I think they are just trying to get the best position possible, which is number 6 at the moment. Lap time speaking, the Aston is being a bit of a wall. 52.9 has been the last lap, and the last 3 laps have been into the 53 even. Samir Foch made a 53.7 earlier on, but a 52.6 lap earlier. Eric Del Fante around the 53 high. So I guess Tobias Kraus is being there now 54.0. So this lap was definitely not a good one, while Jiri Valik in position number 9 gets a position into the I think it's a lapped car. Yes, it's a lapped car, that one there. The Aston, I think it's the number 77 maybe. And Eric Del Fante is just in front, and Wasner is behind for the low fuel motorsport, with Olson Fosberg following in P number 11. This situation is astonishing because you can see how close they are. In fact, we can see from the Mazda cockpit cam how close the 2 drivers are. Wasner and Valik into the bus stop chicane over the curb. The Ferrari very stiff, as you can see from this camera here, how bouncy it is over the bumps. But nevertheless, even in the wet, the Ferrari is great. There is a Ferrari in front of everyone. There is a bit of a thinking about going into the inside of the number 211 and nail a contact between the drivers, but for now nothing happens. Well, for now obviously, because with 4, 5, 6, I don't know how many drivers at this point into the field, into the pack that are battling for 6th position. It's going to be pretty interesting, even because, as I said earlier, the pressure and the tire wear may be different driver to driver, team to team, car to car. This situation car to car is a bit difficult considering it's just a Honda in the middle and a Aston effectively. But I know for certain that the Ferrari kinda has this habit of eating the front tires. Luckily, Watkins Glen is not really a front tire destroyer, more like a rear ones. But nevertheless, it's going to be interesting to see towards the end, so 20 minutes from now, how the tire wear will be a problem for the drivers and the cars, even if, at this point you can see the two drivers, Jiri Valik and for the team Shazoo, and car number, the Low Fuel Motorsport number 255 on the outside. Can he stake it? Can he maintain it? He can't really do it for now. Couple of stamps being lost by the Czech driver from the Italian job car, but they've gained 9 positions, so I think they are quite happy with the situation as it is right now, as even Samir Foch in the 296 position number 7 is thinking about it, but doesn't happen for now. Quite the overtake may be happening there.
Definitely. So it's a bit of a stalemate at the moment. We see, you know, both Ferraris being very equal in every area of the circuit. Vassner cannot find a way past the Team Shazoo GT Omega car. It's becoming a bit of a wall essentially, and soon I think Vassner is going to start getting a bit frustrated, maybe start overdriving and late lunging the car up the inside somewhere, which could of course lead to contact. And all the meanwhile, look to the back there, the Unicorn and Friends car is getting ever closer to this train in yet another Ferrari. So we're going to be seeing if maybe a 3-way Ferrari fight might be forming soon. And now Samir Foch on the outside, Sim RC Community to the inside. If he can make it stick round the outside here, it's going to give him the inside on the cut back to the NASCAR loop, but unfortunately not. It only brings the Italian job Honda NSX closer to the fight. And the Aston Martin, I think, Kevin, the only thing keeping that thing alive is the pure power on the straights.
Yeah, I think they're really struggling now. The 76 car, that's trying to see Tobias Kraus in it. And he's Samuel Foch all over the back of him, and I mean, it's as an incident comes up, that's the 15 Porsche Spinella and 13 Yeet Esports. Is that another incident involving those two teams?
That was the wall incident, Kevin, where we saw
that was the wall incident,
Ferrari into the wall.
Yeah, I imagine the Yeet Esports in that one will be in a difficult position. But yeah, I mean, everybody in this train is looking over their shoulder. Even if they're pushing forward, they're still looking over their shoulder, because you need to get in, if you're being held up by the car in front of you, you're at the mercy of the car behind. So it's a very difficult balancing job here. Depending on how aggressive these guys go, which it seems like they're all going aggressive because we're too wide, 2 times going through the bus stop, and James has stick, and I think that's also the Low Fuel Motorsports making it stick on the Unicorns and Friends. So 2 simultaneous overtakes through the bus stop there. Not very often you get to see that. That's certainly one for the highlight reel. But it is, and Samir Foch has had now the Low Fuel Motorsport team coming back in the Italian job and getting the move done. That's Eric Del Fante is struggling a little bit right in these conditions, going a little bit late into the corner now. He's going to go back down the inside of this hairpin, and it's all about getting the power on as early as you can as we go downhill now into this almost straight right-hander. It's almost like a flat, or not a flat right, but a square right, as they'd say in rally terms, like a 90-degree right-hander. And this battle continues. You can see the Armamentario car also sniffing around there. Sorry, the Unicorns and Friends car, should I say, sniffing around there. But yeah, as he begins to T1. That's T1, that's Boris Schalk in the Low Fuel Motorsports, and the Team 1 FF, I think, off in the distance, but I think he might have been caught up in it late. Contact there, and that will be a penalty, and then the Porsche getting taken out by the car that was made contact with, and I think the telemetry will see if he held the brakes or not. But that was a very messy one.
I think it was the Greek driver being involved with the Porsche.
Oh, finally the SE gets through, sorry. Finally.
And Valik is very close there. There are a lot of battles ongoing, definitely. There is also Forsberg that overtakes Delfante. There is Valik and Kraus trying to get a position. In fact, the number 76 is now behind Samir Foch while we're looking at the replay that happened in turn 1. So, as always, the replay curse happens when a replay happens. Every single action in this universe has to happen in the very same moment. So now Kraus is behind Samir Foch. Valik is now trying the same. Eric Delfante is now in 11th place, and they were starting in first. So not even in 2 hours they lost a double-digit amount of position. This is incredible to be seen. I think it's. I hope there is a problem of some kind, because it's too much of a lost pace. Meanwhile, Rattiani and Fabek, Warhammer racing in the 97 Ferrari. Fabian Fabek in the SG team, making a position on Rattiani in 18th place now from 17th. But everything is basically going into pieces for the Italian team. I don't understand why, because their pace yesterday was simply, for using a single word, unreachable, as the Ferrari goes with a rear, definitely too much loose for the bus stop chicane. And now Shelekin is maybe trying the position there, but can't really make it for now. As I was saying, the Italian job car, really, I can't understand why the loss of everything, now in double-digit lost positions, from literally night, not day to night, but quite the opposite, night to day. And I can't understand why, while there is a battle there. No, it's not. I don't know your opinion about that, because I think it's wrong pressures. That's the only thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I think me and Kevin touched on it earlier when we covered the car setups. I think possibly the Italian Honda there just isn't really set up quite well for the wet. It's definitely more suited to the kind of drier, greasier end of the track. So of course we're in a full wet scenario at the moment. The next 10 minutes, the rain is easing off. The next half an hour is getting a lot lighter. And although it's been raining for a considerable period of time now, probably a good half an hour, 40 minutes, the track deemed wet. But you know, Kevin, there is definitely a drier line of the track still there. It's not completely flooded.
Definitely, and I think you look at the temperature is still quite high. It's a very muggy day today in New York, and it's just one of those where it's sticky, it's sweaty, kind of horrible day to drive in, horrible day to do anything really. And that means that the track, even though the rain is falling, it's almost like warm rain. So it's evaporating as well. So even though it's laying on the track, you're not getting as much of it sticking to the track. I mean, if we were in Spa at this time of year, or we were in Silverstone, then absolutely you would see that track is almost flooded at this point. But with the weather it is in New York, as we see this back and forward going through the bus stop, and that looked like, I thought there might have been contact there, but actually it's Warhammer Racing now all over the back of the Stern car. There was an incident, remember, between these two cars earlier on, and Ilya Rattiani held for Stern in the car. So that was, as I'm saying, it was good sportsmanship of it. Now he's going to try and go for a move down the inside, and we're seeing a lot more move corner. Oh, he's lost the back end, but he's managed to Tokyo drift it round the corner and held on to the position. But will the Stern car come back in the next corner? No, they won't. It will be the Iron Link painted Warhammer Racing car that will do it. That, I would love to see a cockpit cam of the replay of that, because I'd say there was opposite lock of plenty there from Rattiani. That was real Tokyo drift style around there, but got the move done and made it stick. So it's definitely a case where, as you're just touching back on the Italian job car, as Unicorns and Friends now go for a move, it's just impossible to make any points. Contact between those two early, but they both managed to keep it on track, and the Low Fuel Motorsport staying ahead. Christian, it's very hard to try and make. I'll come back to making the point that I'm going to make later on, because there's just too much happening on track.
Everything is basically going apart. I think now is the time where the tire wear, as I was mentioning earlier, is getting a pressure in terms of questioning how fast you can go, because some drivers, well, we saw earlier on that literally Rattiani was drifting to make a position, and they made it. But I don't think that's a good thing that has happened. For now, yes, it was very, very cool to be seen. It was absolutely phenomenal. But that car has to make another 15 minutes. Can you really maintain the pace, knowing that your car can throw you into the wall the second you look it wrongly? And you can't really trust it. it's a matter where your inputs can vary. Your inputs can be, okay, I want to go there, in that exact spot. The car understeers, the car oversteers. You don't know where you are going to be, and thus your lap times are going to basically fall away. And this is where the tire wear comes into a very important point. As I said earlier, the Ferrari kinda eats the tires in a certain way, and I really think that the Aston is on the correct spot now, 1.3 seconds away from Samir Foch, but behind, it's not that pressure. There is not that pressure that there was earlier on when Samir Foch was basically hooked to the rear diffuser. In this situation here, you can see the Ferrari are basically splitting apart now, with Wasner and Valik trying the position on the bus stop chicane, and again the bus stop chicane seems to be the hotspot for this afternoon. I wouldn't have said it before the race was starting. I thought everyone was trying in turn 1, turn 9, turn 10, not in the bus stop, especially in the wet. But this driver is simply another planet. And with, I think, 16 minutes to go for the next pit stop to happen, it's going to be interesting to see who has the better tires and who is already over with them. John, go along.
Yeah, so I just want to touch on the point we're making here about the Ferrari being a little bit untrustworthy with the kind of rear suspension movements it's got at the moment. A couple of drivers being caught out. I have asked LFM what their stance is on mid-season upgrades, should we say, because we know ACC announced just the other day on the 15th of March that come April 19th, we're going to have a new Ferrari in the game in the form of the 296, and drivers are eligible to upgrade to said car providing they are already in a Ferrari. So we know the Porsche 992 is coming, we know the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 is coming, and we know, of course, that the Ferrari 296 is coming. So if you picked either a Porsche, which we've got a few, a Ferrari, which we've definitely got a few, and a Lamborghini, not seeing a single one, you are eligible for a mid-season upgrade. So come halfway through this season, this could all flip on its head, depending on your BOP.
I hope it's not like in real life, the Porsche, because I think, you know, the Porsche in real life has been struggling, to say the least. So I hope it's not the same situation in the game, considering the effective official BOP in the GT World Challenge didn't come out yet. But if it is like in IMSA, there is a problem for the performance of the Porsche. So for now, it has already been nerfed for obvious reasons, as the poster goes nearly sideways after the bus stop, following Social in P number 3, as the situation here is still the same but still very tense. But the Porsche, I know the real life and the game are very close between each other, so I didn't see yet a BOP for the new GT World Challenge season, but it's going to be interesting to see if it is like in IMSA. I don't think people here will switch to the new Porsche. That's also the difference, because not all of them have to switch. They even can stay with their car.
Yeah, we cover a bit of this on our own podcast, The Final Stint, and we do a lot of endurance racing. We were speaking about IMSA and the Daytona, and we spoke actually to factory driver Bruno Spengler. And Bruno did the usual of, well, I'm a driver, I don't really about it, ask a race engineer. But I do think that like ACC provides you the opportunity that everyone can get in everyone else's car, and everyone can drive everyone else's car around, and then you can go and do a BOP based off that. You can't do that in real life. You can't have Bruno Spengler getting into a Porsche. You couldn't have Dries Van Tor getting into a BMW and sending it to a wall by accident. It just wouldn't work. So I don't necessarily know if I know that the BOP for ACC obviously follows along loosely because the cars, but you don't have the same games in BOP that you do in real life, purely for the fact that, you know, races can. That's an attempted move, I think, by the Ferrari of the two Shazoo GT Omega, not quite managing to make it stick on the team. The Sim RC community car, which is definitely holding up the back up 3 places from where they began, but they're under savage pressure here, so those 3 places might necessarily lift as we go. This could be a 3-wide situation going into the bus stop. We'll see how it plays out. Depends on what Low Fuel Motorsport Sasha Vassner does. He's getting in there, all right. There's going to be pressure on the Aston Martin, and there's contact there between themselves and the Shazoo, and they're coming back for seconds, and he's gone on the grass, and behind them Unicorns and Friends have had an incident with the Italian job car, which means that the Armentiero car will get ahead. Those two separate incidents there. First of all, look at the Aston in white. Contact with him in the Ferrari, and then look behind. Just slightly behind that, they loses it at the exit, the Unicorns and Friends car, presumably trying to put on the brake to try and avoid any contact there. He just stepped on a little bit hard. The back came out. So two separate incidents there during the bus stop. And as a result of that, Low Fuel Motorsports have gotten ahead of the SimRC community car. Team Shizou are now in 9th. Ren Velten are up to 10th. And the Italian job are down to 11th. Unicorn Friends now 9 seconds off a battle that they were right in the middle of. So just goes to show you one corner can change everything. Is now the 71 car. That's the Armentario car, the Ferrari. They're going for a look at the Team Shizou car, who have been. Team Shizou have been in plenty. I mean, I'm shocked they're still in the top 10, given how much we've said their name in terms of incidents and things going on, John.
Yeah, they've been on the very lucky side of things. Of course, keep seeing 2-3 wide into the bus stop just simply doesn't work. But somehow Team Shizou has managed to kind of escape that every single time, having a detrimental result, as we see a few drivers moving offline, maybe trying to pick up some of the standing water that's off the racing line to try and cool down these Pirellis, to try and elongate them as much as they can in their stint. Looking down the board, Rattiani for the Warhammer Racing team has picked up a 5-second penalty as well for, I assume, the incident earlier on where he tagged the Mercedes round but did wait for him. And we did see, of course, a few more incidents where people not waiting has turned into more than a 5-second penalty. So Stewart's probably looking at, well, he's lost some time. They've both lost time, so let's not punish him as severely as if he kept going. Meanwhile, we've got Noah Ida there in the Kramer Racing esports car, still looking towards the back of the West Competition racing car. Petrolhead brothers there getting involved in a lapped scenario. Hopefully they lift off before the corner, and they do, allowing Kramer to take their usual braking point and usual racing line through there. And I think Kramer's tactic here, Kevin, we said it earlier, is to just literally make everybody else do the work. They've got nobody behind them. They don't have to drive in their mirrors. All they've got to do is really stick with the rear end of the BMW ahead of them.
Well, that's exactly what I'd be doing, John. Now, I don't have a speck of the talent that these guys have, but certainly when you're looking at the clock, you're looking at 6 hours left, you're looking at all the shenanigans going on ahead of you, I'd be saying, okay, well, look, you drive ahead. You're ahead of me. Oh, the Armentario car losing it a little bit there during the corner, but just managing to hold on to it. These cars getting quite slippery here now, although I do bring your attention to the top right-hand corner of the, well, not quite the top right-hand corner of the screen, but cloudy back in about a half an hour's time. So that rain is expected to end, and we were talking about it earlier, just the high temperature, the high air temperature means that this water will quite quickly evaporate. So again, it's happened this time. It's happening out of the pit sequence. So again, you have a very difficult decision to make. I suppose you'll have to stay on wets if you're pitting in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But if the track starts drying up, I mean, we're already on a damp track stage, not on a fully wet track stage. So I wonder, very similar track state to what we saw when the race began, although now obviously with a much clearer drying line and more rubber on the track. So it'll be interesting to see whether we see dry tyres brought back, as that's a move on a lapped car. That's Kramer Motorsports overtaking the 74 car. But yeah, it is drying up, and it is going to be for Kramer. That is certainly what I would be doing. I'd just be saying, okay, you guys drive away. If there's any instance, I'll have a chance to see them up the road ahead of me without propelling myself right into the middle of them. I'm saving fuel. I'm saving fuel, and I'm saving my tyres.
I think at this point the Porsche is just understanding that there isn't really any real pro compared to where the situation is at the moment to overtake the BMW, because the Porsche is simply not as fast as the BMW. They can get re-overtaken into the straight, and as simple at this point they will lose time to Sautal in P number 3, and there are the 1.8 seconds between Apostle and Sautal. Thing is, I think Eder at this point and the whole Porsche team in the Kramer Racing eSport, I think they decided that they will stick with the BMW, understanding that the pace is the same. There is no real, there isn't a real reason to overtake the BMW. to get repassed, losing time, losing places, losing energy, maybe making contact, damage, and etc. Well, they can just stay behind, waiting, and Apostle does everything. Maybe they're even full saving. Think about it. They can be in the slipstream, not full on the accelerator, maybe 80%. They will never overtake the Minvu. It's obvious. They will never overtake the Minvu on the straight. So at this point, just sit in the slipstream, go 80% on the throttle, stay with them. The pace is there. Don't use too much of the tires. Don't overdo. Don't reach the limit too much. Stay behind. The BMW is doing the same times as the Porsche. So at this point, I don't think they will ever overtake the BMW number 1, because they can try to get for the number 100. That's the main objective at this moment, because on the times, the number 1 is faster than 100, and I think if they get in a battle, the Porsche is faster than 100 for obvious reasons. If they are as fast as the 1, they are also as faster than 100. So at this point, I think they are playing a very tactical game. Stay behind until the pit stop, obviously. Stay behind, don't do too much, save maybe fuel, surely save the tires, don't do any move that may leave you with damages, with lost time and etc. And stay there, and in fact, in a single lap, a whole 4/10 have been gained by Apostle to Sotal in the number 100. So at this point I think it's more of a tactical game, more than pure racing. You can see how close the two are. 2 times, but it's been the same for the last 2 hours. So it's not like they can't do it. They would. Even in 2-1, the Porsche is just phenomenal on braking. There is just no reason to do it.
Yeah, that's it.
Tell me your opinion.
It's only going to be trickier for the Kramer Esports team to get around the West Competition race team. You said, we know the Porsche isn't very good in a straight line, but using the BMW too, it's maximising here. And Apostle looks like he's going on the defensive into the bus stop. Ida following him to the inside in the 977 car, though, slotting back into their usual racing line. I'm wondering if a few team members might be sending out a few DMs in the minute saying, you know what, we're not as fast as you, keep going, keep leading us around, don't drive in the mirrors and just focus on ahead, as Peichmann now is looking towards the Team GT Omega Shizuka ahead through the bus stop chicane. No issues to be had here with the weird rear bouncing that we keep seeing with the Ferrari 488. And just looking to some discussion in the LFM Discord, it seems that Williams Esports cannot get their 3rd driver in. So Charlie Crossland has an issue with the server. He can't connect to the server and get into the car lineup, should we say, to be available for selection. So Fiala and Rodriguez going to be the only 2 drivers to actually be able to drive in this event today. And of course, with not having the full cycle of drivers going through, they will be issued a penalty by the ACC system. So Williams currently debating whether to even try and continue their assault back on the lead lap. Of course, they are still 2 laps down to the good, and it's going to be a very terrible day if the penalty does arise at the end. And speaking of penalties as well, the Porsche Spinala car, the number 15 Ferrari, sounds really weird every time we say it, picking up a 20-second penalty as well. So unfortunately, their steward's decision not going in their favour, so they're going to be held even longer in their pit box. And this is the car in question here, Hubert Szymanski, in the number 15 car, of course, colliding with the Yeet Esports BMW towards the end of one of the laps, ending up kind of sandwiched against the wall once the whole incident came to loggerheads. So no incident, no penalty, sorry, for the Yeet Esports car that I can see on my end, although stewards might still be looking at that and trying to make a decision on that one soon. But now we have the Aston Martin ahead for the Sim RC community. Team Shazoo still in the slipstream, and now Ren Velton looking to get involved in this one. Team Shazoo darts left, darts right, goes to the outside. Ren Velton to the inside, around the outside in the bus stop, and collision into the orange boards that we know are so solid from earlier. That's going to be big damage for the Team Shazoo. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin streaks ahead. We turn to a glorious replay here. Keep your eye on board. We're on board now. Goes to the outside, thinks he's cleared it, turns in, whack on the rear quarter, big spin, big impact into the wall. You see there the damage instantly popping up on the windscreen, and then noses it into the Armco as well. So these guys going to probably be taking a pit stop. And look, Veloce gains another place on their comeback drive. So P14 overall for them. Rain is decreasing in the next 10 minutes, clearing up in the next 30, and conditions on the track still damp, so these wet Pirellis are going to be a little bit screamy underneath them, Kevin. So this is where you start thinking about your next move on the pit stops.
Yeah, we were speaking about the Team Shazoo, and I suppose, look at how many times can you dance to the devil and survive through the bus stop. That 76 Timor C car is just really the roadblock, and you can see it's just not leaving anybody by. It's just decided they've been stubborn, which they're entitled to do. Tobias Kraus in the 76, he said, "No, I'm ahead of you. You're going to have to get past me. I'm not leaving anybody by." But then ultimately that leads to more incidents. We saw one at the bus stop earlier. We saw another one now and he's going. You see, he's even moving there. He's proving to be a difficult target. That last incident there, I'm not too sure about. It looked like he was going to... I'm not sure if you can move in that position in American racing, but that's up to the stewards to decide. But look at the gaggle of cars being held up behind, and Tobias is just deciding, right, I'm just going to keep as many of them behind me as I possibly can. He's already seen Yas Heat get ahead and through contact, and we've seen the Shizuji go contact. So Tobias is holding his ground and hoping that the strategy will work out for him, as we're now over 2 hours into the race.
Yeah, just over 2 hours gone, just under 6 hours to go here, and battle still very hot up and down the field. You still can't separate some of these guys by anything as Tobias Kraus looking on the defensive from the Renvelten esports car behind. Renvelten not gaining or losing, one of the only cars that's kind of remained neutral in the position at the moment, along with Armamentario down in P11 just in the back of the train there. And Renvelten now looks to the outside, squeezes the Aston to the inside. If he can make the outside work here, does choose to use some of the extra tarmac. Not sure if a track limits is going to come into play there, and it does, flashes up on the left hand side, but it gives him the inside line now for the turn 9 of the circuit. It cuts back onto what is essentially the NASCAR loop, and now the Italian job NSX is looking to try and get involved in this fight as well, with the Aston being slightly slower out of 9 down to 10, but Italian job just can't do anything. Dips a wheel in the grass there, misses the apex slightly on the last turn, and that could allow the Armamentario car into it as well, as we ride on board here with the splitter cam of Kolosov for the Armamentario 121 down into turn 1, not looking like he's close enough to make a move, and Rattiani with a big mistake. We flick now to a glorious replay. We find him on the outside of what is essentially turn 6 of Shoot. We saw him earlier on have big oversteer moment, Tokyo drift moment, Kevin referred to it as, and he held it last time, but unfortunately not to be this time. And along with his 5-second penalty he's picked up from the stewards, making a mistake like that isn't going to be great. And it was the RCI car, in fact, that got sideways underneath him, bumped the rear quarter of Rattiani, and Rattiani, unfortunately the big loser. The RCI car managed to hold it there, and yeah, the Warhammer racing car to the outside, and unfortunately luck wasn't on his side there. But Kevin, I believe it's time when we make a little switch up here in the booth. We say goodbye to your lovely self. We hope you've enjoyed it here with us so far. You've got a league race, I believe, this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm doing my own league race in Aura Factor. Quickly jumping onto that. Hopefully might join you guys for a little bit later on, time allowing. But look, thanks so much to yourselves and Christian for your help, and looking forward to the next race. Paul Ricard, it'll be a 24-hour race, and I think my French will come in handy for the next race. I hope to kind of share some more of my knowledge in a region that I lived for quite a bit of time, so I'm hoping that I'll be able to help out there. But look, Tim Peck is in, ready to go. You'll have the two Tims on board to take you through quite a bit of the rest of this race. But lads, look, thanks very much, and looking forward to getting on board with you next time.
Thank you, Kevin.
See ya, mate.
So as Kevin Galvin departs out of the box, we do bring in Tim Peck, a man who I've briefly worked with before in another community known as RCI. Some of you may know it, some of you may just seen the incident on the screen involving the RCI esports car. But Tim Peck, welcome to the Virtual Endurance Masters. It's been an action-packed race. We've had spins, crashes, we've had Williams in the wall, we've had Team Shazoo in the wall not too long ago, and we've had some nice trains forming up and down the field.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, I've been watching from the sidelines as this race has started to unfold, and chaos is definitely one way to describe it. Something I've been noticing as well is the weather been very variable so far. Beginning the race, we started with a damp track and drying up very quickly, which held up Veloce Esports as they started on the wet tyre, then had to pit to go onto the drier compound, and that's why you see them really far down the field after starting up in that second place position. So some teams losing out in that respect. The good news for them is, though, more dry weather now on the horizon. That has sort of changed the pit stop cycle here, and now a lot of cars are going to have to pit out of the usual cycle, which will only look up for the teams that earlier had to pit to put on the dry tyres.
I think some are going for the dry tires. I'm not joking. I think some teams are going for the dry. Look, it's damp, and it's not like the usual damp where the wet are absolutely the right choice no matter what. I think here we are very close to the dry. Furthermore, look at the weather on the upper part. It's dry in less than 10 minutes, and these drivers are ending their stint. Okay, that was a perfect prediction. All these three drivers are ending effectively their stint, all in the pits, and possibly going for the dry tires, because you saw earlier on what happened to the ones that went for the dry tires to then hoping it would have been enough. It wasn't, and in fact the Porsche was initially on wet. I think they are in 25th place. Yeah, you can see here in the TF Racing that they changed into dry and then into wet, and it didn't really work. So I think this time everyone will go, well, not everyone, there will be surely some outsiders, but I think the majority of them will go with the dry tires and just resist at this point, and possibly this will be a perfect news for the Italian job car, because they have been struggling, I would say, a whole lot, and in fact they are in 19th place, already made their pit stop, because they were a lap, they pitted a lap earlier than anybody else, and joining people now in the car, 179. The question is, can they have the same speed they were having yesterday in now drier condition? And that's a question I can't really answer you, because there is another driver with another condition, with another pressure of tires, etc, etc. So it's going to be quite interesting, to say the least, what the outcome will be. John, up to you.
Yeah, so big gains now from the Italian team, back up into P11 after a few more cars have cycled through their pit stop, although 10 positions down, of course, where they came on the pole position from qualifying and Super Pole. Very dominant performance yesterday evening on that one, but it's going to be a very kind of mixed bag at the moment. Do you choose another set of wets? Do you choose to stay on the same set of wet tyres and simply reset the pressures on the pit stop, just take some fuel, shorten down the pit stop, come back out, pound around until the track enters that kind of greasy stroke dry phase, and then when you end up jumping back onto the dry tyres, you're going to be in a much more favourable position. Your Pirellis, they're not going to be absolutely screwed from running in cold conditions, way under pressure, way under temperature. They're going to be much more in that optimum window. As soon as they come out the tyre blankets and go onto the track, it's going to be a nice dry track. They're going to be able to lean on the Pirellis a lot more than they could before in the greasy and damp conditions. And of course, those of you that are new to ACC, I want to keep your eye on what tyre these drivers are essentially on. If you look to the sidewall of the cars, the dry tyres will have yellow Pirelli markings around the outside, and of course the wet tyres will have kind of a black Pirelli logo, which of course you can't see from the TV cameras. So it's going to be an interesting one. And Tim, I know you've done a few endurance races in your time during ACC. What would you do at this stage of the race? Track's drying, weather's on the change. Would you take the risk on a set of dries and knacker them, or would you take the same set of wets again?
I think it's one of those decisions that's really hard to make, which is why it's good to have a whole team behind you in this case. Personally, I think I'd be opting into maybe stay on the wets a little bit longer. That being said, a lot of the teams that started on the drier tyres earlier on in the race had a much better time of it. It just depends on how quickly this track seems to dry up, and you can already see the dry line is forming. There's clearly, as you go through these corners here, you can just see the dry line starting to show. The thing is, if you take the dry tyres, you'll have to stick to that, whereas if you're on the wets, especially as you get towards a greasy track, and then when it really starts to dry up, you're going to be looking for as much wet track as possible, and it's going to be a harder call to make, John. I don't doubt for a second that we're going to have a split decision amongst a lot of the teams, and only then will we see what was the right call to make.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, rain still coming down quite kind of heavily as such, but like you say, with the warmer track conditions, it's almost going to evaporate before it does kind of hit the surface. So track will not get any wetter, will probably stay very dry for the next so many 30 minutes or so at least with no rain. So should dry out nice and quickly. Wind speed just 1 kilometer an hour. So weather isn't going to pass through too regularly, as we now see Team Racing Point diving into the pits in the number 85. Again, a car been caught up in a lot of incidents, and we see Veloce in once again. P4 currently as they stand. Of course, they had the early pit stop to change from wets to dries. Nicholas Huben, of course, forced off the road in turn 1 earlier on, down already in P5. Good gain on Veloce, although he's of course lost out on that second position that he did have earlier on in the race to SOP. Esports and West Competition have also passed him as well. So Unicorns of Love down in P4, although 2 positions up on where they qualified, so still a gain nonetheless. Veloce currently P7, still on the lane. They're probably going to be opting now for their dry tyres. They're going to try and make them work, try and ease them into their life essentially. They're probably expecting the track to go from damp to greasy any time now, and when the track does reach greasy, of course, that is the optimum time to be picking your dries. And while we've got a little bit of a lull in the action, should we say, of course, we do have a big load of wonderful sponsors as Low Fuel Motorsports comes into the pit lane as well. Of course, nothing would be possible without the LFM guys, a sim racing team founded in September 2020, and of course being still ran up to the day of LFM, providing high quality events regularly to the ACC community. Of course, head on over to lowfuelmotorsport.com to take part in any of these events, even if it is just their daily regular races. And Leanne Lee Industrial Co., founded in 1983, been around for absolutely years, the largest and most respected family owned and ran designer of manufacturing of high quality PC cases and accessories in Germany. And of course, the large sponsor for this event, CaseKing.de, formed in 2003 as an online shop and has since become one of Europe's most successful online providers of computing hardware. And you can of course head over if you're in the UK, such as me and Tim, their British partner company. Big moment there nearly for TSR Esports, behind the RCI car, although being identified as Verstappen Motorsports on the board, it is in fact RCI Esports. Alternatively, Case King's British partner company, overclockers.co.uk, as we see an incident now for the decision on the Team Shazoo and the 76 Sim RC Endurance team in lap 67, turn 5. No further action on that one, so big news there. Neither party being deemed at fault and neither party picking up a penalty, as RCI ahead nearly gets caught out by the ACO Racing team of the number 98 Ferrari, now having to go on the defense in to shoot. Of course, the Audi looking to make up a position and slots it up the inside. No big oversteer moment like we saw last time when they tried to pass the Warhammer Racing team. And of course, back to our sponsors. Noble Chairs, formed in 2016 as a passion project of seasoned industry veterans who were upset at the current gaming chair market at the time and have since become a leading brand in the gaming industry. And of course, Moser Racing, sponsors of our cockpit cam on board, shall we say, founded in 2012. We see a move now trying to be made by the Aston Martin, backing out slightly into turn 9, although the Aston getting the much superior run, looking to try the outside into 10, although switching back to the inside. Audi still on the inside is through, and that opens the door for the Aston as well. I think all of these guys on dry tyres are really trying to find their feet still. Track is of course still damp, so very tricky conditions at the moment. Of course, Moser, founded in 2012, is now a leading sim racing hardware producer with their revolutionary cheaper end of the direct drive market wheel market, should we say, sorry. And Next Level Racing, another partner established in 2009, available now in 40 countries globally, makes them one of the more accessible sim racing brands for any sim rig racing solutions. And Glorious Gaming, sponsors of our replay segments here on VEM TV, of course, formed again in 2014 out of another passion project very similar to Noble Chairs, is now the 98 ACO Racing Team. Speaking of glorious, here we go. Glorious replay, maybe not so glorious. SOP behind, nearly caught out. They ran up the back of the Ferrari into the front right wheel and turned them around. So the leader, and then Visceral getting caught out as well. Visceral being clattered and spun. So not a very glorious replay, let's say, from the 98 Ferrari. So big damage on that car. And Visceral Esports just having an absolute rotten day, being caught up earlier with a weird bounce through the bus stop, and now being caught out in a turn 1 incident. And curse of the commentator there through the bus stop. He goes very sideways, very well held by Miguel Renault Ricci in the 44 Ferrari. And lastly, one of our sponsors, Ducky, founded in 2008 and has now become, again, a leading brand in mechanical keyboards in an already heavily saturated market. And of course, none of this would have been possible without you guys at home who, whether you're racing, supporting your favorite team, or just watching us here on VMTV, we do appreciate every single one of you. And Tim, the Italian job car, still going backwards by the looks of it.
Yeah, the Italian job car really struggling here, under pressure from Sim RC Community, who seems to be looking towards the outside of the bus stop chicane. They're already through by the time it has started. So the Italian job struggling in these conditions. It looks like a lot of cars, though, just struggling with the wet conditions around the track. I know that the bus stop chicane in particular can be very difficult to navigate if you've got two cars going towards it together with the wet conditions of very unsettled cars. So doing a good job to only fall back one place, I'd say. It's very easy on a track like this, and Christian, I'm sure you agree, very easy to lose several places at once. So although the Italian job is going backwards, they are still fighting. They just need to pick up that pace a little bit more.
I want to express a thing that you were speaking about positions. The top three are definitely in a position different from what happened in the pit stop, and I have the answer because I went digging about what happened in the pit stops. They didn't change the tires. They just fueled. They made 20 seconds, respectively 20 seconds each of less in the pit stop because they didn't change the tire, and I think that it may have been a good idea. They stayed with the wet tires, they just put the fuel. Effectively the stint timer defaults when you pit. You don't have to change anything, you have to pit. And they did, and now they are 45 seconds behind the number 52, but they are 23 and 26 in front of Ruben in the 14. And this is a bit of a... they are the only ones. They are the only ones that made this tactic. They went into the... No, yeah, they are the only 3 cars that made this tactic. They went in the pits for 20 seconds less. Just fuel, and out you go. So, effectively, every team has this tactic, his driver. You said earlier that the Italian job is struggling. I think that the drivers may be also a variable here. I think that their best driver was obviously each team in the qualifying put their best driver, but it's very odd to see this difference. It's very odd, and I think they are effectively the outsiders this afternoon. I keep saying tonight, I don't know why, but this afternoon they are a bit of the outsiders, not because of anything, but their pace is effectively odd. That's the best. That's the best word I can find. It's odd, and I can't really express. Meanwhile, here it's again Ferrari battle. We are original, I know, but again it's another Ferrari battle in 9th place, now 10th, and they're side by side, one after the other, with Manisha defending on Durkop. I saw that very few drivers have switched. They are sent to triple stint. Many drivers are trying to triple stint, with very few that double stinted, and only a handful of drivers that did a single stint. Honestly, I can understand the choice, because, well, me personally, I don't know about you too, but me personally, I like to drive the most. Because of a flow kind of vibe. So you start driving and it's constantly. I don't know, you John, you team?
Yeah, I'm the same in our endurance races. I mean, I'm happy, more than happy to do double stints, triple stints if needed. I think the move here you've got to realise is, of course, with the very mixed conditions, people, like Tadzvinza, Hacker, Southall, Apostle, guys that have been in from the beginning know how this track is. They know where the standing water is. They know where the damp patches start forming when it rains. They know, how to position the car, what curbs they can use, what curbs they can't. And it just kind of gels. You don't want to throw that new guy in who hasn't driven in these conditions. There might be some drivers on the field today that have only practiced in pure dry conditions, and these mixed conditions are really going to throw a spanner in the works when we start cycling through drivers later on in the race. Are we going to start seeing, drivers gaining a lot that have, done nothing but wet practice, whereas the guys that have done nothing but dry practice drop back down the field once again? And just want to touch on briefly, speaking of driver changes, Malinowski out of the Veloce esports car, and Caracas back in once again. Still yet to see George Boothby in that car. And just want to bring you a little bit of news as well. Those of you that are wondering where the Williams car is, they have unfortunately retired. We were saying earlier about how Charlie Crossland can't get into the car to do his stint, so they would pick up a penalty once the checker flag drops. They have decided to call it a day, unfortunately, after their incident in the bus stop. So very bad news for Williams there, but hopefully we can see him back in round 2 for a championship charge, because they are a very competitive team. Good driver lineup in that car as well, so definitely to come back on that one. But Tim, same question to you really that Christian just asked me. Endurance racing, how do you feel? Are you one of those guys that jumps in all the time? Are you one of the drivers that kind of just fills in as and when? Or how do you guys tend to do it in your teams?
Well, I think an interesting team to look at here to answer that question is the Veloce Sports. You mentioned just now Malinowski out of the car. Caracas has just been put in it, and you said that we've not seen George Boothby yet. Well, that's a team. It doesn't need an introduction. I'm sure many of the audience have seen them here before. As it looks like Unicorns and Friends here going for an overtake on Armentario ahead, but just not able to get side by side enough before the bus stop. But going back to your question, sorry, John, is that team in particular, George Boothby, Malinowski and Caracas, I mean, you've got two drivers there, Malinowski and Caracas, that are known to be particularly strong drivers in the wet weather. George Boothby, on the other hand, still a strong driver in the wet weather, but a lot better known to take the drier stints. And because they've been teammates for so long, they have that understanding of each other of, okay, if George handles the dry and Malinowski handles the wet, and Caracas handles the wet as well, then we can get the most potential out of all of our drivers. So sometimes I think it falls down to that as well, in the case of just knowing how your drivers fare in different conditions, knowing who's got different strengths and weaknesses in those weather conditions. But to go and answer the original question, personally, I have to agree with Christian. I want to be doing those double stints in the car as much as possible, because like we've seen throughout this race, you're on the track, you know what it feels like, you know how it feels in the wet. If you throw a completely new driver in there, they then have to readjust to the conditions on track, whereas if you've already been driving on it, you already know what it feels like. And here we see Caracas for the Veloce esports team looking for a move on the inside of the Italian job car, still neck and neck as they go down the straight here, but Caracas has an advantage on the inside line going down through the corner. Who's going to come out on top? Veloce esports just able to pull ahead through the corner. That's another position loss for the Italian job car, one gain for Veloce esports. But yes, John, I hope that answers your question. I'm with you guys on this. I think keep the drivers out who are used to dealing with the wet conditions, because hopefully if we get a nice big stint of dry later, you can have one driver just deal with all of that in one go.
Yeah, definitely get Boothby in the car and just get him smashing in those kind of double, triple, maybe even quadruple stints. Boothby, he's an absolute madman. Anybody that's followed him on Twitch will know the great lengths he goes to on a comeback drive. But just want to touch on something now. Obviously, look to the top of your board. The top three have changed. SOP have come in. West Competition have also come in, but Pure Sim Sports still leading out front in the Ferrari. But SOP stop and go 30 against their car now, so they're going to have to serve that one. That is going to slide them way down the order. Simon Bauer now in the car, having Luke Southall gained, having given over the car to him, shall we say. And I think somebody has been speeding in the pit lane.
It's easy in this condition. Consider it's wet, but it's less now. It's greasy even. It's even greasy. the wet tires in these conditions are not trustworthy. You know that you are on tires that are overinflated, heated way too much, and control is not something you can have in wet tires in greasy conditions, nearly greasy, because it was still damp, slightly damp, but it became greasy the second they went into the pit. That's the problem. Not knowing is always the same. Is the same cycle. You don't know exactly where is the line anymore, because the conditions are different and the tires are just wrong. So in fact now the SOP is into the pit serving their penalty, and making a stop and go is, unfortunately, it is easy in these conditions, as Durkop is very close to making it in a bus stop chicane, but neither this time it can happen, as Webber is just in a VIP seat just behind the two Ferrari, looking at them and asking if he can join the fight, and I don't think the two drivers want to accept the request. But anyway, stop and go is fairly easy to achieve. Unfortunately, it happened. There are still 5 hours and a half to go. Nothing to effectively, you don't give up at this point, as has been showed by the 75 being driven now by Caracas for the Veloce Esports. They were literally last at the end of the lap number 1, and they are now in top 10. So you understand where their pace really is. But I'm very interested to see the 52. They are absolutely off sync with everyone. They are literally synced with a single car, because the SOP Esport has 2 laps more. There is just a single car that is synced with them, and they are also in the lead. If they are lucky, because that's it, if they are lucky, they are synced with the weather. So if it rains again, maybe they are on the correct spot. If not, they will lose everything. The advantage of getting off sync is that you basically can have another race. You have different stint time and different tires. You can attack earlier and defend later. And they have also 4 seconds of gap between from Huben, going for the third stint. But for now, Stange is not really performing as good as his teammate, Marcel Stange. Is he German enough? I don't know. I didn't study it. Stange maybe for the Pulsing Sport anyway. It's lapping very slowly. 1 second has been lost in just a lap by Stange from Huben. So now it's going to be interesting to see whether the discussion we were having, if doing double stint, triple stint, and etc., really comes into play, where effectively Stange didn't do a single lap until now, while Huben has been there for 3 hours.
Yeah, Huben's certainly going to be kind of more in the hot seat, should we say, for the Unicorns of Love sim racing car, whereas Stanger is going to have to try and find, where his pace is, where the braking points now are, of course, on this greasy track that is setting to dry out anytime soon. Weather is looking to be cloudy for the next half an hour or so, although I would advise everybody at home to keep their eye on the top right-hand side of your screen, where you can always see a little weather breakdown of how the track conditions are, how the temperatures are, and where the wind is. Typically, with a low wind speed in ACC, it tends to keep weather, although changeable, normally a little bit stable, whereas if you see the wind number picking up, you know that it's going to change very drastically, very quickly. As we look back from Manisha's rear wing, Armamentario, looking, I would say, to the back of it is Unicorns and Friends Sim Racing behind there. Great livery collab between the Pulse Sim Sport team and the Unicorns of Love team. But all the meanwhile, Tim, look who's in the back there in the black and purple Porsche.
It is the Veloce Esports car. We've talked about them quite a lot already in this race, and actually Christian mentioned that they're a good showcase as to why you should not give up, falling to the back of the field and already climbing back into that top 10. John, you'll probably remember this, but the last time I saw the Veloce Esports team fall to the back of the field was not that long ago, just a couple of weeks at the RCI Esports race, where yet again they had an incident in the beginning. They fell all the way back to the back of the field. By the end of the 6 hours, they were up onto that podium. They finished in 3rd place. So no strangers to falling to the back of the field and having to climb back through. And exactly as Christian said, a really good showcase as to why it doesn't always matter if you have these mishaps early on in the Endurance Championship. There is still time in the race. to make something happen of it. And as you just said, coming up now to the rear of the train that is currently led by the Armentario team, Unicorns and Friends. That car, they've looked for a good couple of overtakes now. We've seen them, especially down towards the bus stop chicane. They've been looking towards the outside, but just every time we get close to it, they sort of almost back out and just tuck back in behind the Armentario Ferrari. So I'm wondering here, for Unicorns and Friends, do you think they've got some sort of plan, John? Do you think they've got a strategy of how they're going to get through, or they're just having to wait for that right moment that's not appeared for them yet?
Yeah, it could just be similar to what we saw earlier as we ride on board now in the Moser Racing cockpit cam, looking to the back of the Armamentario car ahead. We saw it earlier with the Kramer Racing Porsche and, of course, West Competition Racing. They just kind of followed each other around. They didn't really make to look a move on each other. They kind of worked together to progress through the field and just try and make their way forward. So Florian Durkop, of course, looking to the Armamentario car. A little bit of a wiggle there from the car ahead over the curb. Slipstream is going to help them up the hill, of course. The Armamentario car punching a big hole in the air for them. And just a breakdown on Manisha, the driver we're looking at the back of ahead. Just 19 years old, nearly 20 years old he turns this year actually, in October. So again, another young driver on the field along with Sebastian Apostle there. Great driving from the both of them, both giving respect in the bus stop, get through safely. We've seen 2x2 go quite badly there so far in this race, but nothing to be had there. But yeah, just 19 years of age, and we do have a little fill out from the Armamentario guys, which is great. So Manisha started sim racing 4 years ago in Gran Turismo Sport, believe it or not, on console, and then after 2 years in Gran Turismo Sport decided to join the ACC community and started intensively racing there. Everything began for him with Gran Turismo Sport, of course, feeling a real connection. I'm sure a lot of us can remember our first racing game. Mine, again, was a very early iteration of Gran Turismo on PlayStation 1, I believe, going all the way back, probably into like the 90s, early 2000s, and it just kind of it was born from there. He's more of a gamer with no real connection to motorsport. His greatest success was third place qualification in the 9 Hours of Spa during the Flex Stream Championship. Armamentario, of course, finished 15th place overall in the Flex Stream Championship, hosted, of course, by VCO and LFM. And he has 1,705 hours in ACC. So
Very precise.
just proves to be, it's a very precise number. I thought that when I just read it, you could have rounded it up 1,700, 1,800. But yeah, 1,705 hours exactly. I'm probably going to pick up a few more after this event. But it's great to see like an insight from all these teams. Of course, we all know them by name, but a lot of us don't actually know what goes on behind the scenes with them. Apostle being, the third place karting endurance champion in Romania for 2021 and 22. So, great to see wide range of talent. Some people love real life motorsport, some people don't, and a banging of wheels now between Unicorns and Friends and Armamentario. Possibly these guys not getting along so well. Maybe Florian Durkop now wants to get a move on. He's fed up of looking at the back of Manisha's car. Maybe he is thinking, actually, I'm losing a bit of time behind this guy. I'm going to need to get a move on. And of course, stewards casting their beady eye down over the track. Tim, don't want to get on the wrong side of stewards, as we've already seen today.
Absolutely. You definitely want to keep yourself out of the stewards' eye lines, especially in an endurance race. But that being said, it's not always avoidable, especially when the track is still quite greasy. Accidents do tend to form when the track conditions aren't ideal. Unicorns and Friends here still looking to find a way through the Armentario car, getting very close to the inside there, and contact between the two drivers. Both managed to hold it together, but the Armentario car goes wide then, has to tuck back in behind. That opens the door for Sim RC community and the Veloce Esports drivers to try and look for a way through, but not going to be able to. Still neck and neck, the Unicorns and Friends, the Armentario car. Unicorns and Friends just slightly pulling ahead, but Armentario coming back through the corner. Another bit of contact between the two drivers, and this time it's Armentario that comes back out on top, and Unicorns and Friends will return to that 8th place position. Some very full-on contact action there, John.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is going to be a tit for tat for the stewards. You hit him, he hit you, so be it. As we go down into turn one, side by side, another little rub maybe on the apex now. Grantas Caracas with the run out of turn one, using the Unicorns of Love and Friends car as a slipstream, punching a great hole in the air. He's got to be very careful now. He doesn't chop the nose of the Ferrari off on the inside. The Pulse Sim Sport and Unicorns of Love car is going to want to try to tow Caracas along if he can, drag him into the bus stop. And of course, Caracas now has to go on the defense defensive. The Aston Martin looking to get involved now. Side by side through the bus stop they go. Thankfully, everybody negates through in single file, but that could have gone very wrong there, Tim.
That could have absolutely gone very wrong. Luckily, managing to navigate through the field as Veloce Esports up into 8th place, though. They now turn their attention to Unicorns and Friends, who found themselves getting into 7 as well. And Armentario losing out 2 positions there, down into 9th. So not the ideal situation for them, but we know they have the pace to stay in this fight. They just need to keep up with the Unicorns and Friends. But Veloce Esports, Christian, they seem to be going in the upwards direction. That can only be good for the number 75 car.
The Porsche was just perfectly placed. They had the good patience to stay behind, stay there, waiting, and then they just attacked perfectly where it had to be done. And now they are in 8th place, considering they started from basically last, at the end of lap number 3, and now they're in 8th place in a very slipstream of the car in front is Durkop in the number 4, being driven by the Unicorns and Friends team. Lapping 45, you can see the... Okay, remember that the fastest time was a 44 point... I can't see it anymore because it was in Williams' hands. But now the Williams Esports team is not here anymore, so I can't know what it was. But it was a 43, if I remember correctly. Was it a 43.765, if I remember on the millisecond? I don't think it is that. But we are getting closer. We are now in the 45, as seen here for Durkop. Stange is lapping now 45.1, so apologies to what I said earlier. Stange is definitely delivering the correct pace. Now the gap between first and second is 4 seconds. And the sister car of the number 4 is in second place in the Mercedes. And I think the 2 teams are going very good, even consider this one is not an effective completely only team lineup. It's 2 different teams being glued together, so it's nice to be seeing that it works. And sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's perfect, it's perfectly balanced. You can see the liver in fact is divided in 2. But now they have to defend against Caracas. I think Caracas wants to join into 7th place. They are very close to the number 4. Obviously, Grantas Caracas doesn't need any anything in front. You probably know who he is and what he can deliver. But the question is, team, what can he do and to overtake the Ferrari, considering the Porsche disadvantage on the straight? So in this situation, I doubt we will see an overtake. But what about afterwards?
Yeah, that's the thing. The Porsche, not notoriously known for having the best straight line speed, often where the car tends to lose out here, but that's not stopped Cracker so far from climbing through the field, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to overtake Unicorns and Friends now. Down towards the outside of the corner goes the Veloce Esports driver. That's opened the door there for Armentario, who's still lurking in the background to try and make a way through too, but there comes Veloce Esports swinging to the outside yet again of Unicorns and Friends, and ahead already before the bus stop chicane. So again, the Porsche doesn't need that straight line speed to make the overtake. They just have to wait for that window of opportunity, and with the lapped car there coming into play, took that window and just made quick work of the Unicorns and Friends. That puts them up into 7th place with Veloce, and probably now looking to close the gap to the Yas Heat team ahead.
I think that was the aim.
I think the Unicorn car there did let him go. It looked like a little bit of a lift on the inside towards the braking zone, just to allow Grantas Caracas to go through. Of course, cut his teeth with the Race Anywhere SimSport car, and then found his way into Veloce for this season. So great to see drivers progressing essentially up the ladder, should we say, to the more prestigious names in esports that we know and very well respected. Like, James Baldwin famously drove for Veloce for a long period of time as well. But looking down towards the kind of back end of the field, should we say, the 222 Aston Martin, home of sim racing esports car, looking to size up a move on the RCI esports car. Through the bus stop it goes, and great driving from both of these guys, very respectful, giving each other just about enough room to make it work there. And not sure who's in the RCI car. I think it's Christopher Strapen looking towards my live timing. So great to see the Belgian driver there giving the uttermost respect on the inside line. But all the meanwhile, Visceral Esports just behind, very out of sync on that one as well. Still, Miguel Renault Ricci in that car. Very surprised to see after the run that he has had so far through the past nearly 3 hours now on this one, coming up to just over the 5th hour mark left to go in the race. And of course, the Visceral Ferrari there, wiper still going. Not sure if that's just a desync with ACC. I know sometimes the lights in the wiper state do desync. There's a little bit of a wiggle through turn 9 towards turn 10. Going to lose him a lot of ground. And in the background there, we see the SOP Esports Racing BMW slip down to P19 after serving their drive-through. Be very careful, Mr. Ritchie. We've seen you take a bit too much curb last time, and the bounce didn't quite go in your favour. But Simon Bauer now out into P19. Just 14 positions lost overall from where they qualified. So this is another car that's probably going to be worth keeping your eye on through the race, Tim, to see how much they can claw back as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just because they're down the field at the moment doesn't mean they won't be higher up later on. And as you said, more than 5 hours left in this race to change your racing position. Veloce Esports already doing that. They're up in 7th. And like you said, the SOP Esports racing team now will be looking to do the same thing. Down in 19th after taking their stop and go, but can definitely improve as well. Already climbed towards the back of TSR Esports, looking to overtake them quickly. On your screens though, we've got the Porsche of TF Racing as they come up to SG Stern in the Mercedes. What can they do? Can they improve themselves up into the top 20? They're certainly going to look to do it now, coming down towards the bus stop chicane, but they're too far back at the moment. Christian, if you're in that situation, what's your goal here? Do you just get as close as possible and go for the overtake as quickly as you can, or because it's an endurance race, are you going to take your time and wait things out?
Honestly, in the endurance, the main issue is that you don't want any contact, but you want the overtake. So it's a bit of a short cover between what you want and, oh, there is a Ferrari going definitely not in the correct racing line and in front of the Unicorns of France, number 4, luckily without any problem for Oleg Herkulev in 26th position, losing a couple of spots. But as you asked earlier, the problem is that it's a long race and it's not a driver that changes everything. It's damage that changes everything, it's strategy that changes everything, it's the overall pace that changes everything. So effectively, something exploded. The situation is between understanding if the driver in front is enough and understanding where the driver in front is just something that blocks you. And I think in this situation, Manos Gerardis has I think he chose what the Mercedes is quite clearly as he goes into inside in turn 1, tries to make an overtake in the worst possible place for the Porsche considering what comes after, but for now he tries to make it go into turn number 2, uphill section, turn number 3, turn number 3, it is the outside and it comes back behind. Another question is the slipstream enough to get in front into the bus stop? Consider that the Mercedes has just a pure advantage over the bus stop chicane because of the dampers, so I don't think it will happen. As a matter of fact, it didn't. But endurance racing is good because of this. It's not a single incident that ruins your race, see number 75 in P7. It's not a single penalty that ruins your race, but definitely it is damage. See the Williams C-Sport car that got thrown into the barrier and left 2 laps behind because of the incident that happened. And I can't remember the penalty. What was the penalty if it happened? I can't recall right now if it was there a penalty even, because there's been a couple of incidents and penalties, but I don't remember seeing anything relating to the Williams one, which is a bit odd. Like, I don't know if you can check maybe, because if I do, everything explodes. So
yeah, I'll do some digging. We'll see if I can find out.
But anyway, now we are on board with Inestrosa thanks to our Moza Racing cockpit cam. You can see here very close to Bernard in front in the 71. The situation here has been quite steady. The last lap has been a 982 in terms of milliseconds. Obviously, I'm talking about a 44 for both and 0.960. So there has been 22 milliseconds of difference between the two drivers. Now, Tim, in this situation, because it's quite different from earlier, do you want to push? Because effectively, I don't know how much you want to push, airing the tires, and maybe giving yourself a head edge when the pace is literally the same. It's a bit of a difficult situation there.
Yeah, I think it, like you said, it's an endurance race. You don't necessarily have to push straight away, especially if you're similarly paced to the car ahead. Then there's no point going super over aggressive, churning up those tyres, and then you might get ahead, but you're not going to go anywhere. They're still going to be stuck to you because they're the same pace. So for RC Esports here, I think a good play would just be to carry on going with Ren Welton Esports. Here's Gert Fischer on your screen right now for West Competition Racing, looking to push themselves up into the top 10, currently neck and neck with the Aston Martin or SimRC community. What can Gert Fischer do here towards the inside of the bus stop chicane? Really takes the curb there, and unfortunately that just unsettles the car for them, so they're going to have to fall back for now. And the West Competition Racing team, actually sorry, that is the West Competition Racing car on your screen. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get up into that top 10, but still stuck to the rear of the SimRC community car, looking for maybe a move down the inside here. And it looks like the SimRC Racing lost a bit of grip going around the outside the corner there, maybe a slightly offline for the Aston. That's just going to help promote the BMW up into that top 10. So Gert Fischer gains another position, puts the West Competition into the top 10. To answer your original question there, Christian, I think, yeah, endurance race, just sort of keep the pace with your opponents for now. It honestly depends. Are you going the same sort of pace as your opponent, or are you instead definitely faster than them? Because if you're definitely faster, then you absolutely go aggressive and you go for the overtake. But if you're the similar pace, I just work together to climb through the ranks. What about you, John? What do you think on the situation?
Yeah, I mean, endurance, it's one of those things where you have such a long amount of time, and we said it on the grid, me and Kevin, we said, it's not all won in the first 10 minutes, so, 8 hours is a very long time indeed, and, the RCI 6-hour challenge, where Veloce drove back in those 6 hours, they have an extra 2 hours today to find even more positions, so it's going to be interesting to see how they fare on that one, but it's just all about kind of maintaining a good track position as such, not getting yourself caught up in loads of silly battles, not putting yourself in scenarios, where it could all, end wrong and end with your car in the wall, as we saw a couple of cars going, 2-3 wide into the bus stop, Caracas included in the Veloce car, and it's just not a situation you want to be in. If that went heavily wrong, obviously Caracas, touch wood, could have, ended up in the wall, and, they would have just gone backwards, back to where they were. But yeah, touching on Christian's question about the Williams car when it went into the wall under the hands of Fiala, it was a penalty for the 41 TF Racing. They ended up with a drive-through penalty after that incident, so I think we did miss that on the race control pop-up. So this man here,
that's fine.
not number 20, position 21 at the moment, the number 41 did pick up a drive-through. So again, another car that's slightly out of sync, and that's clearly shown by how close they're getting to the back of the SG Stern Mercedes there. The Mercedes, of course, with the grunt in the straight line, the Porsche with the help on the brakes, just not looking into turn one now. We know how that went last time. We did see the Mercedes with a much better run down towards the bus stop, and unfortunately the 41 Porsche did go backwards. But Chris Hanna here doing a great job indeed. A mirror full of Porsche. It's not going to be easy, especially knowing how fast that thing is out of a corner, how good it is on the brakes as well. And you just see there the grunt of the AMG, even with the slipstream on the Porsche, just isn't enough to draw the Porsche like into the rear wing at all. And it's a very good car in a straight line, the Mercedes versus the Porsche, which is a very good car on corner exit and braking. So we're going to see that kind of tit for tat that we saw, that me and Kevin spoke about, where some cars you'll see are much better in certain sectors than other sectors. And I believe one of the Porsches managed to steal the fastest middle sector earlier on the lap time board, and of course the qualifying result, not every driver took a faster sector, so each car shining in their own right. And of course any Porsche drivers, as we touched on earlier, are eligible. But speaking of Porsche, Henrik Gamble for the Kramer Esports team, glorious replay coming in here, coming out of chute turn 6 down towards turn 7, looks to brakes a bit too late, gets maybe a big wiggle on, and then of course just about kept it out of the wall. So very heads up driving there from the Kramer Esports team. And was looking at their document earlier on, team founded in 2022, so still fairly new in the terms of esports teams that have been going for a good few years now. 8 drivers in total in their roster, with 4 being the core of the ACC team, so a lot of experience under them. course, Bischoff, aged 33, and started sim racing nearly 10 years ago. So a wealth of knowledge in that driver. And of course, he can essentially coach the younger members below him. Noah Ida, just 19 years old, only been sim racing for a year and a half. Henrik Gamble, 22, lots of experience in different sims, but not dabbled in iRacing just yet. Seeing motorsport on TV, and the Nordschleife urged him to get into the virtual world of motorsport, shall we say? So some drivers having, great experience with motorsport in the real world. We were saying earlier, I believe, Christian, you touched it, a lot of drivers that, get into karting from a very young age don't quite have the budget for, real life motorsport, which is very, very expensive. As we know, the likes of GT racing, F1, even entry level stuff at grassroots can soon add up, and a lot of drivers just turning their talents to the virtual world.
Effectively, many times I saw during the file that a couple of drivers went effectively, obviously I won't say any name, but the reality is that motorsports in real life is a lot to afford, and luckily this exists, and you can see the result. The result exists. They were good in karting, they were good in some minor motorsport leagues in real life. They went for the switch in the esports venue, and it's not like they were just lucky in real life. They were good, and this is the perfect result. We have a penalty regarding number 4 with a 5-second penalty for causing a collision in lap number 84 to 8 with a 121. You can see here is that number 4 that has gained 16th position that now has a penalty for a collision. Now I can maybe see if I have it on board. It was lap number 86, but I don't think there is the time. There has been multiple contacts, so effectively I don't know which one to choose from. There's been a total of 4 contacts between the 4 and the 121, and possibly it's even too late. But 5 seconds is for a major contact, apparently, for some of the contact we were seeing while battling with the Veloce car. But as I said, the real life compartment really gives you a push into the inside. It goes for position number 20. Finally, Gerardis, the Greek driver, managed to get over the Mercedes into the middle sector where the Porsche is strongest. So this means that finally the TF Racing car can jump the gun and basically just go away and fly into the middle sector where the Mercedes is effectively slightly slower. In terms of lap time, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the Porsche can make it, or the Mercedes can take back the place in the very straight that the Porsche is afraid of. But finishing this, it's real life gives you obviously a major opportunity. But I think that the ability you have in real life, you have it even in the sim racing world. I know it's more difficult because I know some real life drivers could be faster in the sim racing. Some can, like Romain Grosjean, Max Verstappen, it's quite obvious as an example. And I can't remember the other name. There is a famous name, it is quite Lando Norris. But basically, it's difficult to have the real life to esport transition. But as I saw an interview with Max Verstappen, they said that if you put a sim racing pro into a car, they can deliver. It's not the opposite. So I think here it's even more difficult than real life because you can't feel anything. Don't know about you, John.
Yeah, that's the thing with the virtual world. Of course, there's no kind of real life effects that you kind of have in the real world. You're not being rattled about in a bucket seat. You're not subject to G forces. All the kind of like athletic strain as we see Ren Velton coming under pressure still from the Yas Heat car and a BMW, I believe, a lapped car there looking to maybe try and make up some ground, although we did see lapped cars earlier playing a kind of detrimental role in Nicholas Huben's race as he tried to take a lap back. As we come back to now the Pulse Simsport car making a move on the Italian job. Honda still going backwards and towing along Yeet Esports, although I believe the Yeet car there pulling back in not part of this fight, although looking to gain some more laps back. And the Italian job driver looking to the mirrors maybe a little bit too much, finds himself over the curb into the grass, and the Yeet Esports car all the way around the outside on the long bank turn. So another car put between themselves and the number 54 Pulse Sim Sport car as well. But yeah, you're not subject to, real world scenarios such as G-force, all the kind of the heat, the noise that goes with racing, physical fitness. You don't have to be particularly fit, shall we say, to do this virtually. So if you suffer any, breathing difficulties or lung problems, it's still a great way that you can be a part of some form of motorsport. And obviously, esports is growing bigger and bigger every year. There's more and more events coming on. There's bigger prize pools turning up, more sponsors getting involved, new companies pushing the way forward as well. So exciting things on the horizon. It is. It's a lot cheaper as well. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, you compare running a race car to buying a top-end wheel system, you're still going to be quids in, even if you buy a very mediocre wheel. Even something like a mid-level Thrustmaster, Fanatec, Logitech, etc., you're still going to be way under the cost of a season in a real-life car. Even karting is, quite expensive these days. So great to see, everybody from all around the world, no matter where you come from, your background, all you need is a little bit of cash. And we know some of the faster drivers, even at the beginning, were racing on CRT monitors and Logitech wheels on a desk. No fancy rigs, no fancy, ultra wides, triples, etc. They were doing some stupidly fast times with the most basic of equipment, and it's it's great to see how easy it is to get into. I myself started with a Logitech G25 clamped to a desk, and here we are many moons later, still racing on a desk, but with the T500 RS. So the gear's gone up, the desk still remains, and we're still enjoying it as we were from day one. And Tim, I'm not sure on your setup. I've not really spoke too much, even though we share the same kind of community at RCI. It's everybody's different, and what are you racing, Tim?
I'm very similar to you. Used to have the Logitech G25 strapped to my desk, and then upgraded later on to one of the Fanatec wheelbases. Still, again, strapped to my desk as well, so not quite made the move into a full-on rig yet, but it all depends on what works for you. I know that you quite like racing on your desk. You think it's comfy. I have to agree. It's very comfy as well. Just looking now back onto the field, the SOP Esports racing team, they served a stop and go earlier, pushed them down into 19th place. They're up into 18th and now hoping to try and take the Viscero Esports car and the RCI Motorsport car ahead of them. They've just got to find a way through the field. Of course, it wasn't that long ago, I think just about now, that Audi managed to fight the way through the Ferrari. So definitely potential there. They've just got to find the right opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, here comes the Yas Heat car on the Ren Welton Esports. Is this the moment that Inestrosa has been looking for here? Probably not. They've had to duck back out on the bus stop chicane. Car getting majorly unsettled there through the corners, and that's opened the door for the blue flag car that was hoping behind them to benefit off some tow, it seems, is now right behind the Yas Heat. So the RC still looking to try and get up past the Ren Esports car there, but if you've noticed, like I said, they're climbing together. They've managed to get that car a lot closer, and now they're just 1.5 seconds off Lucas Tipak, who's ahead in the number 255. So, like I was saying, endurance racing, John, you don't have to necessarily go for the overtake as soon as the opportunity opens up to you. You can just hopefully climb with your opponent, and if you both work together and you stay out of each other's way, as long as your pace is similar, you can both benefit in the long run.
Yeah, you've certainly got a lot to play with. Like we keep saying, 8 hours is a considerable amount of time to make moves stick. You can size up your opponent. 65-minute stint, somewhere in that 65-minute stint, you're going to try and make a move. You just need to work out where you can make it stick, where your opponent's a little bit weaker. Can you get close enough to force your opponent essentially into a mistake of some kind? Is he going to be, hampered by lap traffic, which of course at the beginning in the first couple of hours isn't really a thing, but the later you get into the race, the more cars that essentially fall out of sync, fall off the lead lap, become essentially traffic in the fight, and of course they can throw a right or curveball into the scenario as well. But just quickly want to touch, of course, on the Virtual Endurance Masters as the Sim RC community car comes down pit lane, a little bit out of sync, just under the hour mark on that one.
It's a bit odd.
and we see West Competition Racing being passed
Oh!
by Armamentario. A little bit of contact. The weird Ferrari bump hits again. Very well held by Manisha. Just about kept it out of the wall, although West Competition racing through. And we're going to see a glorious replay here as we see West Competition on the outside. Kisses the inside curb. Just about had his nose alongside. And I think Manisha just thought he was clear of the BMW, and unfortunately losing out 2 places there, I believe. Second thought's probably not. Just the one to the West Competition Racing. The Porsche, of course, is a lapped car, so Manisha is going to have to find a way through the Porsche and then find his way back past the West Competition Racing car. So not good scenes there. But we just want to touch on what these guys are truly fighting for here at the Virtual Endurance Masters. The top 3 championship positions overall at the end will be awarded cash prizes. So first place picks themselves €5,000, second place €2,500, and third place picks up €1,000 in total. As we see the Unicorns of Love putting a lap down on the Visceral Esports car. No fight to be had there. Miguel Renault Ricci there giving up the position quite easily to Nicholas Huben, who is currently in P2. And the Kramer Racing car is the next one down behind, and ahead the car of Stanger, the Pulse Simsport car, is the next car for position for Huben. And alongside the cash prizes, we are awarding, of course, non-cash prizes as well. We're awarding all these rewards via CaseKing.de, one of the sponsors for the series. First place will pick themselves up a €1,400 voucher for Moser products via CaseKing.de. Second place will pick up a €12,000 voucher for Noble Chairs. Third place will pick up a €1,000 voucher for Next Level Racing products. Fourth place will pick up an €800 voucher for Glorious, and fifth place will pick up a €600 voucher for Ducky via CaseKing.de. And of course, bonus money, should we say, to be awarded throughout the season, with €100 going to the fastest qualifying lap, which of course went to the Italian job team last night in qualifying and Super Pole. And we also have €100 on offer for the team that makes up the most positions in the race. And at the moment, it looks like, scanning up and down the midfield, we have got the Porsche Spinala team gaining 18 positions overall. Pulse Simsport number 2 gaining 17 positions overall, so they're in quite close contention for, of course, the bonus €100 that is picked up there. So going back to our point earlier that we were talking about, Tim, you know, holding your own in the series, maybe people want to get a slice of that €100.
Oh, absolutely. €100, it goes a long way and can really help out SOP Esports Racing. Still
the
looking to
Corbo!
try and make the move happen. Contact between them and the Visceral Esports car. Visceral Esports ends up in the wall. Let's have a glorious replay and see exactly what has happened here. Coming down towards the bus stop chicane, Unicorns of Love car. Oh, they've caught the curb heavy there. Went straight into Visceral Esports, and then they've gone straight into the wall. That's going to be an unfortunate lot of damage for them. They're probably going to have to pit to fix, because otherwise that car is just going to be cruising a lot slower around the track. And unfortunately for Miguel Renault Ricci, that's not the situation they wanted to be in. They would have probably much preferred it to have simply just avoided that incident altogether. Unfortunately though, there wasn't a lot that the SOP team could do after they hit that curb. That's the thing, Christian, once you've hit the curb, especially on that bus stop chicane, you're not in control of the car anymore. You're very much at the will of the track there. So unfortunate for SOP, but it looks like they could pick up a penalty for that.
The problem is that, as you said, when you are in the curb, it's already too late. But what about what is earlier on, as there is a fight between 2 drivers? It's for 18th position. It's a Porsche. It's a Porsche number 41. This, after overtaking the Mercedes, is now in front of the Audi. For team TF Racing in 18th position. But as you said, when you are in the curb, it's already too late, obviously. It's not like you can fly. It's not like you are on an airplane. The problem is that you don't have to do it it's not like a contrary where you have to overtake obligatory and the driver has to give you the whole space available. Sometimes drivers are not really willful to give you all the track of space, and I think this was one of the situations. Obviously, we are not stewards, and I don't have all the tools that can help me decide whether or not it was the fault, and I can't go back and forth multiple times. But in the bus stop, it's 99% of the incidents are avoidable just because the attacker may be less greedy. That's the simple sentence I can give you, is that the incident happens because I won't say they wanted, but they wanted to overtake as soon as possible, and maybe it was a bit too optimistic as a move, and then they went flying on the curb, and then they went destroying the 44 again, because the 44, I have lost count of how many times they have been involved in an incident. And for this race, they have been extraordinarily unlucky. It's been, I think it's been the 5th time they've been involved in an incident, not for their fault even. We saw the turn 1, we saw turn 1 again multiple times, this one in the bus stop, but I think that ultimately the fault is on the fact that the bus stop is a tricky place. You don't make the overtake during the bus stop, you do it earlier or later, and as a driver, you have to understand that there are 5 hours to go, no one is rushing you, you definitely want to make the place later on and maybe losing what, 4 or 5 seconds, then serving 20 seconds of penalty because you killed someone else. That's my personal idea and opinion, and I think I'm pretty clean driver, so maybe that's why I'm talking like this. I'm usually very safe on the overtakes. Some drivers are not really, and understandably so. Maybe I am too safe. But sometimes you have to understand that, oh, there's Tugel makes the overtake on people going a bit wide on the grass, and now they are in 13th place, and they are just falling since the beginning of the race yet, and it seems like they don't seem to have found the problem. But to finish everything, I think the bus stop is a tricky place. Sometimes it's avoidable, sometimes not. I think this one was avoidable. Meanwhile, Fisher made the opposition on the side bus stop. I think they can keep it, but I want to see the overtake back again from the glorious instant replay. You can see here from the TV camera on the outside, they made it on the very same bus stop, but just a tiny bit, and maintained the car on the curb. That was an astonishing move by the number 1 lineup, and now the overtake may happen by Caracas for 5th place from what, 41st they were?
Yeah, pretty much from like 43rd from the opening lap. Of course, the first car to pit to make the switch from wets to dries now finds himself up in P7, although they've technically lost 5 positions overall from their qualification.
No 4.
They have, of course, gained now 4. Of course, now they get past the Yasheet esports car of that's in Astrosia, probably working together. Of course, the Veloce and the Yasheet boys, 2 teams that are very close, of course, on track as well as they are off track. Everybody's really friendly between the 2, so possibly thinking they're going to use Grantas Caracas to tow themselves up to the back of the Ren Velton car and then find a way past the Ferraris ahead of them as well. We just want to touch, speaking of BMWs and of course the West Competition racing car, had it been any other car over the curbs in that angle, I think the car would have spat them backwards into the wall. So BMW being a very stable platform for making kind of silly moves like that doable. Had it been a Ferrari, I think we might have seen a very different outcome. And speaking of outcomes, here we go. Leon burnt to the inside of the low-fuel motorsports car of Tipash on the inside. Tipash around the outside, cuts the nose off. Meanwhile, this allows Caracas to take a much faster line through the bus stop, closes right up to the back of the Ren Velton esports car. Of course, lights ablaze on Caracas's car. You're not going to miss that one in your mirrors, getting ever so close as they head down into turn 6 of Shoot. Hopefully everybody makes it through here. Very stable indeed. Very easy corner to get wrong. We've seen a weird bounce from a Ferrari of Visceral already on the outside of that turn since the green flag has dropped, and Caracas just slots back into the train and he tries to size up another move once again. But I think the low fuel motorsports car is going to be the kind of key player in this fight. He's going to eventually hold up the Ren Velton car enough that allows Caracas to make a move on them, and then possibly even shoehorn open the door to take the 4th place. So Caracas is going to be the driver to keep your eye on in this little train forming now. But just want to touch back on BMW. Wild Things Racing Team. We saw them earlier on in the back of one of the shots, the dark blue and pink liveried car. Unfortunately, One of their drivers, Ben Langford, has been apparently the second fastest car on the track during his last stint, trying to recover what seemed to be a pit stop bug where they put fuel in the car, but fuel didn't end up going in the car, thus they had to take 2 trips down the pit lane. His pedals have now since broken and given up the ghost mid-stint, and he's feeling rather dejected in the LFM chat. Third time in weeks that he's had a hardware issue or game bug ruin an important race, so not good for the Wild Things Racing team. But opened up our little document just to see if we had any information on them, and we of course did. Wild Things Racing formed in 2021, 6 pro drivers and approximately 25 drivers across the whole organisation. As we see now, Caracas looking to the inside. I said it, the low fuel motorsports car being the cork in the bottle. Caracas up the inside, all over the curb. Ren Velton sensibly backs out of that one and now allows Caracas to attack the back of the low fuel motorsports car. We're going to see a glorious replay here from over the helicam. We see Caracas there to the inside. Looks like Ren Velton even lifted a little bit to kind of give themselves a little bit of a gap between themselves and Caracas once he did slot in. Of course, the last thing you want to do is jam on the brakes to avoid yourself running up the back of your opponent ahead of you, and then of course detrimentally spinning yourself into a wall. But Caracas now up into P5, just 3 positions down from where he started, and he's now going to start to make a look on the back of Tipash in the 255 low fuel motorsports car. And coming down the hill, he looks to the inside, decides to turn back in to maximize the exit as much as he can towards turn 9. He looks to the inside, and low fuel motorsports Lucas Tipash, I believe, just says, you know, go on, have it, be my guest. And this is going to allow the Ren Velton car through as well. Possibly not enough pace through turn 9. Turn 10 slots back in behind the Ferrari, and we now get the Ferrari train forming once again. LFM, Ren Velton and Yas Heat, as Lucas Tipash fires himself into the pit lane, nearly caught out the Ren Velton car, who nearly ran up the back, and that's allowed Inestrosia through down into turn 1, and Caracas has just driven away from this little pack behind him, and a big dab of opposite lock for the Ren Velton car through turn 1 there. So the LFM car being that decider in that fight. But just want to touch back on Ben Langford quickly. Had a real-life crash in karting. Again, touching back on karting a lot in this broadcast. And ever since then, stopped him from racing in real life. So, has turned to sim racing. Always been an F1 man until about a year ago. Started playing ACC and then recently switched over to PC to get into it kind of properly. Joined the Wild Things Racing team in January 2023 and has only logged, believe it or not, 230 hours in ACC, and in his last stint he was 2nd fastest on the road. So it's yeah, it's crazy to know what you can do. You don't have to have thousands of hours, you don't have to have the best sim gear, you don't even have to be, you know, fully compos mentis, should we say, in everything you do in life. But there is always a slot somewhere in sim racing for you, and that's what makes it so glorious. You know, whether even you're working behind the scenes, you know, broadcasting such as Christian is, or commentating such as me, Tim and Kevin have been doing, there's always somewhere for you. So we do highly encourage, if you haven't made the leap yet and you are watching the broadcast thinking, I want a piece of that, you can certainly find your way in, as Jordan Daly in the chat says 3,200 hours. So I think we're going to get into a little bit of a flexing contest on how many hours we all have now.
Yeah, the hours don't really represent what a driver can do. It's I sometimes, obviously, hours really gives you a buff, as we are now seeing just another camper passing the LFM Ferrari Jarenovich number 9 in the Audi for the GSA Racing by ACE. But I don't think. Sometimes I see that this happens way too often. Sometimes people are basically categorized in terms of performance in how many hours have you drove in the sim racing. And I think it's the worst possible measurement system, because I have 400 hours. I honestly have nothing compared to them, and I don't think that the hour amount really counts anything. To be honest, it counts obviously when you are in the 1,500, and even then, it's not like a synonym of your Veloce esport level. And sometimes I think the hour amount is taken too much into account, as Manos Gerard is trying another Mercedes. It's the revenge of the Mercedes for the Porsche number 41. I think the amount of hours really doesn't represent what a driver can do. The same way, maybe prior experience in karting doesn't means that you are good. It just is a thing that if you have karting experience, obviously it tends to be easier to get you into sim racing because you know everything, the basics. So you are basically 400 hours in front of everyone else, maybe 600 even. The thing is that hours don't represent the real skill value. I think the real skill value is either talent or just pure training. It doesn't come because you made more hours there, in my opinion. I don't know about you, as the sun is shining. No, it's sunny now. I don't know about you, Tim and John, but I think that hours really have zero meaning in how good a driver is. It's obviously great to see someone good with very few hours, but the opposite can happen. A lot of hours and being nowhere in terms of pace.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you shouldn't take it all just from the base value, but then again, it's the old saying, isn't it? Practice makes perfect. So, you know, the more hours you log, the more practice you've probably had across the sims as well. So, at the end of the day, I agree with you. I think driver value shouldn't just be based off how many hours they've driven. You can have any amount of hours and still, as we're seeing here today, you can create some absolutely phenomenal drivers. Here's Maximilian Schrank for Prime E Racing coming up on the Italian Job car right now. The Italian Job finds himself in 13th place after starting on pole. Seems to have been struggling so far, but now have Romano behind the wheel of that 179. What can they do? What can Romano do to help try and get the Italian Job back in this race? It's definitely been a downhill spiral for them so far, John. And if you are the Italian Job right now, the start of the race hasn't gone your way. There's 4 hours, 42 minutes left to go. If you were the team leader here, what are you saying to your team? Is there a strategy forming right now, or are you just trying to get back to the pace that you had in qualifying?
It's a real tricky one because we don't quite know where the pace has gone or what they've lost it on. I mean, we had a few kind of speculations that maybe the wet weather wasn't geared towards the Honda. Maybe their setup was, you know, thrown more towards the dry end of the curve. Of course, Christian just mentioned earlier, the sun is, of course, coming out, is currently kind of behind clouds for the next 30 minutes or so. So the track might even go hotter as we see the Italian Job car taking a little bit of grass through the bus stop. It's going to allow Maximilian Schwanker just to the back of him as well in the number 77 Prime E Racing car. But yeah, it's a tricky one because you can't put we up here obviously can't put our finger on what has gone wrong, whether or not something's just, you know, not clicked overnight, whether they're just not feeling, you know, in their groove. Everybody has an off day, and maybe coincidentally 3 of them are just having their off day today. It's just about damage limitation at this point, Tim. You know, you don't want to get yourself involved in unnecessary accidents. You don't want to pick up any damage. You don't want to speed in the pit lane. You just want to kind of almost let fate decide other people's race, if that makes sense. So keep it clean, keep it tidy, focus on the job at hand. As we see Veloce there diving out the pit lane ahead of the fight here between Yas Heat and Low Fuel Motorsport. They just about made it out in time, just ahead of a lapped BMW as well, as we've got Valentin Barrier now back in the Yas Heat car, and we now have Appel in the number 71 Low Fuel Motorsports car just to the left there with the green mirrors, and Yas Heat through towards the bus stop. I think Low Fuel Motorsport thinking better off that fight, thinking I've only just got in the car, it's a big name ahead of me, and I don't really want to be spinning the car into the bus stop, as the BMW now becomes the hold up through down to turn 6 and turn 5. This could allow the Low Fuel Motorsports car back through, although Yassi opens the door enough for both cars to come through indeed. And now Barrier is going to be sizing up the back of the Veloce Porsche, and they've changed driver as well. We've now got George Boothby in there, Tim. So excited to see what pace he's going to pull now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, George Boothby is finally unleashed onto the track. We were saying earlier that we've not seen Boothby yet in that Veloce sports car, and that man needs absolutely no introduction. No doubt one of the best names right now in sim racing is going to be defending against Valentin Barrier, another huge name in sim racing as well. So keep your eyes on the screen. This could turn out to be a very interesting fight between the Veloce esports car and the Yas Heat esports car. 2 drivers that understand each other a lot, John. They've raced onto the track together, and separately against each other as well. So when you've got drivers like this, they know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and that's sometimes how you get the best fights out of people, is knowing your opponents and how they drive.
Yeah, of course. Boothby and Barrier both shared a short stint at Yas Heat, I believe, together. So they've driven together. They've now driving against each other since the shuffle up at the beginning of 2023, where a lot of teams kind of made moves that none of us were really expecting. And it almost reminds me of that Spider-Man meme where you've got 3 Spider-Mans all pointing at each other. And it's just kind of that. It's just a mirror of each other. They're both very quick drivers in their own rights. They both have their strength. They both have their weaknesses. But it's going to be like a mind game thing almost at this point, knowing that each other know everything about each other from previous races as well. As we see the Unicorns and Friends, Jonathan Seville, glorious replay we're going to flick to here. Armamentario just ahead of Kolosov on that one, going into the bus stop, jumping over the curbs. Kolosov with the really weird Ferrari bounce that we keep seeing, and he's lucky to keep it in the straight and narrow as he bounces back onto the circuit, Tim. Ferrari just not the one to be abusing curbs today, it seems.
Yeah, the Ferrari, never a good car to try and abuse the curbs on. Very low riding, gets spat out of them quite often in an unfortunate way. The thing is, though, is the Ferrari, definitely the dominant car of the day, though. You'll be able to see that there's a lot of Ferraris currently in the top 10. We've already talked about how every single fight seems to involve a Ferrari at the moment. It's because it's one of those cars that's just notoriously known to be great as an all-rounder, especially in endurance racing. I know it was only about a year ago when they did a vote for what is the best car for an endurance race, what would you pick? And the car that came out on top was the Ferrari, based on how its pace goes over her range of time. Sorry, the Veloce sports car under pressure from Yas Heat's Valentin Barrier goes for a move up the inside and makes it happen ever so fast there. George Boothby tucks back into that 6th place position for now. It looked like one of the back markers got involved, and that's what helped Valentin Barrier through here. And again, we come back to what you were saying earlier, John, in that as we get into this halfway point in the race, the back markers, although they don't intend to, they can be a huge factor as to who loses out in positions and where.
Yeah, I think Boothby caught out by the kind of black and gold Porsche just ahead of him there that did, essentially the spanner in the works, shall we say, as he went through the last turn. Had to slow up, had to scrub a little bit of speed, and of course, with the long run from the last turn to the first turn, of course, it just gave Barrier just enough drive off the last turn to get alongside and almost past the Veloce esports car before they even got to the braking zone. And then Veloce just had to kind of tuck back in, like you say, Tim, and follow the Yas Heat car through the rest of the lap. Interestingly, at the moment, of course, we've had a big cycle of drivers through the cars now. We've now got Formula in the Unicorns of Love sim racing car. We've, of course, got Mabix back in the 977 for Kramer. We've got Fisher staying in the West competition car for now. Stanger still out front for the Pulse Sim Sport. But more interestingly, Jonathan Seville in the Unicorn and Friends car has taken the fastest lap of the race, Tim.
Yeah, it just goes to show, no matter where you are in the field, you can still take that fastest lap. We've seen Unicorns and Friends be very competitive already throughout the race there, and there's Marco Bischoff now setting the fastest race time for the Kramer Racing esports team.
It's not even. It's too tied.
Oh, they're tied at the moment as well, so it just goes to show that anyone really can take the fastest lap at this point. Marco Bischoff back in the Kramer Racing esports car, flying already in the Porsche right now. Well, they need to fly because they have Valentin Barrier and George Boothby behind them. Luckily for them, though, the Yas Heat and the Veloce drivers still battling out. Don't doubt for a second that George Boothby and the Veloce will drop off, because they absolutely won't. But going down the field a bit, Simon Fate and the Jardiere community team BMW looking to try and hold off Team 1 Double F behind them. The German driver in that car is already looking for a way through the bus stop chicane, though. Simon Fate just able to hold it together here, and the Jardiere community doing a good job running in 22nd here. Started all the way down in 33rd, so gaining 11 positions for the number 81.
Problem is that now you can see who is behind them is the number 4, and I really think they want to pass as soon as possible, even because they are on a battle with the 71 Apple just in front. You can see the 71 being just there, and they have to let them pass, obviously. The problem is that they are on a fight, and in these situations here, as a driver behind, you don't know how it will go. because it will either go perfectly smoothly and they will let you pass both, or this happens side by side into turn number 10, and as very close between the two drivers. Now the BMW on the inside, Porsche on the outside. A second to last, and the Porsche makes it from the outside. A very great move by the Porsche driver, and Fleischer made it seem like it was easy. I want to see it back with the glorious replay, and from our helicam you can see the Porsche on the outside. That is a very close one in turn number 10, and then having the perfect line into turn number 12. A very good one. And now the Porsche is 1.7 seconds ahead of Feist. How do I pronounce it? I don't know. Feist? Is it? Anyway, the number 81 is now behind. And then there is another battle ongoing. It is a 77. Maximilian Schwanke for the Prime E-Racing, just behind Romano. Still this fight is going on for 13th position. And I think they are the closest one. Meanwhile, the fastest lap went to Barrier. 43.682. Fastest lap of the race so far. And it was an astonishing a second point... no, it was... a second point 2 faster than the leader. Now, I think the 52 was also involved in some back markers, but this really shows you that it's not over yet. Like, 44.0 for Bischoff, Buff with 44.0, and then there is Formula with a 46.7. So I'm not entirely sure what happened here with the Unicorn stuff. Ah, no, okay, they were... I think they were... I hope they were bottled behind the back marker, because it was again a 46.4.
Yeah, so some superb times coming out from these guys at the front of the grid. Of course, some big names in the cars. Mabix for the Kramer Racing Esports, Barrier for Yas Heat, and Boothby for Veloce. So it is all to play for still. 4.5 hours just over to go. Absolutely anything can happen here. We got a couple of penalties being dished out. We got Kolosov in the Armamentario car with 5 seconds. We got Bauer in the SOP Symphony of Pistons car with 5 seconds additionally to take as well. As we see the Pulse Simsport car now coming down pit lane as well. Top left half of your screen, you see the pit next to their name. So keep your eyes on Fisher and see where he comes out in relation to the leader. Could be a position switch here as well on the cards. I think Lena Formula is going to be far too far away to be able to do anything at all. And if I'm right in saying, I believe this is a Twitch streamer, if I'm right in saying, Lena Formula.
I don't ask me. I have no clue, because I'm not I'm not that much into the Twitch venue, unfortunately. So I don't entirely know. I just know that he is now 3 seconds off the pace, nearly. So unless there is a problem in the car, it's odd to say the least, because they were also first, if you remember. Like in the beginning of the race, they were what, 8 seconds of advantage they had with the wet. More or less. I can't really remember the number exactly.
I believe so. They had quite a good start, the Unicorns of Love team, on that one. I am right in saying it is Formula Lena on Twitch, currently with just over 500 viewers on her POV. So should be good to see how that goes down. Boothby as well, streaming his POV. Foch with the POV for the Yassi car as well. So plenty of viewing options for the Virtual Endurance Masters here on Twitch. Just check on out the ACC category, shall we say. And HC Dizzy, of course, one of the partners with us today as well, streaming the Yeet Esports POV to just over 600 viewers on his channel as well. So Formula Lena, we're probably going to see her coming under some pressure soon from Mabix in the Kramer Racing Porsche, and then with that may come Barrier. So we might have a good three-way fight on our hands very, very soon. Looks like a lap car possibly looking to get past Lena as well. Just behind there, the Mercedes, I think. That is the 54 Radizzi in that car at the moment, currently down in P16. Of course, any laps to gain back is a bonus. Of course, if they gain a lap back, they may even gain a position back. And if they gain enough positions back, it might be €100 in the team's pocket for the championship. So Lena, very sensible there, moving out of the way, flash of the headlights to say kind of thank you, or I'm coming through. I'm not too sure which. But just in the back there, we saw Bischoff's Porsche. Tim, it's about to go down.
Yeah, Bischoff has been closing in with the Kramer Racing Esports team here, and Lena in the Unicorns of Love team will have a defense on their hands because Kramer, they've been closing in very quickly. Like Christian said, Lena just struggling to get up to the pace that they want to be at. That pace is slightly improving, but it's going to need to improve a little bit more. They want to stay ahead, and actually now just peeling off to the side, not even going to fight the Kramer esports team there. Lena's just going to let them through. So I'm wondering if maybe just a little bit of problems in the car at the moment, struggling to get to the pace they want to with it, and recognizing that, just going to avoid the contact altogether. But that's going to put the Kramer team up into second place for now, as another car has entered the pits there. It's the West Competition Racing team. You can see them now falling down the order, and where they're going to come out, I believe it's going to be around that 7th place position it is. I just want you to take a look down the leaderboard a little bit here, John, sorry, and look at the Symphony of Pistons esports racing team, SOP. We saw earlier they fell down to that 20th place after having to serve a stop and go. They've climbed up into 18th, and originally, just before the pit stops, they were in the middle of a big train and a battle going on. Now that's not the case. On our screens right now, you can see Kolosov for the Armentario racing team. We've seen them a couple of times already against the Unicorns and Friends team. Damage between these two earlier where they made contact. Not going to be the same case here as Unicorns and Friends. Jonathan Seville manages to stay ahead going through the bus chicane. The Armentario driver not wanting to go any further than that for now, but the Unicorns and Friends team, John, and the Armentario cars, we've seen them battling a lot already today, and it looks like they're going to have another spell now.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a Ferrari Cup, should we say, today. We've seen a lot of action between all the Ferraris, and the kind of other manufacturers haven't really had a kind of word in hedgeways. As Yeet Esports there fires up the inside on the fluorescent yellow Audi. Great move there, great forward driving. Low Fuel Motorsport, Justin Harkemper there with the great view of it in his rearview mirror. And the Audi, unfortunately, spins out nearly into the inside wall, manages to keep it out. The GSE racing car there of Marion Ecker. As we go to a glorious replay, let's see what happened here to the Audi. Of course, following the Yeet Esports car in, brakes on its normal point, maybe just upset by the dirty air. You know, that looked like a kind of normal line to take. The Audi just over-rotating, and now the Italian job Porsche just behind them. Of course, not for position for a lap to be taken away, as we cast our eye forward now to Yeet Esports and Low Fuel Motorsports, two very close brands that have worked together for a little bit of time now. Of course, HC Dizzy being part of the Yeet Esports team on that one. Low Fuel Motorsports needs no introduction. Your host to the Virtual Endurance Masters, and your host for a good range of daily races over on their website as well. So excited to see what these two can do. Whether or not they know each other personally, I'm not too into the German side of the community, shall we say, within ACC, but you just see down the left-hand side of the board, Tim, loads of German flags.
There's a lot of German drivers right now.
Okay, we try to talk each other together. No, I was just saying it's basically a German Cup in the leaderboard, but nothing too important. Go ahead, Tim.
Hi, yes, sorry there, was just watching the Yeet Esports driver try and find a way through on the Low Fuel Motorsports here. And like you said, there's a lot of German drivers on the field at the moment, John. And we're not sure what their relationship is to each other, but I think with a lot of these pros, we can guarantee that they've definitely run into each other in the past, if not on Low Fuel Motorsports already during one of their hosted races that you can do from day to day. So we see Michael Brent here for the Yeet Esports team. They're sort of sitting patiently, very close, just 3 tenths off the rear of the Low Fuel Motorsports car, but sitting very patiently at that. They've not been constantly trying to stick their nose up the inside of the car. They've not been like diving around the outside, just waiting for that right moment to strike, and then hopefully they can do what they did earlier with the Audi, which is once they get that right moment to strike, then they can just send themselves down the inside and gain that position.
Fact is that I think there are a lot of German drivers because the entire esport world, I think Germans, Italians, and I would say Polish drivers are possibly the fastest, and that's the major flag you see around. You see, just I'm seeing here there are 3 Italians. There is just 1 Polish driver, but Germans I don't even want to count them. I think these 3 are the most strong countries, and differently from real life, because in real life there are a lot of while Michael Burnett maybe thinks about it, but it doesn't make anything. In real life, it's not like this. In real life, there are a lot more British drivers that in the esport venue are, I won't say rare, but just less present than the usual. And while Valentin Barrier, the Frenchman, goes in third place with a very struggling 14 Mercedes, losing 2 seconds per lap since he was on the drive, so I don't exactly know why it is happening. Now you can see Butby is about to get there. Speaking of British drivers, we have just a British driver, no, 2 British drivers in 21 places, and Germans is basically the whole field. And I think it's an odd thing, but no, maybe it shows. I try to make a statement here that may make some people angry, but I think this shows where the talent is. Maybe it is effective in these 3 countries. It's just that in real life it's a bit more difficult than in the sim sport, in the sim esport racing. And that's why there is also the fact that LFM is basically German. It's a German house basically. But in general, I see a lot of German, Italians, and Polish drivers. While in real life, it's a lot more rare to see Polish drivers. Very rare to see Italian, and Germans is the same. Germans are just good in everything they do. So it's not really I can complain about them existing. It's just that they are good. While you can see the Porsche coming across and Buffy goes in 4th place. We now Formula in 5th place, just losing pace. Basically, since the pit stop happened, now last lap was a 48 even. It's out of every condition. I think it was indeed the slowest lap of the field up until now in this last lap, and I can't really understand what is happening in the 14 lineup. And meanwhile, the number 1 seems like they've joined the party after they sync the pit stops. Now I have to check if the pit stop effectively we will see at the end, but I know they are desynced, so I don't know if they are before or they are on par with the other pitting. I'm not entirely sure about that. 43.9, best personal team lap. 43.9 for Apostol, that has been running since the start, so a very good performance by the Romanian driver. But as I said, these 3 are the most I see, and you can see today that the German flag is just all the way around the leaderboard. Opinions on this team compared to the nationalities, as Apostle made a position on Steinbrenner as I was speaking on the straight without any trouble. I think Steinbrenner just couldn't make anything in the straight. Astonishing BMW going so quickly.
Yeah, the Ferrari there looking very unsettled through the bus stop chicane, and then just decided that it didn't have anything on the straight to try and defend against the BMW with. Of course, that's a natural thing to think because the BMW just notoriously good at accelerating speed in a straight line. The Ferrari, it's not the worst car in the field in a straight line, but it definitely doesn't have the acceleration that you want it to compared to others. So we have a little cockpit cam view here of what's going on behind the number 14 car. But to answer your question, looking towards the inside there of the Unicorns of Love Driver, not quite able to get a move off though. Unicorns of Love been able to stay ahead. But yeah, go back to what you were asking about the German field. I imagine it's because that is just where the action is at the moment in sim racing. There's a lot of German drivers out there who have a lot of talent. We know that Low Fuel Motorsport itself is a German-based community as well. They've got a lot of German drivers and German broadcasters as well. And here you can see the car now just coming down through past the number 14. 2 of them going through at the same time there on the Mercedes as well. And now we're going to cut back to the actual fight that's happening on screen. We're watching from the rear of West Competition Racing as they look back towards the Low Fuel Motorsport car. But yeah, I think that's my answer to the question. Is Germany just, it seems to be where a lot of the drivers are from at the moment. It seems to be where the sim racing scene is at. John, I'm interested to know your thoughts on this, but it does seem like Germany is the nationality here where you've got a lot of the competitive field coming from at the moment.
Yeah, of course, like you say, obviously LFM being a German-based community brings a lot of drivers in its own sense, shall we say, from that. But even going back to, as we see contact there from Kolosov and Jonathan Seville, Armamentario and Unicorns of Love and Friends, and Ren Velton goes backwards out of the bus stop as well. Let's see what happened here. Looks like Armamentario went to the outside. Jonathan Seville came across in defense like you normally would. A little tap of the doors. Kolosov thinks, I'm not even going to attempt to make that. And Ren Velton just bounces themselves out of it completely. So Ferrari once again proving to not be the car to attack those curves with, and Kolosov still up 2 positions on where they began. Unfortunately at the moment with a 5-second penalty to be taken in the pit stop looming over them as well, so should see them lose a little bit more ground. But going back to our nationality kind of conversation and point, like you say, even back to the race room days, that had a very big German community in it as well. And I just think Germany is where sim racing in general is kind of at, you know, Fanatec being a German brand that's, you know, quite pushed over there, I would imagine, being an only brand you can buy direct essentially from the manufacturer. Of course, not many resellers of Fanatec products. And it's, you know, things like the Nordschleife, Nürburgring, just you're kind of born into it as a German almost, with, you know, such a fantastic circuit at the heart of the country. And of course Hockenheim DTM being a big thing over there as well. TCR Germany being a season series that took off quite well as well just a few years ago. So there's lots of routes to entry, should we say, I think, in Germany versus, you know, other countries such as, you know, the UK, Poland, you know, Italy, etc. Italy, even, you know, Ferrari, the likes of Lamborghini and Ferrari, kind of kids being born into the brand, what they stand for, their, you know, position in motorsport, especially Ferrari at the moment. Of course, with the new WEC hypercar, they've also got the new Ferrari 296, of course, coming out this year in ACC, of course, just next month on the 19th of April. And we touched on it earlier, a lot of drivers are going to be eligible to take the upgrade if needed. So you might see a few older Ferraris still remain in the field if, you know, people don't feel that it's up to spec. The Porsche drivers, of course, have the option to go to the 992. And of course, if we did have a Lamborghini in the field, they would also have the chance to upgrade to the Evo 2 variant of that as well. But hopefully super exciting stuff coming, of course, with the 1.9 update that is, you know, lots of rumors flying about, roadmaps to be expected sometime soon as well. But the big talking point is physics. So if physics change enough and it throws all the old setups out the window, you could see this championship in the second half of, you know, the season turn completely on its head. Some drivers might gel really well with them. Some drivers might not gel at all with them. You know, some people might even elect to keep the old cars if they feel they're more confident in them. So this could be one to watch, definitely. I don't know how you feel about it, Tim. You know, mid-season upgrades always being the kind of curveball, essentially. And we know from the past with the BMW M4, as we see the RCI car coming under fire from the Pulse Sim Sport number 2, the number 54, I believe. It's actually Prime E Racing. We do have a bit of a bug at the moment with ACC TV. Of course, the RCI car being identified as Verstappen Motorsports, and this being Pulse Sim Sport, although they are now pure Sim Sport on that one. But yeah, mid-season updates, Tim, cause a massive curveball, and yeah, could really affect this.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, we've seen it before. The last time there was a big update and new cars introduced was actually around the same time that George Boothby really picked up in pace as well. Of course, was already an established driver by then, but it only helped to sort of, he was one of the ones that adapted a lot more to these new cars. And who's to say that this can't happen now? Mid-championship change, new cars being brought into play. Like you say, some drivers might just really get on with that change, and those drivers may find that they find themselves further up the field as well. I've been watching the Unicorns of Love racing car, and something is clearly not right in that car at the moment. They've been falling through the field. They were in second after pit stops. They're now all the way down in 7th, and it's hard to tell at this stage what that case could be. It could be that the driver's just not confident at all in the track with this car, but we don't know. It could even be a hardware issue or a problem with the car itself that they are now trying to fix too. So unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, they are now falling backwards through the field quite quickly. But you've got to see what are they going to do. Again here, they're defending a little bit against the Unicorns and Friends car, which suggests they want to be somewhat competitive. But then you come down towards the right-hand corner here, and it looks like that Unicorns and Friends already through before the corners even arrived with complete ease as well. you do have to wonder what is going on in that Unicorns of Love car. Is there some sort of hardware issue they're struggling through right now? Because they're still fighting, John. They've not given up completely. They're still trying to fight to keep those places, but it just looks like that car is not quite connecting with the track anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just a driver at the moment. They're trying to cycle through. Obviously, Formula Lena, very competitive in our own right, but of course, in a top field such as this, it is very, very hard to try and maintain positions. You know, in the past, I've driven in, you know, the top splits, should we say, like invite splits of RCI, and some of the drivers there are very, very aggressive in the overtakes. They do things you don't normally expect from most people, and it does become very hard to find your confidence to even turn a consistent lap time yourself. Of course, in a field, you know, where big names are here, we've got, you know, Veloce, Yassi, Kramer, Pulse Simsport, of course, Unicorns of Love in their own right, super big team in the esports realm, along with Ren Velton, of course, and everybody else in the grid. It's very hard indeed, but yeah, hopefully Formula Lena just in there for kind of, let's just say, damage mitigation. So all she's got to do is drive a clean stint. She's got to keep the car out of trouble, keep it out of the wall, keep it out of any penalties and such likes, and just literally bring it in, switch driver, and then see if they can climb back up the board again. But I mean, she's holding quite well. She's still within the top 10.
Yeah, she's still up there in the top 10. She's doing a good job at keeping up, but like you say, maybe this field just a little bit too competitive for her right now. We'll see though throughout the championship, maybe one of those drivers that just really gels with the new cars, and perhaps with the new changes to them will pick up pace in it as well. But either way, like you say, if this is down to her just not being as competitive with the field as she wants to be, we could see a change here in how she then approaches the next couple of tracks. She might come back and be a bit more confident on some of the others. Going down the field now to look at Fitzgerald Esports, they find themselves in the 28th position. Watching from the front of the Ferrari here, you can just see GSE racing ahead, very close to the gap there, and then just over the crest you can see again Low Fuel Motorsport just a second ahead of them as well. So starting to form a bit of a battle here. It's going to look three ways for now. Be no surprise to the audience that Lucas Seidel, Viscero Esports, driving a Ferrari, and yet again it's a Ferrari in the spotlights.
I think the 44 has been all the way where it didn't belong to. Like they were 21 places in front, 7th on the grid, and now they are in 28th after being involved in, I think, 24 incidents of basically in every single corner at this point. I think they are basically checklisting every single corner where and turn where they have been involved in an incident, and at this point I just feel bad for them because they don't deserve to be here. They deserve to be fighting with people like Apostle, Boofby, Barrier, and etc. Looking at their times from earlier on where they were still alive, 44.2 is their best, and it was when the track was barely approachable. And it's it happens, obviously. Racing, even in the sim racing, there's also the fact that you are forgiven because some incidents in real life are not forgivable. Your car is dead. End of the story. Here, if you crash, you can recover. There aren't the mechanical issues that much. I wouldn't say there aren't. There are less mechanical issues like the engine, the electricity, the battery, tire exploding, because here tires luckily don't explode. You don't have punctures, debris, and etc. It's just that in the counterpart is that there is no safety car, there are no variabilities in the track, there are no like in real life there aren't those elements that help you out if you are in difficulty. It's very hard in sim racing to find them. And oh, there is a yellow flag. Oh, there is a BMW. Speaking of which, is the GPR Esport. You can see with a glorious replay what happened here from the Helicam. They seems to be normal until now, and then just approaching. I think it's that's the grass. They have been collected into the grass and then sent into the barrier. Now they are trying to get back on track, but I don't think the situation is the optimal there. They seem to be recovered, but as I was saying, this crash in real life, obviously it was a DNF altogether. Here you survive. The counterpoint is that there are no safety car, no full course yellow. If you want to go into IMSA and WEC kind of field, there are no mechanical problems from other drivers. I mean, obviously not yours. Like where you can hope that the other drivers, obviously in a bit of an egoistical way, their car doesn't work anymore. So it's pro cons of this world and the real world, and I think both are some values to take into account. And the Audi here battling with the 44 I was speaking of, even with damage, the 44 seems to be strong enough to pull out an overtake on the number 9, sorry, side by side into turn number 3, and will become number 4. And then into the slipstream, which is the back straight, and then into the bus stop chicane. And I don't think with the damage they have on the front they will be able, as a matter of fact, they don't. But all of this obviously is getting us closer as possible to real life. I know that in Assetto Corsa, like if you go to Kyalami, I remember that the Bentley couldn't work well because of the air altitude. Wasn't it like this, if I remember correctly? It was like the air pressure was not enough, so the Bentley wasn't good enough because it was a turbo, or it was the Nissan maybe. But this parallelism with the reality is astonishing. And even the tires, the tire model, the suspension dampers, and etc. is all phenomenal. But going back to my initial thought, just unfortunately for the 44 that they don't really have a chance to get back to where they belong. But I am sure the next race we will see them in a way better shape. Better shape for sure, because that car is demolished for now, but surely in a better position. And that's a good thing about effectively the sim racing. You always have a second chance, maybe in another championship where in a championship where you go not good, there is another where your race are better. And I think for them, they just have to wait because they have the pace to be in front. And it's not like they are in a bad place either, even with the damages.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, the 44 not having the best of races, been involved in a few big ones so far already. But we now have a look at the battle with the Team 1 FF car on their comeback drive as well. A little bit of rotten luck at the start, I believe, picked up a few penalties along the way so far. Battling now with the TMS performance. BMW just ahead there, and the Visceral, sorry, not the Visceral, the Unicorns and Love and Friends car just ahead of them, but not for position. Of course, that is a lapped car ahead, and yeah, looking fairly equal between these two.
No, it's not a lapped car.
Yeah, it's the Unicorns and Love car, the Friends car. So of course,
you mean in front? Okay,
behind,
sorry.
Yeah, the cars behind are obviously a lap down, so nothing to be had there. But in the background, Armamentario, of course, looking to try and catch the car ahead, is going to have to phase with two lapped cars that are battling. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. But we know the Porsche isn't that great on the straight line, so it's probably using the BMW like we saw earlier with the Kramer car and the West Competition car, just kind of sinking their way through the traffic together, just working together to try and progress towards the front of the field on that one. And the sun has come out and it's stayed out for a while now, and looking good for the next 30 minutes or so. Air temperature 17 degrees, track temperature 21 degrees. Still just over 4 hours to go as Alessio Mellis goes round the outside of the Giardia Community Team, or does he, with the Giardia Community Team on the inside, trying to get a comeback run on that Ferrari. And it does look the BMW is slightly stronger out of turn 1, heading up the hill now through turns 2 and 3. 4 for the back straight, and Alessio Mellis looking all over the back there. The Porsche Spinala team, number 15 Ferrari, to the outside of the bus stop. We've seen 2 into 1 doesn't always work for the Ferrari, and Mellis backs out and allows the Giardia Community Team car just ahead of him to take the single racing line. But all the meanwhile, Yeet Esports just behind, looking to catch up as well. And in the race, for those of you that have been keeping an eye on the positions gained, positions lost, 19 positions gained for the Porsche Spinala team. Closest car next, the TMS performance car, with 18 to go. So of course, €100 to the biggest gainer on the field. We know the Porsche Spinala car qualified in dead last night, so plenty of potential for them to have a shot at the €100 as well. And as we near the halfway mark I think it's safe to say, Christian, we've had a wonderful time with you at the head of the broadcast. And I believe in the wings we have Tim Lunn waiting to take over. And as I say that, we have a raid from Cat Noir with a party of 22 being brought over to the official VEM broadcast. So welcome everybody in. Thank you very much indeed. You probably join us at one of the worst times, shall we say, where we're about to switch broadcasters. So we're going to say goodbye from Christian Romano. We're going to say hello to Tim Lunn in a minute. So we're going to head away for 4 minutes or so. We're going to get ourselves sorted with the next broadcaster. And hopefully you join myself and Tim Peck back very shortly indeed. But we hope you've enjoyed your stay here for now. And bear with us while we do the switch.
It's been a pleasure being here, that's for sure. And obviously, many people will be maybe happy, I don't know, that I go away because of this Italian voice. I'm trying to correct, I promise. But it's been a great 4 hours of racing. Honestly, it didn't feel like 4 hours with all the overtakes, all the incidents unfortunately happening, and all the switcheroo that have been happening. But I think all of you have enjoyed this all 4 hours. I hope it's the same for the commentary behind the screen. But for now, I will give. I can speak correctly. I will give my goodbye to you all, and I will give my good afternoon at this point to Tim that will be doing the switch in. I don't know, how do you want to do it to be safe?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Yes, whenever you are ready, if you want to just say, I'm stopping now, and I will try and start immediately, and hopefully everyone at home won't see too much disturbance, and then I will get the stream up for the other guys as well.
Okay, so I will stop now.